It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Prologue and Chapter 1 Part 1. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Prologue. Encounter with the Demise. One day, I, Kakazuka, was suddenly transferred from modern Japan to a different world. With the help of my cheat skills such as creation and dexterity, I finally arrived at the royal capital, only to be told an unexpected fact by the god of war, who was sleeping in the underground of the capital. Apparently, this world is in danger of being destroyed by a monster called Zorgral. Zorgral has the ability to absorb all things and has swallowed up numerous worlds and taken them into itself. And the next target is apparently this world where I live. No kidding. I have been released from a lifestyle of constant overwork in Japan and am now enjoying freedom in a different world after a long time. I would do my best to refrain from solving any world crises, but the situation in the world is not so sweet. In the royal capital, multiple calamities, white dragon, green dragon, yellow dragon, and great calamities, lust dragon, wrath dragon, envy dragon, appeared as if they were targeting me, and furthermore, the demon god dragon, born from the fusion of the wrath dragon and envy dragon, had sealed almost all of my cheat skills. It was a truly desperate situation. Still, I did not want to give up, and as a result of my persistent efforts, I was able to fuse with the sparkling greedy dragon, the great calamity that lay dormant inside me, and defeated the demon god dragon with the power of awakening, which continued to evolve indefinitely. After releasing the fusion, I fell asleep due to extreme fatigue, and when I woke up the next time, it was the following night. I slept for about 30 hours. I had never slept for such a long time in my life, and as expected, I was seriously surprised. However, thanks to the long sleep, the fatigue from the fierce battle had completely disappeared, and I felt better than usual. Iris, Lily, and Letitia had come to visit me in my room at the guest house, but Lily and Letitia disappeared along the way. From there, it was just Iris and me talking alone, but suddenly something unusual happened. Chi! An irresistibly unpleasant sound, as if someone had scratched the glass with a claw, rang out. Looking out the window, one corner of the starry sky was protruded inward and countless cracks originated from this point. The cracks in the starry sky gradually widened and connected with each other, eventually becoming a dark-colored crescent moon. Crawling out from the cracks was a huge bubble. The surface was a poisonous purple color, and just looking at it gives me goosebumps. Could that be it? Iris said in a trembling voice. It is said to have created a calamity. A great calamity. Yeah, I nodded. I felt a great power swirling in the depths of my body. I guessed that the greedy dragon sleeping inside me must have noticed its presence. Zorgral. The bubble of demise that would destroy the world had finally revealed itself. Chapter 1. I faced the demise. Part 1. A huge purple bubble was floating in the night sky. As I look up at it, I activate my appraisal. Zorgral. An incarnation of destruction that swallows everything in its path. It indiscriminately absorbs anything that touches the surface of the bubble and incorporates it as part of itself. Its inside is connected to another dimension and has an infinite expanse. The description of the appraisal was almost identical to what the god of war had said. So the new information obtained was that Zorgral's inside is connected to another dimension. I wonder what kind of place is this other dimension. I was curious about it out of pure curiosity, but as expected, I was not going to risk my life to find out. For now, let's join up with Lily and Letitia, shall we? That's right. Zorgral hasn't moved yet, so let's get ready while we still can. I nodded at Iris's words and activated auto-mapping. A translucent window appeared in front of me, displaying a map of the surrounding area. Show me the location of Lily and Letitia. As I said this, two red dots of light appeared on the window's map, almost in the same place. Apparently, they were both in the garden of the guest house. Iris and I left the room together and walked quickly down the corridor. On the way, Iris called out to me, "Hey, Ku, what's the matter? After this battle is over, do you want to go shopping for clothes?" That's so abrupt. It's like a wish. If we make plans for the future, we'll be able to hold on even if we have to struggle against Zorgral, won't we? That's true. But why the clothes? Ku doesn't have many clothes, does he? Well, yes, that's true. The only thing I have, excluding the Fenrir coat and other equipment, is the suit I wore when I first arrived in this other world. I don't know about wearing a suit as casual wear, but I don't have any other clothes that look like regular clothes because I was never really interested in fashion, to begin with. The main reason that I could get by with just one suit was thanks to the fact that item box also had a clothes cleaning function. I mean, how did you notice that I hardly have any clothes? We're always together, you know. That much I do notice. I guess that's true too. Looking back, I've been with Iris almost every day since I met her until now. I have a feeling that we'll be together for a long time to come. Then, after the battle with Zorgral is over, let's go shopping for clothes for Ku. That's a promise. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Fufu, I'm looking forward to it. Iris smiled happily. Watching her expression, I also feel warm. I've got a reason why I can't lose to Zorgral. To keep my promise to Iris, I will definitely win. We left the guest house and headed straight for the gardens on the estate. Lily and Letitia were near the pond, and they immediately ran over to us. Both of them seemed to be aware of the situation and had serious expressions on their faces. Kusan, I am always ready to fight. The battle is finally coming, isn't it? My arms are ringing. Lily and Letitia already seem to be fully ready to fight. By the looks of things, there is no need to question their intentions again. Good grief, everyone is so dependable. While I was smiling bitterly, Letitia called out to me. Then, Kusama, I would like to ask you to say a few words before we go out to the battlefield. That's very sudden. I'm at a loss. What on earth should I say? I pondered for a moment, then cleared my throat and opened my mouth. After this battle is over, Iris and I promised to go shopping for clothes. In order to keep my promise, I have to defeat Zorgral. I'm sorry, but I need your help. I realized after I said it, that's a very private reason. Should I have talked about the fate of the world or something like that? I looked at the three of them to see their reactions, regretting inwardly. Well, Letitia was the first to speak up. We can't possibly lose with that. Don't you think so, Lily-sama? Yes. Lily nodded with a strong will in her eyes and turned to Iris. I am going to do my best for Iris-san's sake. Please count on me. Thank you. Iris nodded, looking puzzled, and turned her gaze toward me. Why are Letitia and Lily so motivated? I don't know. However, they both seem to be even more enthusiastic, so I guess it's a good result. While I was thinking about that, Lily told me. Kusan, you've changed, haven't you? Is that so? Yes. In the past, I think we would have talked about protecting the people of the royal capital or something like that. Well, yes. To be honest, I feel like I said something out of character. I think that shows how open you are to us. You can't talk about personal matters with someone you don't know well. Letitia chuckled as she continued. Well, the battle with the demon god dragon was really tough, and we overcame so many crises together, so if you still kept your distance from us, I can only cry. Don't worry, I'm counting on you all. I concluded the conversation by saying that and turned my gaze to Zorgral floating in the sky. Fortunately, there was still no movement from it. It didn't look like it's going to come down to the ground, and if possible, I didn't want to cause any damage to the royal capital. Considering this, the sky should be the battlefield. I concluded so in my mind and opened their item box, and called out the equipment for battle. Armored bear armor. It is a rough-looking armor made of an armored bear. In addition to its high defensive strength, I can swing a large sword with ease thanks to the monstrous power S+ effect it grants, and the hearing enhancement is also useful in some cases. In my protective gear, it is in a position where it is truly a behind-the-scenes help. Fenrir coat. It is a jet black coat created from Fenrir fur, and I always wear it over my armored bear armor. Its defense is quite strong, and there is no telling how many times I have been saved by the divine speed blessing X. It is truly my lifeline. Bastard gauntlets. It was originally called the Black Spider's gauntlets but was transformed into a new form by incorporating materials from White Scorpion through creation. The White Scorpion's Thunderbolt X, which releases lightning, will be of great use when dealing with numerous enemies. A golden light spreads out, and in an instant, the armor is equipped. Furthermore, I took out a flying potion from my item box. I gave Iris, Lily, and Letitia 4 bottles each, as well as one for myself to drink. This time, it might be a long battle. The effects of the flying potion will wear off in 30 minutes, so just be careful about that. Kusan? Lily raised her hand in a reserved manner. I can fly by myself. Lily said so, folding her hands and closing her eyes lightly. The next moment, Her entire body was enveloped in a silvery glow, and pure white wings spread out from her back. Thanks to inheriting the power of the god of war, I can now fly. I don't need the flying potion. I see. The only thing is, we don't know what Zorgral will do against us. There is a possibility that it might block the power of the god of war, so please have a flying potion with you as insurance in case of an emergency. Is that okay? Yeah. I'm asking you to do this for my peace of mind. I understand. Thank you for your concern. Lily's face relaxed, and she accepted the flying potions. I gave them what I had to, so let's finish my own thing. I opened the flying potion and drank it all in one gulp. A rich, full aroma like that of a fine wine spread in my mouth. Soon after, the wind blessing S+ activated, and my body floated softly in the air. I will get close to Zorgral. The three of you will follow behind. I understand. Iris nodded at my words. Be careful, okay? Of course. If it attacks, use your judgment and avoid it. After I said this, I manipulated the wind and rose to a great height. When I reached a certain height, I looked down and saw the royal capital. A large crowd of people was outside, looking up towards Zorgral. Well, of course, anyone would be startled if a big purple bubble suddenly appeared in the sky. I was worried that panic might break out, but the king, Octodi Nordic, had the charisma A+ skill, and if there was a commotion, he would probably shout at the people to calm them down. I took my gaze away from the royal capital and gained altitude again. As I gradually got closer and closer to Zorgral, I realized once again the enormity of my opponent. The demon god dragon was nearly 200 meters in length, but Zorgral was even larger than that. It was probably more than 5 times as big as the Zorgral, with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer. https://nikestranslation/home.files.wordpress.com/2023/03/00010.jpg. Could I win? Bigger was not necessarily stronger, but I still had the feeling of being overwhelmed. Looking closely, I saw the crescent-shaped crack through which Zorgral had passed when it first appeared in this world was closing up. I am not sure what that is, but perhaps it is a hole connecting the outside and the inside of the world. Eventually, the crack was completely sealed, and after a pause of a few seconds, a change occurred in the Zorgral. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Translucent jellyfish-like tentacles appeared all over its spherical body. Perhaps it noticed our approach and took up an intercepting posture. If I had to venture an aim for it, I would call it the second form of Zorgral. I decided to stop ascending for the time being and looked around to see what was going on. I felt a strange presence from the new form of Zorgral. Hostility, murderous intent, malice. I felt such negative thoughts from Zorgral, which should have neither will nor emotion. It might be dangerous to approach it carelessly. I opened my item box, and held Gram Imitate in my right hand and Gram Origin in my left. As I was looking up at Zorgral, Iris, Letitia, and Lily caught up with me. The shape of the Zorgral has changed. Maybe it's wary of us. I replied to Iris and turned my attention to Letitia. Letitia had fought with Zorgral before, right? Do you recognize that figure? No, I don't. Letitia shook her head apologetically. The only thing is, after my defeat, Zorgral must have eaten many worlds, and it wouldn't be surprising if it had acquired a new power. Somehow, I feel that Zorgral's atmosphere has changed. It was Lily who muttered that. It is hard to describe, but just a few minutes ago, the atmosphere was almost like a natural phenomenon, just existing there. But now I sense a kind of hostility toward us. That's for sure. I nodded to Lily's words. In the first place, Zorgral is strong enough to kick the gods to the curb easily. So if it wants to destroy the world, it should just get on with it itself. And yet, it sent in calamities and great calamities, and so on. Maybe there is a change happening with Zorgral. I hope those changes have weakened it, but I don't think things will be so simple in the world. It might be a more difficult battle than I had imagined. Just as I was thinking that, one of the tentacles wriggled. I reflexively shouted, "It's coming!" Immediately after, the tentacles were reaching out toward where we were, and they were reaching out at great speed. I won't let it. Iris readied her Holy Dragon Spear Fimbule. Immediately afterward, the True Dragon God Barrier X was activated, and a wall of silver light blocked the path of the tentacles. However, as soon as the tentacles touched the barrier, they disappeared as if sucked into the tentacles. "No way!" Iris shouted in astonishment. In previous battles, The true dragon god Barrier X had blocked many attacks from calamities and great calamities, but it seems that Zorgral's absorption ability far exceeds the performance of the barriers. Everyone, avoid! I shouted as I made a large left turn and left from the spot. Iris quickly recovered from her shock and took evasive action to the left, just as I had done. Lily and Letitia were moving to the right. Then, a tentacle rushed through the empty space. That's a very long tentacle, I muttered to myself. There was a distance of at least 500 meters between Zorgral and us. The tentacles had extended that far and were still extending. Eventually, we reached the ground. It was a mountain to the north of the capital. The tentacles moved as if they were caressing the mountain and then shrank back to the main body of the Zorgral. The movement was reminiscent of a cord returning to being stored in a vacuum cleaner. Meanwhile, the entire mountain that had been stroked by the tentacles had vanished, transformed into a flat wilderness. It absorbed the mountain. Iris muttered right beside me. If that had been the royal capital, it would have been wiped out. The worst-case scenario was on my mind. The Zorgral tentacles stroked the city from one end to the other. Just by doing that, the lives of millions of people living in the city would be extinguished. Of course, my friends like Milia and Relic will be no exception. I absolutely must prevent such a situation. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 1 Part 2. Sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Part 2. I absolutely must prevent such a situation. As I was thinking about this, another tentacle on the surface of Zorgral's body wriggled limply. Is the target us, or Letitia and Lily, who are at a distance? No, it wasn't. The destination of the thrusting tentacles was the royal capital. I can't let it succeed. I headed toward the tentacles at full speed. I put magic power into both of my swords and activated the God of War /S+. I swung down the sword on my left and right hand in a crossed motion. A slash of light was released in an X shape, hitting the tip of the tentacle and was absorbed as it was. Of course, I had expected this result from the beginning. However, I could not do nothing just because it was futile. If I could divert the tentacle's trajectory even a little, I might be able to avoid damage to the royal capital. It was with this in mind that I activated the God of War /S+ for the second time. The X-shaped flash reached the tentacles and was absorbed in the same way as before. Immediately after that, Iris's scream was heard. I glanced over and saw that she was holding the Holy Dragon Spear Thimble slightly behind where I was. The Absolute Freeze X was activated, and a blue flash was emitted from the tip of the spear. It wasn't just Iris who attacked. Here we go. Lily readied her Yggdrasil bow and released it. The silver arrows become shooting stars, heading for the tentacles. Falling Star. Letitia's unique ability was released, and a meteor was summoned from beyond the sky. A blue flash, a silver shooting star, and a meteorite. The three attacks reached the tentacles almost simultaneously, and they were absorbed. But then, here, something unexpected happens. The tentacles, which should have extended in a straight line toward the royal capital, suddenly stopped moving. Then, as if in agony, it shook and trembled from the tip to the base. It burst at once. The tentacles turned into purple particles that dissolved into the air and disappeared. What happened? As if to answer my question, the voice of Full Assist echoed in my brain. Although Zorgral's tentacles have the ability to absorb, there seems to be a limit. If energy beyond its limit is poured into it, it can be destroyed. Full Assist was still in safe mode, and its tone of voice was mechanical and indifferent. At any rate, I now know how to destroy the tentacles. We could defeat an absorption-type enemy by making it absorb more energy than its limit. This was a standard tactic in video games and anime, but apparently, it could actually work. Soon after, Iris and the others came to me, and I immediately gave them the information I had obtained from Full Assist. So, it's not like they're untouchable, is it? Yeah. First of all, let's destroy the tentacles. Is that okay with you, Letitia? Lily? I have no objection. Let's start with what we can do, one by one. The God of War in the basement says so as well. He said that we may be able to defeat Zorgral. Lily muttered as she glanced toward the royal capital. We can't let our guard down yet, though, I replied, turning my gaze towards Zorgral. At the moment, I don't see any movement on its side. Then, should we launch a move from our side? That's what I was thinking. Gerdul, Gurgle. All of the tentacles on the surface of the Zorgral wriggled at the same time. The total number of tentacles probably exceeded 100. Simultaneous attacks. Huh? This is not good. Iris gulped. If all those tentacles come at us at once, we won't be able to crush them all. Don't worry, I have already thought of a countermeasure, I replied, and then I reminded myself to activate the limit break. This was a skill that was obtained after the battle with the gluttonous dragon, and it could temporarily raise the magic capacity greatly. My entire body was enveloped in a warm golden light, and my MP began to increase explosively. 1 trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion. In just a few seconds, it reached 1,000 trillion. And shortly after, it surpassed 1 quadrillion, which is 1 unit higher, and then reached 100 quadrillion. It was an extraordinary amount of magical power, even for me. Turning to my left hand, I saw a crimson emblem in the shape of a dragon. I raised my left hand and then thought of activating the summoning calamity. In response to my voice, come from the underworld. You who were once called the Flame Emperor Dragon, that is, the Black Dragon of Extreme Destruction. With the chanting of the incantation, the emblem emitted an intense light. A magic circle floated right behind me, and the Black Dragon appeared from there. Gah! A violent roar shook the air. I see. Now I understand what Kusama is thinking. Right to my left, Letitia nodded her head in understanding. If we are not enough, then we should increase the number of hands. That's what you're thinking, isn't it? That's right. I'm not done yet. I took a deep breath and continuously invoked the summoning calamity. Just to be clear, summoning calamity was a skill that summons calamities that I have already defeated in exchange for 1 billion units of magical power. I have defeated several calamities so far in addition to the Black Dragon. So it is possible to do something like this. Come from the underworld in answer to my voice. Once called the Ice Dragon, once called the Wind Dragon, once called the Earth Dragon. In other words, the White Dragon of Despair, the Green Dragon of Rupture, and the Yellow Dragon of Quake. 3 more magic circles appeared, and 3 giant dragons were summoned. All 3 of them let out a roar and glared at Zorgral. They are amazing, so powerful, Lily muttered as she rolled her eyes. Kusan is really out of the ordinary to be able to control 4 of these calamities. Thank you. But it's not over yet, eh? Beside Lily's surprised voice, I chanted the incantation that floated in my mind. Come, follow my covenant. A man and a great calamity and a man. That is, far away lazy dragon. Originally, the target of the summoning calamity was only calamities, not great calamities. However, because I had made a contract with the lazy dragon, Tidal, I was able to summon him as an exception. A magic circle, larger than ever before, was drawn in the sky, and the gray-scaled dragon, the lazy dragon, appeared. The lazy dragon turned to me, and a grin appeared on his face. Finally, it's my turn. All right, leave it to me. It felt as if he was saying that. Tidal, I'm counting on you. Gah! Tidal roared in response to my words. The preparations were now complete. As for our fighting force, in addition to me, Iris, Lily, and Letitia, there were 4 other calamities: the Black Dragon, White Dragon, Green Dragon, and Yellow Dragon, and the Lazy Dragon of the Great Calamity, making it the largest force ever. I wonder if this will be enough to defeat Zorgral, Iris muttered as she held up her fimbule. The tip of the spear was enveloped in a blue flash. Let's win. By all means. Lily readied her Yggdrasil bow. The arrow that was placed in the center of the bow emitted a silvery glow. At this point, all we have to do is to give it our all. Letitia raised her right arm and entered the activation system for the falling star. Everyone, good luck. I put the gram imitate back in their item box, and held my free right hand out in front of me. Gleaming Dragon's Breath. This was a skill I created during the battle with the demon god dragon, which drew out the power of the greedy dragon that lay dormant inside my body and released it as a heat ray that annihilated all things. The power of this skill far exceeded that of the God of War/S+, and it may be more accurate to call it a special move rather than a skill. The magic power consumption was 150 quadrillion MP at a time. Normally, I would never be able to activate it, but my magic power was currently bursting due to limit break. This amount of consumption was not so much of a problem. An irresistible, unpleasant sound, as if clawing at the glass, rings out. Is this like Zorgral's roar? Immediately afterward, The countless tentacles on the surface of Zorgral wriggled and writhed in a very loud manner. Then, all at once, they extended toward us. Now, I shouted and activated my Gleaming Dragon's Breath. A circle and triangle-shaped emblem appeared, centered on my right hand, which was thrust forward, and an extremely large heat ray was released. At the same time, everyone else launched their attacks. Iris unleashed Absolute Freeze X, Lily fired her Yggdrasil Bow, and Letitia unleashed Falling Star. The four disasters, Black Dragon, White Dragon, Green Dragon, and Yellow Dragon each opened their jaws wide and spat out their breath, and the lazy dragon gushed out lightning bolts from its entire body. Our simultaneous attacks caused the tentacles to burst one after another. Zorgral continued to attack by creating new tentacles, but it was unable to break through our barrage. The situation was that we were pushing, but we wanted one more decisive step. If possible. Just as I was thinking this, I heard the inorganic voice of Full Assist. Kakauzaka is a transmigrator. Kakauzaka's magic power is currently over 5,000 quadrillion. Kakauzaka has summoned 4 dragons through Summoning Calamity, the Black Dragon of Extreme Destruction, the White Dragon of Despair, the Green Dragon of Rupture, and the Yellow Dragon of Quake. Since all of the above conditions are met, their divine skill is temporarily released. The ultimate divine skill, Dainsleif, can be used. At the same time, the details of the skill flow into my mind. I see. Dainsleif was the name of a magic sword in Norse mythology, but in this world, it seems to be the name of a skill. The power of the 4 calamities, the Black Dragon, White Dragon, Green Dragon, and Yellow Dragon, was contained in a sword and could vanquish the enemy. The amount of magic power it would consume was greater than that of the Gleaming Dragon's Breath, and its power seemed to be considerable as well. If it were to be released toward the ground, not only the royal capital but more than half of this continent would be blown away. Of course, I would never do such a thing. Anyway, now I have obtained the decisive factor for the game. The incantation for activation was already in my mind. I focused my mind and uttered the words, Dragons of Calamity. Use your power to destroy the end. Dainsleif. As soon as I finished, my whole body shook with a tremor. The Black Dragon and the others roared, Ga gu u u u. Soon after, the 4 dragons were converted into black, white, green, and yellow particles, respectively, and sucked into the Gram Origin I held in my left hand. The silver blade of the sword emitted a rainbow glow. The ultimate divine skill, Dainsleif. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. With the Black Dragon and the others removed, our barrage was considerably thinner. Because of this, Zorgral's tentacles began to slowly close in on us. Everyone, just hold on for a few more seconds. I shouted and released one last, Gleaming Dragon's Breath, regaining my grip on Gram Origin with both hands. The sword was filled with energy like never before. With this, it might be possible not only to wipe out Zorgral's tentacles but to defeat even the main body. According to the appraisal, the interior of the Zorgral's main body was an infinite expanse, but just because it was infinite did not mean that it was unlimited. In other words, there must be a limit to the amount that can be absorbed. If I strike with all my might, I might be able to defeat it. I held Gram Origin high in the air. I was so close to activating it. 3, 2, 1, 0. I swung the Gram Origin down with all my might, with all my strength. A rainbow-colored flash was released, tracing its trajectory. The flash bursted the tentacles approaching us one after another and finally reached Zorgral's main body. An explosion erupted. A gust of wind blew through the air, and black smoke billowed up around the area. It seems the production skill acquired in Another World is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 1 Part 3. Here's the chapter, Enjoy, Ed, Blast. Part 3. Was it done? That was the thought that crossed my mind. From beyond the smoke, a tentacle appeared. It was aimed straight at the lazy dragon. Gah! The lazy dragon's evasive action was delayed, partly because its vision was blocked by the smoke. Just before the tentacle swallowed the lazy dragon, I cancelled their Summoning Calamity. The lazy dragon suddenly disappeared, and the tentacles cut through the air. The tentacles returned beyond the smoke. That was, Iris said in a stiff voice. Does that mean Zorgral is still alive? I guess so. Just after I answered, a strong wind blew. The smoke that had been gathering in the area was cleared away. Beyond the smoke, there was the figure of Zorgral. The tentacles had already regenerated. Not a scratch on the main body. Full assist, announced the hopeless fact in an inorganic voice. No damage to Zorgral's main body has been observed. The absorption limit is estimated to be impossible or infinite. In other words, while Dainsleif was able to wipe out the tentacles of the Zorgral, it had no effect at all on the main body, which absorbed the attack as it was. That's awful. The Dainsleif is the most powerful attack I could use right now. If it doesn't work, then I don't know what I can do. Kusan. Something is wrong with Zorgral. Lily's cry brought me back to my senses. Another tentacle attack? No, it is not. An unexpected change had occurred in Zorgral. Like a slime, its entire body wriggled and changed shape. The tentacles retracted inward, returning to a bubbly sphere. A slit appeared on its underside, and it opened wide from side to side. It's like a mouth, Letitia mutters. It was indeed true. The current Zorgral had become what could only be described as a world-eating monster. If the second form was the one with tentacles, then this was the third form. Chi. An irresistible, unpleasant sound, as if someone had scratched a piece of glass with a claw, rang out. Then Zorgral began to move. It opened its mouth on the lower surface even wider and began its descent toward the ground. The destination is far from where we are. Where is it going? The question was fleeting, and the answer was immediately clear. The royal capital. It seems that it had decided that we were not much of a threat and prioritized the absorption of the royal capital and its inhabitants. This is not good. We have to stop it. Iris, Lily, and Letitia. You three, attack Zorgral from there. I shouted and activated Divine Speed Blessing X. I ran through the world in slow motion and slipped into the path of Zorgral. I looked directly at Zorgral. Beyond the wide-opened mouth, the darkness of the abyss spread out. If it swallowed me, it was unlikely that I would ever come back. Of course, I did not intend to be bait for it. I had to protect the people of the royal capital relic. Miria and Zura are there. But how? As long as the Dainsleif was ineffective, there was no longer any way to defeat Zorgral. However, I had no intention of giving up. If there could be a way to stop Zorgral's movement, I knew of one possibility. Spatial blockade. As the name suggests, it is a skill that blocks space itself to prevent any attack. In order to block Zorgral's massive body, which is over 1 kilometer in diameter, the same amount of space must be blocked. So the amount of magic power consumed per second was not trillions but more than a quadrillion, and reached the realm of 100 quadrillion. Normally, this would be absolutely impossible, but my magic power continued to increase due to limit break, and had reached levels higher than quadrillion. This was within the realm of realistic possibility. Holding Gram Origin in my right hand, I thrust my free left hand towards Zorgral and concentrated my consciousness. Spatial blockade. Immediately after, the space between Zorgral and me became distorted. Zorgral's huge body collided with it. Zorgral had the power to absorb everything, but if the space was not connected to begin with, it was impossible to advance from there. That was what this was supposed to be. However, the space that should have been distorted by spatial blockade was gradually returning to its original form. Was Zorgral using some kind of ability? I put more magic power into the spatial blockade, but it was soon broken through. Zorgral's huge mouth was about to swallow me. Of course, I didn't intend to be bait as it is. I immediately activated Divine Speed Blessing X. In the slow-motion world, I tried to take evasive action at high speed, but for some reason, I couldn't move at all. I felt as if I was buried in the ground. What in the world was going on? The inorganic voice of Full Assist echoed in my mind as my thoughts raced through my head. Zorgral possesses an ultra-high level of space-time domination ability. It is presumed that it has nullified the spatial blockade, and, furthermore, is currently blocking the movement of Kakauzaka. At the same time, information about the space-time domination ability flowed into my brain. The gluttonous dragon I fought in Surreal before had a unique ability called space manipulation, but it seemed that Zorgral's space-time domination ability was a higher-level compatibility, or rather, a super-compatibility. To put it simply, it can manipulate space-time at will and cause phenomena unthinkable to common sense. The only countermeasure was to have a space-time domination ability equal to or greater than that of the opponent. But I don't have anything like that. No, wait. If I fuse with the greedy dragon as I did in the battle with the demon god dragon, wouldn't it be possible to gain the ability to dominate space-time through Awakening. Immediately after thinking like that, I felt something big tremble deep inside my body. Then, a voice that sounded exactly like mine, the voice of the greedy dragon, echoed in my mind. That's impossible. That is a special power that only Zorgral possesses. But there are exceptions to everything. If only a few more pieces are in place, you should be able to use the ability to control space-time as well. But if I don't, I'll be swallowed up by the Zorgral. I don't have time to put the pieces together. Don't worry, I'll buy you some time. I've been saving up my strength for this moment while sleeping inside you. If I give it my all, I can hold them off for 3 days. In the meantime, you need to find a way to deal with Zorgral. The key is creation, and your memory. My memory? I can understand why creation is the key. But what does my memory have to do with it? But my question was not answered. Instead, I felt as if something big was being peeled away from my body. My consciousness was disrupted, and the divine speed blessing X and limit break were cancelled. Time returned to its original speed, and the warm light that had enveloped my body disappeared. It has been a pleasure traveling with you. Give my regards to my sister. Immediately after the voice echoed in my mind, a huge magic circle shaped like a combination of a circle and a triangle appeared in front of me, and from it, a golden dragon appeared, shining like the sun. I knew intuitively that it was the greedy dragon. The dragon glanced at me for a moment, then turned its gaze to Zorgral. Gaewik. A majestic roar shakes the atmosphere. And then, the greedy dragon headed straight for Zorgral. It plunged into the wide-open mouth. A huge, golden flash burst forth. And then, after the light had passed, Zorgral was gone. No, it wasn't. It had shrunk to about 1/10 of its previous size. Its mouth was closed, and its shape was a round, smooth sphere. A smaller version of the first form, perhaps. Surrounding Zorgral was a golden light barrier. What in the world was going on? Soon after, a voice echoed in my brain. The interrupting process. Greedy dragon has left the system. Restarting to deactivate the safe mode of full assist. HMPH. I felt something switch in the back of my head. Soon after, an inorganic but somewhat emotional voice echoed in my mind. Full assist is now fully activated. It has been a while. I wonder if it has been since the incident on Mahara's Island when I last heard that voice. As I was feeling nostalgic, full assist continued further. We had extended the safe mode due to the possibility of interfering with the activities of the greedy dragon. Do you need us to explain the situation? Yes, please. As I nodded my head, I heard more voices. The greedy dragon had repeatedly awakened while sleeping inside Kakazuka and had been accumulating power to suppress Zorgral. Currently, it seems to be temporarily inhibiting Zorgral's activity by doing so. Understood. By the way, let me confirm one thing. What is it? What happened to the greedy dragon? I saw him jump into Zorgral, but, as I thought, he was absorbed. Currently, the presence of the greedy dragon is detected from inside Zorgral. It is presumed that some force is preventing absorption while also inhibiting the activity of Zorgral. In other words, is he alive? If so, I should rescue him before he is absorbed by Zorgral. This time, I was saved from a dangerous situation, and I should return the favor with my life. Understood. However, until that golden barrier disappears, it is impossible for us to interfere. We should take our time and spend the next 3 days preparing. I understand. I have no intention of wasting the time that the greedy dragon has given us. By the way, he said I had the key to deal with Zorgral in my memory. What was that all about? In retrospect, there should be no gaps in my memory. If you don't mind, I would like to conduct a thorough examination of Kakazuka's memory area. There may be information sealed away subconsciously. Yes, that would be great. Thank you very much. We will now begin the analysis process. We will contact you when it is finished. Then, right after finishing the conversation in my brain with full assist, Iris came over to me. I'm glad you're okay. What happened? Well, it's hard to explain in a few words. Following Iris, Lily and Letitia were also approaching us. I should go back to the ground and explain the situation to them. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 2 Part 1. Thanks to Watchru for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 2 halves. Ed. Blast. Chapter 2. I introduced full assist. Part 1. I took Iris and the others down to the garden of the guest house. Now, where should I start? As I was pondering, Letitia raised her hand. Kusama, if you are having trouble with the order of explanation, may I ask you a question first? Yes, that's right. I think it will be easier for me to talk to you that way. You can ask me anything. Thank you very much. Then I would like to ask you a question. Letitia continued to speak. I saw a dragon heading towards Zorgral in the battle that just ended. That dragon may have been my... Yeah, I nodded to Letitia's words. It was Letitia's brother, the greedy dragon. Wait a minute. Iris raised her voice with a questioning look on her face. Are you saying that Ku and the greedy dragon are two separate entities? That's correct. I nodded and explained to the three of them what had happened last time during the battle with the demon god dragon. I have touched the consciousness of the greedy dragon that was sleeping inside me, and when I was in a desperate crisis, I was able to survive by becoming one with the greedy dragon through creation. I myself am not Letitia's brother. I'm sorry for having misled you until now. No, I am the one who should be apologizing. I may have made you feel uncomfortable by assuming that you are my brother. That is not true. To be honest, it would be fun to have a sister as cheerful as Letitia. Thank you. I am honored to hear you say so. Letitia gave out a soft smile. However, her expression was somewhat stiff. I am sure she is anxious about what happened to her brother, the greedy dragon. Kusama, please tell me one more thing. Yeah, why did the greedy dragon separate from Kusama? And what happened to him? I will accept whatever answer you give me. Please tell me the truth. Letitia's face was serious as she told me this, and she looked straight at me. It would be insulting to her to tell her anything comforting under the circumstances. The reason the greedy dragon separated from me was to stall Zorgral, I said, and pointed to the night sky. Higher than the clouds, the golden barrier that surrounds Zorgral shines faintly. According to Full Assist, the greedy dragon is inside Zorgral but has not yet been absorbed. In other words, that boy is sacrificing himself to buy time, right? Letitia said as she looked at the barrier in the sky above. We can't do anything about Zorgral now, and we should use the time he has bought us to find a way to defeat him. Letitia muttered to herself. No, in fact, I think she is telling herself that inside Zorgral, she has a brother who is still alive and separated from her, and there is no telling when he will be absorbed. As a sister, she would want to go to his rescue immediately, but she is trying desperately to hold on and keep her composure. Letitia is strong. I couldn't help muttering to myself. But don't be too hard on yourself. We are friends. I know you're worried about your brother, and if you're having a hard time, don't hesitate to let it out. Yes, I'll be relying on you then, Letitia replied and turned her gaze toward me. So, do you have any ideas on how to defeat Zorgral? There is, according to the greedy dragon, the key lies in creation, and my memories. Just as I answered that, Lily raised her hand. I'm sorry for interrupting your story. The God of War has something he wants to talk to you about. Is it possible to have you come down to the underground right away? I'm fine. What about Iris and Letitia? No problem for me. I don't have a problem either. Apparently, neither of them had any objections. Thank you. Lily bowed her head after hearing our answer. I'd like to save time and use the power I inherited from the God of War to transfer underground. May I ask you to come with me? We nodded and approached Lily. Immediately after, Lily's entire body was enveloped in a silvery light, and pure white wings appeared from her back. It was a sign that she had inherited power from the God of War. Lily spread her wings wide and wrapped me, Iris, and Letitia inside. Preparations are complete. Yes. With a cute call, my vision turned completely white. After a few seconds of floating, we were warped into a dimly lit underground passageway. The transfer was successful, Lily muttered with a sigh. Soon after, the pure white wings that had enveloped us disappeared as if melting into the air. King Octo had guided us to the underground of the royal capital once before, a few days ago. Since it was a straight, single-track road to begin with, we did not get lost along the way. After walking for a while in the underground passage, we eventually arrived at a vast cavern. Welcome back, Transmigrator. A solemn, low voice rang out. The words emanated from the giant God of War warden, who sat on a huge throne set up at the back of the cavern. I have watched your battles from here, like this. Immediately after, an aurora appeared over our heads, and an image was projected onto it. The image showed the battle that had just taken place. It is truly a miracle that you survived against Zorgral. Transmigrator, no, Kakazuka. You are truly extraordinary. But I could not win. I am alive thanks to the greedy dragon. As I answered, I unknowingly clenched my right fist tightly. My heart was aching as if it was constricted. "What is this feeling?" Oku, the god of war, announced in a slightly gentler tone than before. "You are not letting your frustration overwhelm you, are you?" "I see." "Am I feeling frustrated right now?" "Yes, indeed, I do." I felt incredibly frustrated that I couldn't reach Zorgral despite my best efforts, and that I forced the greedy dragon to make such a sacrifice. There must have been a better way. There must have been something I could have done. These feelings flooded my chest. I clenched my right fist even tighter and tighter than before. My fingernails dug into my palms. It hurt, but it felt too light a punishment for my powerlessness. "Ku, don't blame yourself too much," Iris said, and gently wrapped her hands around my right hand. "You gave it your all." I was watching from the side, and I can assure you of that. "I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help. I, too, have not yet mastered the power of the god of war," Lily mutters apologetically. "So, it's not just Kusan's fault. We are friends, so let us bear the responsibility together." Letitia smiled softly at me. "I can understand why Kusama is frustrated. If only I had more power, there might have been a different ending." "I can't help but think so." "Really? You're right." I nodded to Letitia's words. "But time cannot be rewound. We can't change what has happened. We have to accept the past as the past and use it to improve ourselves in the next step. That's all we can do." As I have said before, when I was in Japan, I was mainly engaged in putting out fires of flaming incidents. The key to putting out fires is to calmly analyze the mistakes that have occurred up to that point and take steps to counter them. If you offended a customer, you apologize. If the schedule was out of order, you rebuild it. Even if the situation seemed hopeless, if you solve each small problem one by one, you would eventually find hope. Even the battles up to today had not all been easy. The Black Spider, the Black Dragon, the Gluttonous Dragon, the Demon God Dragon. I felt my life was in danger not once or twice. I've been at the short end of many battles, but I've never given up, and in the end, I've managed to turn things around. I take a deep breath in and out. It's not an easy way to change your mind, but it did clear up some of the fog in my chest. Iris, Lily, Letitia. Thank you. I feel a little better now. I'm glad to hear that. Iris giggled and slowly removed her hands from my right hand. I relaxed from my right hand and opened my fingers. The palm of my hand was smeared with blood. Apparently, I had clenched my fist so tightly that I had injured myself with my fingernail. I must have put a tremendous amount of force into my fist. "Ku, is your hand all right?" "It's no big deal." I took out a heal potion from their item box, and quickly sprinkled it on my right hand. The wounds were healing quickly. "It works great." The one who shouted that was the god of war. "The items you produce are all out of the ordinary and beyond the bounds of this world. If anyone can defeat Zorgral, it is you who possesses the power of creation." "Well, it's about time." "What exactly does time mean?" While I was wondering, something unexpected happened. The body of the god of war had begun to disintegrate, breaking off from the tips of its hands and feet and turning into silver particles. I gasped in surprise, and beside me, Lily shouted, "God of War Sama!" "Oh Shrine Maiden, calm yourself." Despite the fact that his body was disintegrating, the god of war remained calm. "My life has been running out. The reason I have remained alive so long is so that I can pass on my power to those who will visit me in the future. I have fulfilled that role for you. Then I shall simply fade away." "No way." Lily let out a voice of sorrow. "There is no need to be sad. It is the natural order of things." Then the god of war turned his gaze toward me. "Oku, my life ends here, but I will not let you fight alone. At the end of my life, I will leave you a jewel that contains my blessing. Use it as material for your creation." "I understand." When I nodded, the god of war's mouth relaxed as if he was relieved. "If so, then good. And also tell my descendant Octo, thank you for protecting the underground where I sleep until today. Then, farewell." And then the body of the god of war disappeared completely. There is only one thing where the god of war used to be. Only one silver jewel remained where the god of war had been. I activate appraisal. The god of war's treasure, a treasure that contains the blessing of the god of war. It contains a strong divine energy. I picked it up and stored it in my item box. I looked back at Lily. Her face clearly showed her shock at what had happened in front of her. But then she shook her head, and her expression tightened. "Kusan, let's get back to the surface. Are you okay?" "Yes." "When I inherited the power, the god of war told me that this day would come. I understand. but don't push yourself too hard. Thank you. When things get tough, let me rely on you. Of course. I am much older than you. Don't be shy about it. Yes. If you say so, I feel much more at ease. Lily nodded and smiled as if she was relieved. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 2 Part 2. Here's the chapter, Enjoy, Ed. Blast. Part 2. After that, I asked Lily to use her power to transfer us to the surface, just as we had done when we first arrived. The destination was the garden of the guest house. Looking above our heads, we saw a golden-colored barrier with a shimmering light, in which Zorgral was sealed. The barrier lasts only 3 days, right? Iris said. We need to find a way to defeat Zorgral while the greedy dragon is holding it back. The key is creation, and Kusama's memories, right? Yes. I nodded at Letitia's words. Regarding my memory, Full Assist is investigating it for me. In the meantime, it's creation. Then, I'll let Ku work on creation, and I guess it's our job to gather the materials. Fortunately, this is the royal capital, and there should be plenty of things here. Perhaps we should ask King Octo for his cooperation. I agree. Lily nodded. And I would like to convey the words from the God of War to King Octo. Well then, we must have an audience with King Octo first. However, with the appearance of Zorgral, the royal capital would be in turmoil, and it might be difficult to meet him. As I returned to the guest house with this in mind, a male staff member called out to me. Kusama, King Octo is here. Please come to the common room if you would like. The king is here? Yes. He has been here for about 5 minutes. I understand. I will be right there. Please show me the way. The male staff member took me to the common room, and there I found King Octo. He was sitting comfortably on the sofa drinking coffee. But when he saw us, he got up and came to us. Kudono, I am glad you are safe. It seems the God of War has passed away. So he knows that? I was about to speak, and I remembered that I had been told before to speak more comfortably. Then, it would be more appropriate to answer like this. Yes. How did you know? Of course, it is because I am there, descendant of the God of War. The skill will help me to know what is going on with the God of War immediately. It is unfortunate that I could not meet him in the end, but I am sure the God of War would not approve of me abandoning the country and rushing to his place. Did the God of War say something to you? If it's a message, it's entrusted to Lily. Isn't it? Yes. Lily nodded at my words. He said, you have done well to protect the underground where I sleep until today. I thank you. I see. King Octo's mouth relaxed, and he murmured, these words alone are enough to make all the hard work I and my family have done worthwhile. May I offer a silent prayer for a while? Yes. May I pray with you? Of course. Let's pray together in remembrance of the God of War. https://nikestranslation/home.files.wordpress.com/2023/03/00004.jpg. So, everyone, including me, King Octo, Iris, Lily, and Letitia, prayed in silence for about a minute. A quiet moment passed. After that, we sat down on the sofa and began to talk. First of all, let me explain the situation in the royal capital. It was King Octo who opened his mouth first. As expected, the appearance of Zorgral caused unrest among the people of the royal capital, and it seemed that panic was about to break out. However, King Octo himself, who had Charisma A+, appeared in front of the people and worked to settle the situation, and it seemed that he had regained his composure for the time being. Currently, we are dispatching knights possessing calm to various parts of the royal capital to prevent any new turmoil from occurring. However, there is a limit to how far we can go with our skills. Will you please tell me what is going on? I see. Of course. I nodded at King Octo's words and explained what had happened so far. He seemed surprised about the existence of the greedy dragon, but thanks to the fact that Letitia had previously told him that she was the reincarnation of a calamity, he understood it easily. I see, so you had a great calamity in your body. And now he is separated from you and is holding Zorgral back. Yes. We have 3 days. We need to be ready to defeat it during that time. 3 days? It seems long but very short at the same time. King Octo nodded with narrowed eyes. So, what are you going to do with the preparations? I've been watching Kudono's battles, and I can't think of a single way to defeat Zorgral. According to the greedy dragon, the key is my memory and creation. Kudono's memories? I understand that creation is the key, But what do you mean by your memory? It was right after King Octo muttered that the voice of full assist echoed in my brain. The inspection of Kakazuka's memory domain has been completed. A sophisticated seal has been made in the deep layers of the memory domain, and it is extremely difficult to release it. Pardon me? Is it impossible even with full assist? Yes. However, it may be possible to unlock it by performing a special ritual using the Twilight Scroll. The Twilight Scroll was one of the items that Milia gave me before. Spirit, Creator God, Dragon God, God of War, and Calamity. It worked miracles by uniting the 5 powers into one. As a result of using it to stop the eruption of Mount Maharas, the power of creation was boosted, and the volcano was transformed into a mine. May I perform a fast installation on the content of the ritual? The time required is 3 seconds. That's surprisingly short. Sure, do it right away. Understood. Now, let's execute the fast install. Immediately after, I felt something flowing into the back of my head. I see. It seemed to be the same as on Maharas Island, where the power of me, Iris, Lily, and Letitia would be united into one to break the seal. However, it seemed that more than 100 people would be needed to carry out the ritual by controlling the power from the outside, and control was a delicate thing, and failure was not allowed. It was quite difficult. It would be difficult to gather more than 100 new people and perform a ritual that no one has ever done before in a limited time. There is a solution to that. The voice of full assist announces, while they are not a human race, more than 100 beings with the unified will are. I figured it out too. You mean the Helper Slime? Yes. They're considered the perfect beings to carry out the ritual. Indeed. I nodded by myself. While I was doing so, King Octo, who was sitting on the sofa across from me, asked me quizzically. What's wrong, Kudono? You've suddenly gone quiet. I have found out something important. It is not just King Octo. Everyone, please listen to me. After saying so, I told everyone present that my memory was sealed and that there was a ritual to release it. I see. Iris was the first to open her mouth. You mean there might be a clue to defeating Zorgral in Ku's sealed memories? I think there is a possibility. Lily nodded and said, but, I wonder who sealed Kusan's memories? I think we'll find that out too when we unseal that part of it. Letitia looked at me as she said this. By the way, are you aware that you are missing some of your own memories? No, I'm not. That's why it's so strange. If my true identity was that of a greedy dragon, then what would be sealed up were the memories of my previous life. But since the greedy dragon and I were two separate entities, there was no possibility of that. That being the case, I won't know for sure until I unseal the seal. At any rate, King Octo said, Kudono and the others will now perform the ritual and look for a way to defeat Zorgral. Is that right? Yes. Time is limited, and we will begin preparations immediately. What about the location? If you need me to go there, please don't hesitate to let me know. Well, I'll think about the rest of the operation. I needed a lot of Helper Slime for the ritual, but they couldn't leave the underground city near Arn. However, my flying ship Blazner has Helper Slime Summon X as a granted effect, so I could put Helper Slime on it as an exception. Considering this, the ritual should be performed aboard the Blazner. Then, all we need is enough space to make Blazner appear. Since the total length is over 100 meters, a suitable place would be necessary. When I discussed this with King Octo, he replied, then, you can use the central square of the royal capital. It will be easy to bring out Blazner in that place. Then may I ask you to lend me the place? Of course. King Octo nodded his head. At present, the only people who can deal with Zorgral are Kudono and the others. If so, as the king of this country, I will provide my absolute cooperation. If there is anything else you need, please let me know. I understand. When can we start using the square? If necessary, I will make it available immediately. With my Charisma A+, I can do that easily. When the time of the ritual is decided, you can tell the guest house staff. After the conversation was over, King Octo left the guest house. He said that he would share the information about Zorgral with his other vassals and take steps to prevent the people of the royal capital from panicking. The four of us, myself, Iris, Lily, and Letitia, remained in the common room to discuss our future plans. The first step is to prepare for the ritual. What do we need? As far as things go, all we need is Blazner and the Twilight Scroll, so that shouldn't be a problem. Iris answered. You can also call the Helper Slimes as ritual performers with the Helper Slime Summoning X. Speaking of which, Where did Zurara go? He was asleep in his room earlier today. The one who answered was Lily. No way. He is still sleeping in his room. It's possible if it's Zurara-sama, isn't it? Letitia muttered with a giggle. Let's just try to find him. I activated auto mapping. A blue-white window appeared in front of me, displaying a map of the area. Tell me where Zurara is. As soon as I said this, a red dot of light appeared on the screen. According to this, Zurara was on the roof of the guest house. What in the world is he doing? Maybe he's keeping an eye on Zorgral. That's possible. I nodded at Iris and got up from the sofa. I'll go get him. You guys wait here. Kusan, Lily said as she sat up from the sofa. Can I go with you? I don't mind. What about Iris and Letitia? I think I'll just wait here. That's right. I'd like to have a chat with Iris-sama if that's alright. Okay, I'll be leaving now. So I took Lily and left the common room. Yawn. When I turned around, Lily was holding her hand over her mouth. It seemed that she was yawning. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's fine. I mean, if you are sleepy, you can go ahead and go to bed. I'm still fine. I'll try my best until I get a better idea of what the ritual is going to be. I understand. But if it gets really tough, let me know. Yes. Thank you for your concern. Lily bowed her head. Kusan is very kind, isn't he? This much is natural for an adult. When you grow up, Lily, please be kind to younger people. I said this and thought about the future. If Zorgral loses, this world will cease to exist, and even Lily will not live. I can't say that it's a big deal to protect people's future, and it's impossible for me to bear such a thing, but I would at least like to protect the future of my comrades, the girls in front of me. We must defeat Zorgral for sure. I whispered in a low voice and started walking toward the rooftop. Lily followed alongside me. Kusan, can I ask you about the fight we just had? Yes. Of course. Is there something on your mind? Lily was about to say something but then closed her mouth. It seems that she is thinking about it, unable to articulate it well in her own mind. I wouldn't bother rushing her. People have their own pace. After walking in silence for a while, Lily spoke up. When you were fighting with Zorgral, weren't you scared? I didn't really feel that way. It was not something that I was trying to be strong about, but it was my honest opinion. I mean, I was so busy fighting Zorgral at the time, I didn't have time to think about being scared or frightened or anything like that. How about Lily? I'm the same way. But what's up? When Zorgral tried to swallow Kusan at the end, I almost suffocated. I was so scared that I thought that Kusan might die. That thought scared me so much. Lily shuddered and shook herself. Lily is so kind. You are much kinder than I am. I pat Lily on the head. Is that so? Yeah. The fact that you worry about me like that is proof of your kindness. Thank you. Kusan is an important friend of mine. So, please don't push yourself too hard, Kusan. I understand. By the way, Lily has changed, too. Is that so? Yeah. In the past, you used to be so full of thoughts that you were willing to die for the sake of the mission. Compared to that, you're a lot more cheerful now. It's probably thanks to you and everyone else. I've been living my life thinking only about God of War's Shrine Maiden, but you taught me that there are many fun things in the world. Then, even more so, we must win against Zorgral. Yes. I'd like to go to the casino in Fort Port, too. Yeah, sure. There is a big casino in Fort Port, where we stopped on our way. However, even though it is called a casino, it is actually more like a large-scale amusement park with a huge maze, athletic activities with prizes, and attractions like a real-life escape game. I'd been curious about it myself, but the timing hadn't been right for me to go visit. Well, after the battle with Zorgral is over, we'll go to the casino in Fort Port, too. I promise. Yes. I'm looking forward to it. Lily nodded, her mouth tearing up. I suddenly had an idea and stopped right there. Lily also stopped and turned around. Kusan, what's wrong? I told you before that I came from a different world, didn't I? I heard that you used to live in a country called Japan. Yes. There is a special spell for this. I held up the pinky finger of my right hand. Lily, can I ask you to do the same thing? Like this? Lily pointed her right pinky toward me with a slightly awkward movement. Yes. Then, let's go. After I hooked my pinky finger to Lily's pinky finger, I continued to speak. It's a pinky promise. If I lie to you, I'll drink 1,000 needles. Finger cut. Is that a spell? Yeah. It means that if I don't go to the casino in Fort Port, I will be forced to drink 1,000 needles as punishment. That's a terrible promise. Lily rolled her eyes and muttered. Is your hometown a very dangerous place, Kusan? No, it's rather peaceful. I told you before, there are no monsters. It's a mysterious place, isn't it? I would like to visit there, too. Well, if we ever get the chance. And it's uncertain if there's any way to get back to the world I was in the first place. As expected, I can't make a pinky promise on this one. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 2 Part 3, sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy, Ed, Blast, Part 3. Well, then, let's continue and go pick up Zurara, I said, and activated auto-mapping. Again I searched and found that Zurara had not moved from the rooftop. I wonder what in the world he is doing. Well, we'll find out when we get there. I lead Lily up the stairs of the guest house. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor. Finally, we opened the door leading to the rooftop. The rooftop is a reasonably large area, enough to hold a soccer game. In the center of the rooftop was the figure of Zurara. Zurara, I called out from afar, but there was no answer. He was staring blankly up at the sky, at Zorgral, which was enveloped in a golden barrier. What's going on with Zurara-san? Lily wondered. The atmosphere is somehow different from usual. Anyway, let's go closer. Lily and I walk over to Zurara's place a little faster than usual. Zurara, are you alright? I tried to talk to him, but he didn't respond. Zurara's face was vacant, and his gaze was fixed on Zorgral. It was as if his soul had been sucked out of him by Zorgral. I was beginning to feel uneasy. I kneeled down on the spot and reached out with my right hand to touch Zurara's head. Then, shaking his round body, I called out to him again. Zurara, say something. Zurara, huh? Whoa. There's a response. I removed my right hand from Zurara's body. Zurara's face turned into a look of surprise, and he turned his attention to me. Huh, Master-san, Lilian Ichin. What's going on? We came to pick you up because Zurara seems to be on the rooftop. What are you doing here? Zurara mumbles something like that, swaying his body from side to side. Why am I here? You don't know? Yeah, I was sleeping in my room. Zurara has a look of deep wonder on his face. He didn't seem to be in the mood to lie and cover it up. When asked for more details, he said that he fell asleep in Lily's room right after dinner. He has no recollection of anything after that. When I told him that Zorgral had already appeared, Zurara exclaimed with a look of astonishment on his face. So that round thing in the sky is Zorgral? Yeah. Right now, the greedy dragon is holding it back. I must have fallen asleep at such a difficult time. I'm sorry. It's alright, right, Lily? Yes. I'm glad Zurara-san is safe and sound. But why did you come to the rooftop? As expected, that's something I am curious about, too. What is Full Assist's opinion? We are currently analyzing it. We will notify you when we reach a conclusion. Apparently, they had already started looking into it. As expected of Full Assist, they are very competent. Thank you very much. For the time being, how about requesting cooperation in the ritual? That's certainly right. I nodded to myself and called out to Zurara. Zurara, actually, there's something I need your help with. Yes, sure. I'll work twice, thrice, or 400 times as hard as you've been asking me to. Twice, thrice, or 4 times as much. It's exaggerated, but that's how motivated he must be. I told Zurara that there seemed to be a sealed part of my memory and that I needed to perform a ritual to unlock it. Zurara's reaction was, Master, are you missing your memory? Apparently so. I'm not aware of it. I wonder. Anyway, I understand. Tell me about the ritual, and I'll tell the others. Can you do that, Zurara-san? Lily asked. And Zurara answered a little proudly. Yes. We helper slimes can talk in our dreams while we are asleep. Come to think of it, Full Assist told me that before. Helper slimes are connected as one in the deepest part of their consciousness and can share information with each other during sleep or something like that. That means that if I teach the ritual procedure to Zurara, it will be passed on to the other helper slimes. As I was thinking about this, I heard the voice of Full Assist in my head again. Fast installation will be performed on the individual name Zurara for the ritual procedure. Please touch the subject with your right hand. Understood. I again extend my right hand and touch Zurara. Yay. Master-san patted my head. What's wrong? I'm going to tell you the steps of the ritual if you don't mind. Yes, I'll do my best to remember. Alright, here we go. Start the fast installation. Completed. It was just a moment. That's just fast. I just got a whole bunch of stuff in my head. Zurara seemed to be surprised at the suddenness of it all, and his eyes were whirling around. Kusan, what did you do just now? Lily asked me. I used my skills to give him information about the ritual. That's a remarkable skill. Yes, it's a skill I'm very proud of, I reply with a chuckle. It feels good to be praised for. Full assist. You sounded like you were bragging about someone you know. That may be true. In the early days, full assist was really just a mechanical sound. But now it has become a completely human atmosphere. I also feel like full assist is my partner. Once we get back to the common room, I'd better introduce it to everyone. While I was thinking about it, Zurara spoke up. Master-san, I understand the ritual. I guess I just have to tell everyone about it. Right? Yeah. Can you do it? Yes, leave it to me, Zurara said and jumped up and down on the spot cheerfully. If I go to sleep now, I think I can tell everyone about the ritual in my dreams and make the arrangements. I wonder if Iris and Ain and Letitia and Ain are awake. If they are awake, I'd love to say good night to them. Yes, that's right. I'm sure they're both worried about Zurara, so I guess you'd better show up. So we left the rooftop and headed back to the common room for the time being. When we returned to the common room, Iris and Letitia were talking happily. I was just listening to what Iris-sama and Kusama were saying about when they first met. I was told that Kusama was an extraordinary adventurer from the very beginning. To be honest, I'm surprised that less than half a year has passed since then. We've come a long way, haven't we? I guess so. It is quite a distance across the sea from Ulm to the royal capital, and besides, I never expected to be in a party to do battle that would ultimately determine the fate of the world. If I told the me of a year ago about the current situation, I'm sure he wouldn't have believed me. As I shrugged my shoulders, Zurara stepped out in front of Iris and Letitia. Iris and Ain, Letitia and Ain. I'm sorry for worrying you, Zurara-chan. I'm so glad you're okay. I'm so relieved. I knew it would be a relief to have you here, Zurara-sama. Letitia, sitting on the sofa, reached out with her right hand and patted Zurara's head. He, I got a pat on the head. Yay. Zurara shivered happily. By the way, Kusama, what was Zurara-sama doing on the rooftop? Actually, I'm not sure. What do you mean? I'm analyzing it with my skills, so please wait for the results. After answering that, I decided to explain, full assist, to everyone. The effect is that it is a skill that automatically analyzes information, but recently it has developed a kind of ego, and although it does not have a physical form, I consider it a reassuring partner. I told this to Iris and the others. It's kind of strange, isn't it? Iris said after hearing my story. I've never heard of a skill having an ego. It really is something out of the ordinary, isn't it? Yeah, Letitia muttered as she nodded her head. Anyway, as a fellow traveler, it is necessary for me to say hello to you since you have been supporting Kusama behind the scenes for so long. I'm Letitia Demetia. As you probably already know, I am the reincarnation of the brilliant and arrogant dragon. Lily, looking at Letitia, announced in a timid manner. I am Lily Lunaria. I am their God of War's Shrine Maiden, and now I have inherited the power of the God of War. I am Zurara. I'm Master San's favorite slime and a companion slime. Nice to meet you. I wonder if I should introduce myself as well, Iris said, puzzled. I'm Iris Note Fafner, an A-ranked adventurer. Well, let's see. I don't know why everyone is introducing themselves to full assist. Will there be a reply? Thank you all for your politeness. I am full assist, and I am supporting Kakazuka. Please tell them that. I apologize for the trouble but thank you in advance. I didn't expect this, but I got a reply. Full assist is an important partner, and, of course, I have no intention of ignoring their wishes. I told Iris and the others without a single word of difference. It's kind of funny to hear back from a skill, isn't it? Iris chuckled and said, so, full assist is analyzing what you're doing on the rooftop, Zurara-chan? Yeah, I'll let everyone know when I get the results. Well, and after the conversation is over, I looked at the wall clock in the common room. It was already around 1 o'clock in the morning. Everyone looked a little sleepy after the battle with Zorgral. Zurara, what time can we start the ritual? I'm going to sleep now and discuss it with the others. So I think we can start at noon. Then I guess we should get some rest tonight. If we're still tired, it's not going to help us get ready for tomorrow. I suppose so. Letitia nodded. It is at times like this that it is important to rest your body properly. Kusan, what time shall we gather tomorrow? Let's see. I thought for a while in response to Lily's question. Considering that we're getting ready for bed now, I think around 10 a.m. would be a good time. We could have breakfast at that time and meet in the dining room. I understand. That's fine with me. Me, too. I'm fine, too. Me, too. At that time, I should have finished talking with everyone. Then tomorrow, we will meet at the dining room at 10 o'clock a.m. No, wait. If we're going to start the ritual at noon, we might as well have more breakfast. That's for sure. Iris nodded at my words. Well, then, shall we have lunch as well? So it's brunch, then? Yes. I nodded at Letitia's words. Let me tell the staff at the guest house. Then we'll break up for today. So that was the end of the day. Although it was already after midnight, there was a staff member who works the night shift at the guest house, so I asked him to prepare breakfast from 10 a.m. tomorrow and to have more for lunch as well. Understood. By the way, Kusama, the night shift male staff said with a respectful look on his face. I have received a message from King Octo that he would like to know the time of the ritual when you confirm it. Yes, that's right. I have to ask him to leave the royal square open as a place to put out the blazner, don't I? The ritual will take place tomorrow at noon. If there are any problems, let me know immediately. You can wake me up. Yes, sir. I will let him know. Yes, thank you. After I said this, I suddenly wondered. Currently, Zorgral was floating in the sky of the royal capital. The staff at the guest house must be aware of this, but I wondered what they thought about it. When I asked him, he answered as follows. King Octo has already given us a full explanation. He told us that there is a powerful monster inside that golden barrier and that only Kusama and his companions are capable of defeating it. It seemed that King Octo had already informed the staff of the guest house of the minimum information. We, the staff of the guest house, will do our best to support you. If there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to contact us. Don't you ever think of escaping from the capital? We, the staff of the state guest house, will provide the best service at any time. We pride ourselves on that. Even if the guest house is attacked by a swarm of monsters, we will serve our guests until the very last moment. That's admirable. If you say so, then I suppose it is the same for you, Kusama. I heard from King Octo that you protected the royal capital from that spherical monster at your own risk. The male staff member bowed deeply. Unfortunately, I do not have the strength to fight. I will leave the task of defeating the monsters in the hands of Kusama and his companions, but in return, I will do my best with all my might. I understand. I will definitely defeat that monster. You can count on me. Yes, I will. Good night, then. After that, I went back to my room, set the alarm on my magic tool, and lay down on my bed. A shower would be fine in the morning. When I closed my eyes, I heard the voice of, "Full assist," in my brain. May I have a moment? Of course. What's up? Thank you for introducing me to your fellow companions today. I am glad to hear you call me a valued partner. Of course. You've been supporting me close by ever since I came to this world. I mean, your reactions have become really human-like. I feel that is strange even for me. Perhaps if I can unseal Kakazuka's memory domain, I might be able to find out the reason why. That's a possibility. Anyway, let's go to bed for tomorrow. Shall we? Yes. Good night then. Good night. Have a good dream. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 3 Part 1. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Chapter 3. I started the ritual. Part 1. The next day I woke up at 9 a.m. Looking up at the sky through the window of my room, I saw that Zorgral was still there, wrapped in a golden barrier in the northern sky. I will definitely defeat it sooner or later. Just wait and see. With renewed determination, I stepped away from the window. After taking a shower, I got ready and left the room. I went to the dining room on the first floor and found Iris and the others already there. Good morning, Ku. Did you have a good rest? Yeah, I am fine. How is everyone else? I was fast asleep after that. I think I was very tired. Me, too. I couldn't sleep a bit, so I drank some herbal tea and then went to sleep. I had a good night's sleep. I told all the helper slimes about the ritual, so rest assured, Zurara said, and his body turned a little vertically. He was a little bit taller than usual, and his body was bent over. Thank you, Zurara. I went over to Zurara and patted him on the head. He. I got praised. It's a relief to see him in such an innocent mood. I took my seat, and soon after, my meal was served. On the left side of the oval white plate was a pancake, and on the right side was a salad of salmon and avocado. The pancake on the left side was so thick that it could have been used as sandwich bread if it had been split into two in the center. The pancake was fluffy, and white steam rose from the sides. It was just like freshly made bread. The size of the pancake was also quite large, one size larger than the palm of my hand. The salad on the right has 10 pieces each of salmon and avocado cut diagonally. It's extravagant. In Japan, not many restaurants would serve portions so generously. The sour cream instead of toppings was also plentiful, and there was even a bowl of hot pumpkin soup. With this amount of food, I certainly don't think I'll need lunch. Iris nodded her head in agreement as she took a bite of the sour cream-covered pancake. The sourness of the cream is nice. It goes well with the sweetness of the pancakes. The avocado is very tender and ripe, chewy. The salmon is so juicy. Aren't you going to eat it, Kusan? Lily, sitting across from me, asked me. Are you feeling unwell? No, I was just watching everyone else. Eating is not the only thing to look forward to when it comes to meals. When I was in Japan, I always ate alone. I didn't have time to go to the restaurant with anyone. My days were like yogurt drinks in the morning, sweet bread for lunch, and convenience store bento for dinner. Compared to those days, the meal was quite extravagant now. Not to mention the gorgeousness of the menu and the fact that I could sit around the table with so many people. There is a saying that who you eat with is more important than what you eat, and it is certainly true. If I had been alone, this breakfast would have been a tasteless one. While I was thinking about this and putting the pancake in my mouth, a male staff member came over to me and said, Kusama, I have a message from King Octo. Would you like to hear it now or would you prefer to have it after the meal? Now is fine. Tell me. I understand. He said he would send someone to pick you up at 11:30 a.m. and that he would like you to come with him to the plaza. All right. Thank you. I thanked him and returned to my meal. The pumpkin soup was rich and had an irresistible, penetrating sweetness. The dessert that followed was a dense pudding with a concentrated egg flavor, and it, too, was quite a delicacy. Phew. Thank you for the meal. If I ate this much, it would certainly last me until the end of the night. After waiting for everyone to finish eating, I told everyone about my plans for the rest of the day. According to King Octo, the pickup will come at 11:30. We will meet at the entrance of the guest house at 11:25, which is 5 minutes before, and we will have free time until then. Is that all right with you? I'm fine. I'm fine, too. Me, too. I have no objection to that. By the way, Kusama, do you have any plans before you leave? No, I don't have any plans. What's wrong? I'd like to talk to you alone for a moment if you don't mind. Would you like to go out in the garden? I understand. As I nodded, Iris, who was sitting next to me, spoke up. Letitia, do you have business with Ku? Yes, of course. I have no intention of interfering with his relationship with Iris-sama, so please don't worry about it. I would rather call it a family meeting as a sister. Wait, Letitia. I'm not the greedy dragon, so I'm not Letitia's brother. Pardon me. However, until yesterday, I had been treating you as my brother, and it is not something that can be suddenly changed, so please accept it. I see. If I am told to accept it, there is indeed no way to refute it. Letitia is quite pushy in this area, isn't she? Letitia and I went out together into the garden of the guest house. Iris, Lily, and Zurara, the two and a companion, seemed to be getting ready in their rooms. Letitia, don't you have to get ready? Don't worry about that. I already did that before I came for breakfast. That's all right then. We walked around the garden for a while and stopped at the pond. Shall we go around here? Yes. So, what's the story? There are two topics. The first is about weapons. About weapons? Kusama with the magic sword Gram, Iris-sama with the holy dragon spear Famule, and Lily-sama with the Yggdrasil bow. All of which are weapons of extraordinary power. But I only use my bare hands. I don't think my unique ability, Falling Star, was very effective against Zorgral. I wonder if that's true. Just as I was wondering that the voice of, Full Assist, echoed Letitia Demeter's statement is not wrong. The Holy Dragon Spear Thimul's Absolute Freeze X and the silver arrows released from Idrisil's bow both contained enormous magical power and were able to strike an effective blow against Zorgral's tentacles. On the other hand, Letitia Demeter's Falling Star is merely an attack that hits a huge mass, so it is not able to inflict much damage on Zorgral's tentacles. I see. So it's important whether or not the attack has magic power. As I was convinced, Letitia said further. Kusama, I am afraid that my current situation may be a great hindrance in the fight against Zorgral. I know it's a presumptuous request, but could you please make me a weapon using creation? I know how you feel. I nodded and answered. By the way, what kind of weapons does Letitia want? Do you have a request for a sword, a spear, or something like that? I have tried many different weapons during my travels, but I am most comfortable with my fists. However, I can't just punch Zorgral directly in the face, so something like Kusama's Gram, which can release magic power in a direction, would be ideal. Indeed, considering that, rather than a pure weapon, something that strengthens the Falling Star would be ideal, or something completely different. At any rate, I understand Letitia's idea, but I don't know if we can make the weapon as requested. Can I ask, full assist, for a moment? Of course. Please do. Letitia bowed with a polite gesture as she said that. Well, now that's how it is, but do you have any good recipes? I called out to full assist. In my mind, search will now be performed. Search finished. The search took 0.2 seconds, and there were no applicable recipes. There is none. As expected, things don't go so conveniently in this world. However, strengthening our forces is considered essential to defeating Zorgral. We will report back to you if we discover a recipe for a weapon that meets Letitia Demeter's request. Oh, yes, I'll be looking forward to it. After I said that in my mind, I also told Letitia what full assist had said. Understood. If there are any items you need, please do not hesitate to let me know. I understand. By the way, you said you had 2 topics. What is the other one? Well, that one's just a family meeting. What do you mean? What do you actually think of Iris-sama? Kusama? What is she talking about? I mean, she's an important companion, but is that all? What else is there? If I may add, I'm always grateful for her help. But you promised to go shopping with Iris-sama after the battle. I think that's what you call a date. No, I think you're overthinking that. I see. I understand. Letitia nodded with a wry smile. Even at a time like this, Kusama is still Kusama, isn't he? What are you talking about? No, don't worry about it. I'm just saying that the world could end in 2 or 3 days, and you should try not to have any regrets. It won't end, I muttered to myself as I turned my gaze to the sky. Zorgral was still floating in the northern sky. The golden barrier that surrounds it has not been broken. The greedy dragon is holding it back for now, and I'll definitely find a way to defeat Zorgral in the meantime. As long as we win, the world will go on, so there's nothing to worry about. Kusama is very strong, isn't he? Really? Yes. The world will go on as long as you win. Maybe we will not be able to win. They might be swallowed up again. Those are the thoughts that come to my mind. I won't let that happen. I'll be counting on you. Letitia giggled as she said that. When the conversation was over, we decided to go to the entrance of the guest house. The clock at the entrance showed that it was only 11 a.m. We still have plenty of time before the meeting time. What do you want to do? I don't have anything special to do, so I thought I would wait here until the meeting time. What about you, Kusama? Well, I guess I'll wait here, too. While I was talking like that, I heard a voice behind me. Ah, Kusan. It was a man's voice. When I turned around, I saw a slender young man with glasses rushing toward me. I know this young man. Relic D. Hubert. He is the 3rd son of the Duke of Hubert and an archaeologist. He mainly researches ancient civilizations and has brought back to life many magical objects from the past. For example, the showers in the rooms of the guest house are made of water magic stone, which seems to be the result of Relic's research. Because of his many other achievements, he was appointed as a special professor at the Royal Academy at the young age of his early 20s. Come to think of it, he must have been personally close to King Octo. Good morning, Kusan. I heard about yesterday from King Octo, Relic said with a concerned look in my direction. I also watched the battle from my room at the Royal Academy. Are you injured? I'm fine. I'm still alive and well, I said and raised my right hand in a gesture. Come to think of it, it's been a few days since I've seen Relic. I remember the last time we saw each other was when we arrived at the guest house. So, what's going on today? Could it be that the person who King Octo assigned to pick us up is Relic? Oh, there's someone else who will come. I have something I wanted you to see. Something you wanted me to see? Yes, this, Relic said and pulled out a black glass ball-like object from his pocket. It was previously excavated from an ancient ruin near the royal capital and was thought to be a kind of ornament. There's an ominous presence about it, Letitia muttered in a sharp voice behind me. What in the world is it? That's what I can't figure out, Relic muttered in a troubled voice. At the time of its discovery, it was said to be an ornament. But last night, when Zorgral came out, something strange happened. What happened? Suddenly, it started glowing purple. It was the same color as the Zorgral. That's strange. I thought about it for a while, and then a thought occurred to me. Could it be a piece of Zorgral's body? Maybe Zorgral had visited this world in the past. No, that's unlikely. Letitia shook her head and said, if Zorgral had appeared in the past, this world would have been destroyed at that point. That's for sure. The fact that this world continued to exist meant that the Zorgral had not yet arrived. Why don't you try to use appraisal for the time being? I guess so. I received the glass ball-like object from Relic and activated appraisal. The piece of emptiness. The item contains the emptiness that constitutes Zorgral. It uses technology from a world that is different from this world, a world that has already been destroyed. Oh, man, it really is a piece of Zorgral, isn't it? The fact that it glowed when Zorgral came out may have been our reaction to the appearance of the main body. What does it mean by technology from a different world being used in the first place? I'm going to tell both Relic and Letitia about the results of the appraisal. In other words, it is not from an ancient civilization, right? Yes, it seems to be from another world. Perhaps it was Letitia who raised her voice. Perhaps they were brought here by people who fled to this world after their own world was destroyed by Zorgral. How is that possible? It's just a theory. But the ancient people were trying to summon beings from other worlds who could resist the calamity, weren't they? If so, it is not surprising that the technology to travel between worlds existed. I see. Certainly, if such technology exists, it would not be surprising if items from different worlds existed individually. While I was convinced by this, Relic shouted loudly, "Ah, I see, so that's what this is all about." I understand. What's wrong? I asked, and Relic answered excitedly. I've been thinking about this for a while now, but it seems that about 100 years before the ancient civilization was destroyed, there was a great technological revolution. Perhaps the people whose world was destroyed by Zorgral had come over from another world and provided the technology. If so, it would change the meaning of the ancient texts that we couldn't decipher until now. Thank you, Kusan. Kusan is very much a benefactor of archaeology, Relic said, gripping my right hand with both of his hands and swinging it around. No, I was just using my appraisal. That's enough. I'm so glad I had you take a look at it. Oh, I can't stay like this. I have to go back to the academy and reread the literature. Kusan, I'll be sure to thank you sooner or later. Excuse me, Relic said, flipping his shabby white coat and leaving the scene. When I thought that, he made a U-turn and came back and said, "Oh, I'll give the piece to you, Kusan. It might give you a chance to defeat Zorgral, and you can treat it as you like. I still have more of the same in my lab, so if you need them, just let me know. See you later." Relic spoke this in a very fast voice and left the guest house, this time in a hurry. Let's see, even at a time like this, Relic's armor is always the same, isn't he? Letitia giggled as she looked at the place where Relic was standing a moment ago. We can't lose, so we don't let his research go to waste, can we? Oh, yes. I felt as if the tension had somehow eased thanks to Relic's visit. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 3 Part 2. Sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Patreon tier and new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Part 2. Since Zorgral was above my head, I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to keep my mind off of it. If I don't take a breather at some point, I might be exhausted by the time the battle is over. Well, I guess I'll have to wait until after the ritual is over. I can't rest until we have the plan to defeat Zorgral. With this thought in mind, I turned my gaze once again to the piece of emptiness. It's an extraordinary technology, isn't it, to cut off a piece of Zorgral and seal it inside a glass ball? If a world with this technology were still around today, we might have found a way to defeat Zorgral. Indeed, the world is a mess, isn't it? I shrugged my shoulders. I looked away from the glass ball and saw Zurara rolling toward me from across the corridor. https://nikestrans/2023/03/00024.jpg. I'm the first. Or so I thought. Zurara looked at Letitia and me and shouted in surprise, Master-san. Letitia Nain, you're early. Have you finished your talk already? Yes, I'm done. I've told him what I have to tell him, so all we have to do now is to go through with the ritual. Yes, we'll do it together, Zurara said and jumped up and down on the spot. The ceremony will require the help of Iris, Lily, and Letitia, as well as Zurara and the other helper slimes. I'm really grateful to have friends who are willing to lend their help at times like this. I am truly blessed. As I was looking back at myself like this, I suddenly noticed that Zurara was staring at me. Zurara, what's wrong? Master-san? What is that? Zurara's gaze was directed at the piece of emptiness in my right hand. This? Yes. Zurara nodded his head. His expression was more serious than ever. This is a piece of emptiness. It seems a part of Zorgral is sealed in it. Really? Zurara rolled his eyes and exclaimed in amazement. Isn't it dangerous? Master-san, you won't get absorbed, will you? Don't worry. It seems to be sealed up. That's good, but be careful, Zurara told me with concern and then turned his gaze again to the piece of emptiness. What's wrong? I think I might recognize it. What? But maybe I am imagining things. I'll ask the other slimes before the ritual. Yeah, I'll be looking out as well. Come to think of it, Zurara-sama was created in an ancient civilization, wasn't he? Letitia suddenly opened her mouth. It may be that Zurara-sama was also created using technology from another world. That's why you recognize the piece of emptiness. I guess that could be a possibility. Yes. However, that is only a guess. If the truth is revealed, it will be when Relic's research is advanced. He said he might be able to make progress in deciphering the ancient texts, and we should look forward to the results of that research. Not long after that, Iris and Lily arrived. Are we the last? Sorry, we're late. No, don't worry about it. It's not the time yet. I looked at the clock on the wall and saw that it had just turned 11:15. The time for pickup was originally 11:30. Wasn't it? Yes, that's right. I nodded at Letitia's words. So we decided to meet 5 minutes earlier and meet here at 11:25. But in fact, we're meeting at 11:15. Which is 15 minutes before the actual meeting time. What can I say? Everyone in our party is basically serious. But it's not a cramped, suffocating atmosphere, and in that sense, it's probably the ideal atmosphere. Anyway, all we have to do now is to wait for our pickups. In the meantime, I told Iris and Lily that Relic had brought a piece of emptiness. Can't that be used as material for creation? I don't have a recipe in mind at the moment. However, as Iris said, there is a possibility that it can be used as material for something. I think I should store it in their item box, for the time being. As I was storing the pieces of emptiness in this way, a female staff member of the guest house came in the entrance from outside. There is someone here to pick you up. May I show you to the entrance? That was pretty fast. Fortunately, we're all here, so it won't be a problem if they come. Yes, let them come in. Very well. The female staff member bowed and went back outside. The pickup person who arrived shortly after was a young woman with chestnut-colored hair in a braid. It was Milia. Good morning, Kusan. Everyone. I'm here to pick you up. Milia greeted with a bright smile and waved her right hand in the air. You are as energetic as ever. That's right. It's times like this when I have to be in high spirits. Well, that's for sure. Isn't it? Looking gloomy won't make the situation better. In fact, if you feel down, you won't be able to do the things you should be able to do. If that's the case, it's definitely better to keep a cheerful face. Anyway, we're all here now, so let's get going. Oh, Wait a minute. What's wrong? There are two things I need to explain to you beforehand. First, you will have to walk to the central square. It's about a long enough walk. We originally planned to provide a carriage, but the horses are too frightened now. That's understandable. Iris nodded in agreement. Even now, Zorgral is in the skies over the royal capital. Horses are sensitive creatures, and they can't remain calm. That's right. It would be a disaster if the horses got out of control in the city, and I'm sorry, but we'll have to go on foot. I don't mind. What about you all? I asked this question, and Iris and the others responded that they had no problem with it. Then, let's go on foot. Thank you very much. If it's too hard for you to walk, please let me know. I will do my best to pull the carriage. Milia said this and raised her right hand. The arm is slender and thin, just like a woman's. No, it would be faster if I pulled the carriage. The armored bear armor has monstrous strength S+. If it's a small carriage, I should be able to move it by myself. Kusama is the center of the ritual, so I can't let you work. I'll take the lead here. Saying this, Letitia raised her left fist. The hand is covered with magic power and is surrounded by sparkling blue-white meteor radiance. If I use the power I inherited from the god of war, I can at least pull a carriage. I can pull a carriage, too, if I really want to. HMPH. Even Lily and Zurara began to get motivated. Then why don't you just get the grand cabin out and have Dest pull it for us? Finally, Iris commented calmly. Well, that's one way to do it. The grand cabin was a large, two-story carriage I had built a while back, and I had asked Dest, the destroyer golem, to act as a horse for the overland trip from Arn to Fort Port. Well, the distance to the central plaza isn't that far, so we'll just walk normally. There was no argument against my words. Well, it seems that Milia, Letitia, and Lily all wanted to pull the carriage almost as a joke. I was going to be able to play an active role. What disappointment. Apparently, Zurara was serious. Well, let's see if he can put his enthusiasm into the ritual. For now, I guess we're going to have to settle on foot as our means of transportation. So, what's the other explanation? When I asked her that, Milia glanced at the clock on the wall before answering. Let's see, we're leaving at 11:30, right on time, please. Is there anything wrong with being early? There is. After all, Kusan is famous as the Dragon Slayer and has defended the royal capital 3 times, including yesterday's battle. If you go outside, a lot of people will rush in to give you a big cheer. Wait a minute. We lost yesterday's battle, you know. But you still fought to protect the capital, and you kept the damage to 0, didn't you? There are many people who want to thank you, and to prevent panic. When Kusan arrives, knights and adventurers with calm abilities are stationed here and there. That means the arrangement will be finished at 11:30. Iris said so, and Milia nodded. Yes, that is correct. So let's kill some time here for a little more than 10 minutes. What are we going to do to kill time? How about playing Shiritari? T/N. Shiritari is a Japanese word game in which the players are required to say a word that begins with the final kana of the previous word. No distinction is made between hiragana, katakana, and kanji. Shiritari literally means taking the end or taking the rear. Well, that's all right. At the most, we could kill enough time here, and it would be a good to take a break. It is precisely at times like this that it is important to relax and have some fun. If so, why don't we have some rules? It was Letitia who said so. For example, we could limit it to phrases related to the trip so far. And while we're at it, it would be a good way to pass the time if we could at least add a few words about our trip. Iris added, it sounds interesting. I'll do my best. Lily and Zurara seemed to be on board with the idea. Okay, then, let's go with that rule. Is Milia okay with that? Yes, I'm fine. If push comes to shove, I'll make up a non-existent trip episode and talk about it. That's usually against the rules. Who would you like to start with? Then, let's start with me. Letitia was the first to open her mouth. The sea boat paella. I was surprised when we ordered the paella in Fort Port, and it came in a boatload. That was a surprise, wasn't it? I nodded in agreement with Letitia. It tasted good, and I'd like to try it again. That's right. Then, Zurara-sama, you're next. It's easy, Zurara said with a confident look on her face. Iris-san, thank you for always protecting Master-san. T/N, from Erisut. If you end a word with an N, you lose. I was careless. I'm sorry I didn't manage to kill time. No, why don't we just start over as usual? I suggested this, and Iris and the others nodded their heads in agreement. So, it was Zurara's turn once again. Then, item box. It's a skill often used by Master San. I want to go in the T/N, item box. Creatures can't go in there, though. Too bad. Next, Lily and Ichan. Alright. Lily thought for a moment, then continued. How about slime? You mean me? Zurara shouted happily. Next is Milia and Ain. I understand. Leave it to me. Milia cheerfully replies to Zurara's words. Well, was it Ra for Zurara-san? No, it's M for Zuraim. Oh, that's right. Milia smiled a little while giggling. Huh? The inexhaustible lust dragon, was it? The dragon that Kusan defeated before? T/N, it's taken from Mugen, which means inexhaustibility. Yeah, actually, I defeated it together with Letitia. As the name suggests, it was a troublesome dragon that multiplied endlessly. It was thanks to Letitia's domination that we were able to defeat it. Domination is one of Letitia's unique abilities, which allows her to control any living or inanimate object she touches by infusing it with her own factor. By using this ability, she drove the lust dragon to self-destruction, and we somehow managed to win the battle. Then, Kusan, it's you. T/N, you from Ryo. Oops. I was so caught up in the conversation that I forgot it was my turn. You, huh? What could it be? I can't think of any. T/N, Yuka-banana. Then, next, maybe Na. Iris muttered something like that after hearing my words. No, wait, that was just a mumble. I mean, I'm surprised there aren't more phrases that start with U. If it's a word that has nothing to do with travel, there are plenty of words like sea urchin or wool. T/N, sea urchin equals uni, will equals Zuru. With this special rule, it's hard to come up with one. After I groaned for a while, Milia eventually said, "Oh, it is now 11:30. What do you want to do?" The purpose was to kill some time, so let's get going. Then I guess I lost the game. No, wait. Iris's words had me reflexively opening my mouth. Maybe with a little more time, I can come up with something. Kusama, you are surprisingly competitive, aren't you? Letitia murmured with a smile. Same as me, Lily said in a whisper. It's true that Lily has a competitive streak, too. I remembered that she had tried many times before to distinguish between gram origin and gram imitate. Well then, Master San, if you can think of a word that starts with U, let me know. Yeah, you can count on me. Then let's go. We were leaving the guest house with Milia, and the staff came out in force to see us off. Kusama, everyone, please be careful. We are all waiting for your return. Please be safe. With such warm cheers at our backs, we left the guest house. We walked through the garden and out the main gate. There were many people waiting for us. Dragon Slayer-san, good luck. I'm rooting for you. Please protect the royal capital. Kaya, please look at me. They're in a huge uproar. I mean, what was that last statement? Please look at you. I'm not an idol, you know. The street had sidewalks on both sides and a carriage path in the center. The sidewalks were full of people, and we were walking along the carriage road. You're so popular, Iris muttered with a wry smile. It reminds me of when we were in An. It sure does. Is something wrong? The first person to ask this question was Lily. I remember when Kusan was very popular after he defeated the Black Dragon in An. Milia answered with a smiling face. Just by going out on the street, people would shake his hand, ask for his autograph, and even ask him to pat their children on the head so that they would grow up healthy and happy. I remember that too. That brings back memories. I'm just a human being, though, and I don't have that kind of blessing. Kusama, I object to it. Letitia shrugged. You can't call yourself a mere mortal when you're possessed by my brother, the greedy dragon of great calamity. That's true, isn't it? Iris nodded. In addition, if the sealed part of Ku's memory is revealed, it could be that he is not a mere human being after all. I think it's possible. Lily nodded her head. But, Master San is Master San, Zurara said in an innocent voice. If you have a hard time remembering anything, just rub me a lot and forget about it. I understand. Thank you. Well, whatever the memories are, I will be tired after the ritual, so please massage me as you did before. Yeah. Leave it to me. I'll do my best to give you a full course along with the other helper slimes. While talking like this, we walked through the royal capital. As one would expect from such a large city, The buildings were large. We eventually made a big left turn and arrived at the central square. Oh, Kudono, we have been waiting for you. As soon as we entered the square, King Octo was waiting for us with his escort knights. I think you can bring out Blazner here, don't you think so? Yeah, it will be alright. The central square was surrounded by trees, but the central area was grassy and quite spacious. It seemed like it would be no problem to put out Blazner here. I opened their item box, and thought about taking out the Blazner. Immediately after, a huge magic circle floated on the ground, and when a flash of light burst out, an airship with large bird-like wings on both sides appeared. Oh, King Octo exclaimed in admiration. So this big thing was in their item box. It was written in the letter from Relic that the capacity was infinite, but it's really a powerful sight to see it in person. We've gotten used to seeing it, but when you think about it calmly, it's quite extraordinary, isn't it? Iris nodded her head and said, when the battle is over, you might want to start your own transportation business. And with auto-mapping, you don't have to worry about getting lost. Milia said as if she was taking advantage of Iris's words. Letitia opened her mouth further. And if you use Divine Speed Blessing X, you can get to your destination in an instant. It's going to be very, very popular. Master-san, you're going to make a fortune. I didn't expect Lily and even Zurara to be on board. The transportation business, huh? That's right. If you read it in conjunction, it's transportation, isn't it? T/N. Not sure about this one. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, I didn't think, Full Assist would retort. Really, you're becoming more and more human. That aside, even if I do get into the transportation business, it's not for a long time down the road. As for me, I still want to see more of the world, and I've already made enough money. Sure, you've got a lot of rewards for all the work you've done so far. Oh, speaking of rewards, King Octo said with a look of recollection on his face. We haven't talked about the rewards for defeating the Yellow Dragon, the Lust Dragon, and the Demon God Dragon the other day, have we? Then there is this Zorgral. The situation has grown so large that it has exceeded the scale of monetary compensation. Why don't you become a nobleman? With the items you possess, you could make the land grow rich and lead a life of luxury. No, let me refrain. A nobleman, in other words, is responsible for the lives of the people who live on the land. I'm not that kind of person. You are a humble man, Kudono. Usually, when people hear that they can become nobles, they jump at the chance. That's a good thing about Ku, isn't it? Iris said with a chuckle, and Milia continued. Well, in Kusan's case, I think it's okay for him to be a little more greedy. That said, Kusama's mind is probably occupied with the battle with Zorgral right now, so why don't you think about it later? I guess so. I nodded at Letitia's words and turned to King Octo. Please let off on the reward for me. All right, I'll think about it myself. What kind of reward is appropriate for a hero who saves the world? I haven't saved the world yet. I chuckled and called out to everyone. Now, that's enough chit-chat. Let's go inside, Blazner. I understand. I'll do my best for the ritual. Lily nodded her head and clasped her hands tightly. She seemed to be in high spirits. I wonder if everyone is already here. Zurara was heading for the entrance door on the side of the hull with a happy and joyful look on her face. Oops, I haven't used Helper Slime Summon X yet. I've established a link with Blazner. May I activate Helper Slime Summon X? Yes, of course. I'll be counting on you. The next moment I nodded my head, and white smoke popped up around the deck, one after another. Here we are. Hello, Master-san. Today's the day of the ritual, and we're all going to do our best. The slimes were bouncing around on the deck, shouting cheerfully. Oh, King Octo exclaimed in admiration right beside me. Although Zurara Dono is also quite a good one, it is also lovely to see a large number of others making noises together. Do you want to come with us, King Octo? Is that all right with you? Yes. There, descendant of the god of war, might be useful. Yes. Then, I will accompany you. Then, King Octo told his guards to be on the alert around Blazner and return to us. I had given my instructions. There will be no problem without me. Kusan, may I accompany you too? Milia also requested to go with us. Yes, of course. If you feel anything strange during the ritual, just let me know. So, in addition to the usual members of Iris, Lily, Letitia, and Zurara, I took Milia and King Octo with me and boarded Blazner. Immediately after, A voice echoed in my brain. I will generate a ceremonial field by Spatial Distortion X. Is that okay? Spatial Distortion X is one of the effects that Blazner possesses, which gives it a much larger internal structure than it appears on the outside. It is also possible to add more rooms at will. Since it had been decided in advance to generate a ritual field, I nodded my head. Now let's start the generation. Generation completed. The ship shook for a moment. It was probably the aftermath of the Space Distortion X. Kudono, what was that? King Octo voiced a question, so I told him that I generated the ritual field with my skills and the granted effect. You can do such a thing. You really are out of the ordinary, aren't you, Kudono? No, it's not that I'm amazing. You want to say that your skills are amazing, don't you? With a mischievous look on her face, Milia said that. No, it's my skills and the granted effects. Is that where you're going with this? Iris giggled at my words. It's just like Kusama to stick to such things, isn't it? Letitia also chuckled. After such a scene, we decided to go to the place of the ritual. The ritual place is this way. Follow me. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 3 Part 3. Here's the chapter. Enjoy, Ed. Blast. Part 3. The ritual location is this way. Follow me. Zurara led the way as we walked through the ship. We passed several helper slimes on the way. Oh, it's Master San. Hello. Everyone is getting ready for the ritual. If you need any help, just let me know. Everyone was smiling at me. As I walked along with a warm feeling in my heart, I eventually arrived at the place where the ritual was to take place. The location was at the rear of the ship, near the bar where we had all gone for drinks before. I wish we could all talk together again like before, Milia said with a somewhat sad look on her face. Yeah, we have to win to do that. After I answered, I stepped into the ritual area. It was a very large place. It was probably more than 50 meters long and wide, and the ceiling was as high as it was. In the center of the space was a white stone altar. Oh, it is a magnificent altar. While looking at the altar, King Octo let out a voice of admiration. But this place is quite large. Isn't it bigger than the ship? Isn't it thanks to the Spatial Distortion X? Oh, you're right. I nodded at Iris's words and looked toward the altar. There, a large number of helper slimes were already moving about busily. Hurry up, we need to hurry. We need to hurry. I'll draw the magic circle. Each movement was so cute and pudgy that I almost forgot how nervous I was before the ritual. Soon after, one of the helper slimes came over to us and told Zurara about something. Whispering. I see. I'll tell Master San about it. Zurara turned to me and said, Master San. What's wrong? I need to talk to you about the ritual. Alright. Can you tell me about it? I answered, and Zurara began to explain the details of the matter. First of all, the purpose of this ritual is, of course, to break the seal on my memory. For this purpose, it is necessary to use the Twilight Scroll to unite the power of the Creator God, the Dragon God, the God of War, the Calamity, and the Spirit into one. I am their creation holder. Iris is a Dragon God's Shrine Maiden, Lily is a God of War's Shrine Maiden, and Letitia is the reincarnation of the Calamity, so 4 out of the 5 powers are naturally fulfilled. As for the power of the spirits, the equivalent would be the spirit ring I have, so I was going to wear that myself. But Zurara said, in that case, Master San would have to control both the power of the Creator God and the power of the spirits at the same time, so it might be a little too much of a burden. If possible, I'd like to ask Milia and Ain to put on the spirit ring and join in the ritual. Me? Milia answered in surprise but soon returned to her usual smiling expression and said, understood, please leave it to me. That was quite a quick answer. Milia, you don't have to do this. No, I'll be fine. I owe Kusan a debt of gratitude for saving the city of An. Let me return the favor here. Wait, King Octo shouted. If that is the case, I will do it. Let me help you save the world as a descendant of the God of War. Well, that may be difficult. Zurara raised his voice as if he was troubled. The power of the God of War is in Lilian Ichen's hands, so if their descendant of the God of War, the king, is added to that, the balance will be upset. I'm sorry. I see, King Octo muttered regretfully. Then I shall leave the matter of this ceremony to Miss Milia. Yes, leave it to me. If Kusan defeats Zorgral, I'll brag to everyone around me that I took part in the ritual. Milia said, with a frightened look on her face as she puffed out her chest. I want you to lend Milia and Ain the spirit ring for that reason, Master San. Alright. I nodded at Zurara's words and took out the spirit ring from my item box. Speaking of which, this ring originally belonged to one of Milia's relatives, right? Yes. I have no idea where they are right now. After the battle is over, we can try to find them. Then I will issue a quest for you then. Yeah, please do. After that conversation, I handed the ring to Milia. Is everything ready now? Yes. Then, I'll explain the ritual. Incidentally, I had been given the full details by Full Assist from the beginning. So I decided to listen to Zurara's explanation while supplementing it on the side. This ritual is to unseal my memory, but it would be easier to understand if I were to say that it is to enter my mind. In this case, everyone who will participate in the ritual, Iris, Lily, Letitia, Milia, and Zurara, will also see my memories. This is like peeking into Ku's privacy. Is that okay? Iris asks me shyly. I don't mind. Rather, I'm uncomfortable looking at memories I don't remember alone. Again, I myself am not aware of any missing memories. Conversely, I have no idea what past memories might pop up. Considering that, it would be helpful to have Iris and the others with me. When push comes to shove, let's just drink and forget. Indeed, Milia is right. Fortunately, there is a bar in Blazner, and if the shock of the situation becomes too much for me to fight in the future, I can get drunk and forget about it. If you feel uncomfortable telling the ladies about your past, you can talk to me about it. If Kudono is not in perfect condition to fight, the world will be destroyed. King Octo said jokingly. What kind of past is it that makes it so hard for Kusan to tell about? Lily muttered with an innocent look on her face. That's King Octo frowned in annoyance. It's possible that he's actually been playing with a lot of women. Letitia muttered mischievously. I've been traveling with him for a while now, and I've noticed that he's quite used to women, but in a good way. I certainly think so. Milia nodded her head and said, or that he's played with so many women in the past that he's completely bored with them already. No, that is indeed not true. At least my memories of the time when I was in modern Japan are clear. And I have a clear memory since I came to this world. So, my guess is that there is a memory gap somewhere between modern Japan and this world. Well, we'll find out when the ritual begins. That's true. Iris nodded. Well, I'm kind of curious to see Ku's love story. It's not that interesting. I looked at Zurara. So, when do you think we can start the ritual? Let's see. Zurara started to ponder. On the side, Iris and others were whispering. He avoided the conversation. Yes, he is. He avoided it. That's right. I mean, King Octo, you're mixed up in the conversation just like normal. He shows his charisma when he has to, and he is frank when he doesn't. This might be one of the human virtues. When I was thinking about such a thing, Zurara said, we'll be ready in 5 seconds. That was fast. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zurara said when he reached 0. Then we will start the ritual. We left King Octo there and headed for the white stone altar. First, place the Twilight Scroll in the center of the altar. I understand. I took out the Twilight Scroll from my item box and placed it in the center of the altar, just as Zurara had told me. Everyone, line up around the scroll. So, clockwise from me, Iris, Milia, Lily, and Letitia formed a circle around the scroll. Around us, all the helper slimes lined up in a row. Let's start the ritual. Twist the magic power. Nira Niri Kun Ekani. The slimes repeatedly became vertical and flat as they moved around us in a circle. They're kind of cute, aren't they? Iris giggled. I could watch them forever. Indeed. Unfortunately, however, we couldn't just sit and watch the slimes as part of the ritual procedure. We clasped hands with each other and kept our eyes down. Zurara's voice rang out. Then, next, Letitia Nain, you're up next. Understood. This ritual required everyone to unite their hearts. As an intermediary, Letitia's unique ability of domination was to be used. Immediately after, the voice of Full Assist echoed in my mind. We have detected the arrogant dragon factor. This time, we allow infiltration without blocking. Ah, no problem. Immediately after, a warm sensation flowed in from my right hand, which was connected to Letitia. It eventually spread to my left hand and then to Iris. It's kind of warm and fuzzy. It's true. It's warm. It seemed to permeate into Milia and Lily as well. The preparations are complete. aren't they? What's next? Please chant the spell after me. Saying this, Zurara took a deep breath and began chanting in a high voice. Oh, you who have come from faraway lands, release your memories. The distant past, the hidden past, the concealed past. We followed suit, chanting the incantation in unison. Immediately after, the voice of Full Assist echoed. Execute the memory release process with the Twilight Scroll, and with a fluffy floating sensation, my consciousness was swallowed by the darkness. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 4 Part 1, sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Patreon tier and new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Chapter 4, I tried to regain my memory. Part 1. The next thing I knew, I found myself swaying with the movements of a train. I was sitting on the left end of the long seat in my suit, looking out the window in a daze. There were no other passengers on the train except me. Also, the train had stopped moving even though it had not arrived at the station. That's strange. I was supposed to be on Blazner, performing a ritual to unseal my memories. But why am I on the train? Where did Iris and the others go? Just as the question crossed my mind, I heard the voice of Full Assist. This is a virtual space constructed based on Kakazuka's memories. Virtual space means it's not real, right? Yes. Think of it as something like a dream. I get it. It's a common thing in anime and manga. By the way, did the ritual succeed? It was successful. The seal of Kakazuka's memory area has been lifted. In viewing the contents of the area, it was thought that the best way to view the contents was to relive them. So we created this virtual space. I see. Why is the virtual space depicting Japan? I don't have to ask, do I? After all, something must have happened right after I was transferred to the other world. That's right. The contents are quite shocking, so please be prepared. In this ritual, the consciousness of all the participants is linked by the arrogant dragon's factor. This makes it possible to call the participants of the ritual into this virtual space. Okay, I understand. Call them. Everyone wants to know about Japan. Besides, it would be quicker than sharing the information later. Understood. I will summon the 4 participants in the ritual one by one. I have already explained the situation to them. That would be great. Immediately after, a flash of light flashed before my eyes, and Iris appeared first. The ritual seems to have been a success. Is this the world where Ku used to live? Yeah, technically, it was reconstructed based on my memories. But it's interesting, Iris said as she looked around the train. Is this like a horse-drawn carriage in our world? Yeah, although it's not a carriage, it's powered by electricity. You mentioned it before, didn't you? You said that there is no magic in Ku's world, but instead, other technologies have developed. Blazner is powered by magic, but this vehicle is powered by electricity. Yeah, something like that. As Iris and I were having this conversation, a new flash of light popped up. It was Lily who appeared. I'm sorry to bother you, Lily said and made a polite bow. This is very Lily-like in this way. Letitia and Millie appeared next. I'm here. I'm here too. Both of them are very excited. I heard that Kusama's sealed memories are shocking, so I thought I'd raise your spirits. That's right. Let's be cheerful. Oh, Milia said and raised her right hand in high spirits. Soon after, the voice of Full Assist was heard. Since everyone's consciousness is connected this time, the main voice is set to be heard by everyone here, not just Kakazuka. Can you hear me? Wow, you can do that? As I was impressed, Iris and the others answered. Yes, it's okay. So this is Full Assist's voice. The pronunciation is very clear. It's kind of strange to hear voices in your head. For the time being, there seems to be no problem with the voice. Now, we will replay Kakazuka's memories in chronological order. We will announce in advance when we will enter the sealed area, with these words. The train starts moving with a clatter. Was Ku summoned from here? Yes, I nodded at Iris's words. I was dozing off in my seat when I was suddenly transported into a pitch-black space. It was right after I answered that. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the scenery around us changed, and we were floating in a pitch-black space. It went something like this. That's pretty abrupt, Letitia said, looking around with a wry smile. I was expecting something dramatic, like a magic circle floating in the air. Perhaps it was so as not to startle the people around him. But, Kusan is gone from your original world, right? Lily suddenly muttered. Is there a big fuss about it? I wonder. I thought for a moment before answering. In the other world, I was just an ordinary businessman. Well, like a guild employee. As I told you before, I was mainly in charge of resolving cases where there was trouble, but that was just about to come to an end. I may have caused some trouble for the company, but, well, it's not unusual for people to run away. They'll be doing fine. Kusan? Milia asked, tilting her head. Isn't it quite a problem for a workplace if people are disappearing on a regular basis? That's correct if you ask me. With the disappearance of a person in charge being dismissed as a common occurrence, our workplace was really abnormal. As I was thinking about this, a bluish-white window appeared in the darkness. There, the following sentence appeared in Japanese. You are now summoned to another world. Please choose your desired role from the following options. Hero, a warrior with a great destiny. Demon King, ruler of darkness who destroys everything according to his own desires. Sage, a wizard who overwhelms all with his unorthodox magical power. What is this? Lily tilted her head. It's a letter I've never seen before. It's the language of the country I lived in. I don't know what it says, but the round letters are kind of pretty. Pointing to the hiragana part, Milia said. I heard that hiragana looks cute to people from overseas. I explained to her what was written on the window while thinking about that. I see, I understand. Letitia nodded. I had heard that transmigrator are given the skills of hero, demon king, or sage, but it was in the form of having them choose in advance. Huh? But isn't the explanation lacking? Iris said with a wry smile. This way, all you know is that you're going to another world. You should have been told in advance about the Zorgral and the Calamity, or at least that monsters existed. That's certainly true. Milia nodded her head. The description is too improper for a quest description. If you post something like this on the Adventurers Guild quest board, there will be a storm of complaints, and the person in charge will be retrained. By the way, Lily said, which one did you choose, Kusan? No, I didn't choose one. Eh? Iris was the one who raised her voice in surprise. What do you mean? I was just thinking at the time, I don't feel like I can fulfill a great destiny as a hero, and the Demon King is a king. So it's too much trouble for me. I would be a sage, but I'm not that smart, either. That's why I said I wouldn't choose any of them. Immediately after I explained this, the message window disappeared as it had in the past, and a new window appeared. The hidden option for none of the above was chosen. Congratulations. You have found the hidden choice, and you will be rewarded with a non-standard ability. I miss this sentence. Naturally, it is written in Japanese, so I explained the contents to Iris and the others. The response was, it's interesting that you found a hidden choice, but what an inefficient way to do it. Letitia replied with a sigh. I think it would be better if they just gave you all the abilities right from the start instead of making it so complicated. I really do. It's kind of weird. Immediately after Iris sighed, the voice of, full assist, echoed in my mind. May I explain a little bit? Apparently, everyone could hear it, and we all nodded in unison. This summoning technique has a complicated history before its completion. Originally, it was planned to automatically grant the summoned person either hero, demon king, or sage, according to their aptitude, but the world was destroyed before it was completed. Fortunately, only the formula was passed on to another world, but it was modified by the local people and changed to a method in which the summoned person chooses the skill. The summoning technique was then moved from one world to another, each time changing its specifications and settling on its present form. In other words, it is like a program whose code was written by multiple people in charge of it, who took turns writing the code. Maybe the result of trying to give the summoned person as much power as possible while being careful not to cause errors in the formula was the method of planting hidden options. As I was convinced of this, Full Assist continued. The area from here on will be the sealed memory area. Please prepare yourself. Understood. As I nodded, Iris held out her right hand to me and said, it's okay, you know. If you ever have a hard time, you can rely on me. Yeah, I'll count on you when the time comes. I also offered my right hand, and we clenched our hands together. Kusama and Iris-sama get along well with each other, don't they? Fufu, they show it at times like this, don't they? But I am relieved to see that they are acting the same way as ever. While Letitia and the others were saying these things, the next message appeared in the window. Then we will start the transfer to the other world. May the gods and spirits bless you. I miss this one too. After this, I was transferred to the other world. Wasn't I? Just as I remember it, the darkness cleared up, The next moment we were standing in the wilderness. Huh? This is strange. What's wrong? Iris asked after hearing my words. Could it be that it's different from what Ku remembers? Yeah, if I remember correctly, I was standing in the forest near An after that. I don't remember coming to this wilderness. It's kind of a desolate place, isn't it? Millie looked around and muttered. It's as if the world has since been destroyed. A world destroyed by Zorgral, perhaps. Immediately after Lily muttered that, the voice of Full Assist sounded. That's right. Kakauzaka's summoning technique was intervened by Zorgral and changed to a different original destination, a world that is already being destroyed by Zorgral. That is this place. I see. I had guessed that if there were any gaps in my memory, it would be before or after the transfer to the other world, but it seemed I was right. In fact, as I look around again, the scenery seems somehow familiar. Kusama, please look over there. Letitia pointed right behind me. I looked in that direction and saw a huge purple bubble floating in the sky. It was Zorgral. It's starting to come back to me, I muttered to myself as I backed away. I was suddenly thrown out into the wilderness, confused, and then the Zorgral attacked me. What happened then? Iris asked in a trembling voice. Did you survive? No. I shook my head. I tried to escape, but it was no use. Zorgral reached out its tentacles and swallowed me whole. From that point on, my memory is broken. What happened to me after Zorgral absorbed me? As if to answer that question, Full Assist tells us, after Zorgral absorbed Kakauzaka, it tried to recreate him into the strongest servant that would bring about destruction. To do so, it gave him a new skill of creation, and also interfered in numerous ways, such as inhabiting a greedy dragon with the unique ability of awakening. Finally, it attempted to perform mental manipulation so that he would not be able to defy it, but certain circumstances interfered with this, and Kakauzaka woke up with his original consciousness intact. What exactly are the circumstances? I will tell you about that later. For now, let me give priority to the explanation of Kakauzaka's memory. We will finish in a few minutes. With the words of Full Assist, the surrounding landscape quickly changed. It was a peaceful forest with sunlight shining through the trees. From far away, we can hear the chirping of birds. This place looks familiar. This is the forest to the east of An, and it is also the place where Kakauzaka landed in this world. Ah, if you say so, that's right. So, the sealed memory ends here? Yes. May I cut out what happened after this? Of course. I still remember what happened from this point on. First of all, I used creation to make a sword and spear out of Hikino wood. Didn't I? After descending the mountain, I rescued Chrome-san, who was being attacked by an armored bear, and we went straight to An, meeting Iris, defeating the Black Spider. The decisive battle against the Black Dragon of Extreme Destruction. After various events, which brings us to the present. As I was alone in my understanding, Letitia spoke up. If you don't mind, I would like to get this straight. By sealed memories, do you mean your encounter with Zorgral? Yes, that is correct. I nodded to Letitia's words. The perception so far has been that one day, I was suddenly transferred from modern Japan to this world, but in reality, there was an unexpected event intervening, such as being absorbed by Zorgral and remade into a different entity. To be honest, I am quite surprised. I was surprised, but I was not that upset. On the contrary, I could afford to think about my situation as if it was something else, as if I were a hero. The hero, who has been altered by an evil organization, escapes brainwashing and fights against the organization. This is the royal road of hero stories, but it is quite similar to my current situation. The existence that has been transformed into a servant that brings destruction is now rebelling against the organization. Thinking about that, I have a question for Full Assist-san. Milia raised her right hand with a loud voice. How is it that Kusan was not subjected to Zorgral's mental manipulation? You said you were going to explain it later, and I'd like to hear about it now. That's what I was wondering too. Iris nodded her head. Can you please tell us about it, Full Assist-san? Yes, I will. It's a bit of a long story, but please hear me out. Zorgral has destroyed many worlds and taken in many lives, those with a will, and turned them into a part of itself. As a result, Zorgral, which was once a mere phenomenon, now has a will of its own. What? Surprised by the unexpected fact, I listened to the story of Full Assist. According to the story, Zorgral began to question its own existence after acquiring a will. Why am I destroying the world? but no matter how much it thought about it, it could not come up with an answer, and its body, driven by instinct, greedily absorbed everything and anything it could find. However, there was one thing that was different. Having acquired a will, in other words, thoughts and feelings, Zorgral is now able to understand the grief and despair of those who have lost their lives because of it. I don't want to die yet. Please help me. Why do I have to go through this? Each time a single world was swallowed, billions and billions of heartbreaking screams would rise from the earth, tormenting Zorgral's spirit. If it were true, it would stop right now. It would be nice to stop destroying the world. But the instinct to be the incarnate of destruction was so strong that it could not be controlled by its own will. Crushed by regret and guilt, Zorgral eventually came to a conclusion. What is the point in continuing to take innocent lives? It's not fun. It's just painful. It is I who should really perish. So what happened? I asked, and, full assist, answered. Zorgral took steps to destroy itself. It shared its will with Kakazuka, who was being remade into a faithful servant at the time, and sent him out into this world just before the mental manipulation was about to take place, hoping that one day he would become a being capable of overthrowing itself. In other words, it was thanks to Zorgral that I was not subjected to mental manipulation. There is no question in that interpretation. The above is the content of certain circumstances. Are there any other questions? I have one question that's been bothering me, I asked, raising my hand. How does Full Assist know so much about Zorgral? You've been talking about it as if it were your own since a while ago. Yes, as you have guessed. Now that the seal on your memory area has been lifted, I can finally understand myself as well. There will that Zorgral shared with Kakazuka. That is the true identity of myself. Full Assist. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 4 Part 2. Here's the chapter, Enjoy, Ed. Blast. Part 2. It seems that when people are confronted with a number of shocking facts, they become saturated with surprise. I took a deep breath and looked back at the story of Full Assist with a calm mind. In short, it seems that instinct and will are not unified within Zorgral and that they have become divided. The instinct is the incarnation of destruction and the will that abhors such an identity. In the current situation, the instinct is overwhelmingly stronger, and there is nothing it can do about it with one's will. As a move to change this situation, I escaped to this world in the preliminary stage of mental manipulation. My role is to guide Kakazuka and make him grow into a being capable of defeating Zorgral. I was not aware of this before, but now I understand it clearly. I see. I will be provided full assistance so that I can defeat Zorgral. That was the mission of Full Assist, was it not? There is one more thing I would like to tell you. With the release of the memory area, we have acquired a new recipe for creation. By creating this item, it is possible to increase Kakazuka's spatial manipulation to a level equivalent to Zorgral's ability to control space-time. I appreciate that. If we can obtain the space-time domination ability, we can fight on the same playing field as Zorgral. At the very least, we should be able to avoid a situation where we can't compete. As I thought about this, a recipe popped into my mind. Fenrir Coat X1 plus Crystal of Emptiness X1 Fenrir Coat Void X1 Crystal of Emptiness. I've never seen that item before. No, wait. I have a skill called Material Alchemy. It's a way to create a higher level material by multiplying the same material. I heard that there are several pieces of emptiness at Relic's place, and if I use Material Alchemy on them, I may be able to create a crystal of emptiness. That is all I have to say. May I finish the ritual and return to the real world? I'm fine. How about you? I'm fine too. There was a bit too much shocking information at the end, and I haven't quite got my head around it yet. Me too. Letitia nodded at Iris's words. At any rate, I understand now that Zorgral wants to see itself destroyed. It doesn't want to destroy the world, but it can't stop because of its instincts. I think it's a sad story, Lily muttered as she turned her head down. Isn't there any way to stop Zorgral other than defeating it? Kusan, this is when creation comes into play. Can you make a potion or something to suppress Zorgral's instincts? I wish I had a recipe for something like that. Milia's suggestion is appealing, but unfortunately, no applicable recipe exists at the moment. However, if there is a way to stop Zorgral other than defeating it, it would be worth considering. Our goal is to prevent the destruction of the world, Defeating Zorgral is only a means to that end. We should keep that in mind. Now then, it seems that no one has any objections, so it's time to return to the real world. As if sensing my inner thoughts, the voice of Full Assist echoed. Then I will execute the process of returning to the real world. Thank you all for your hard work. With those words, my vision was enveloped in a bright white flash. Before I knew it, I had fallen asleep. When I woke up, I was in bed. As I sat up, I looked around. The room was large, with several beds lined up in a row. It looked as if the school infirmary had been made many times larger. Iris was sleeping peacefully on the bed next to me on the left. There were 3 more beds on the other side, each with Lily, Letitia, and Millie sleeping in them, including me. 5 people, all of whom ventured into the virtual space, seemed to be gathered here. "Ah, Master San, you're awake," I heard a voice from the right. I turned my head to see Zurara coming toward me with a happy expression on his face. "Master San, are you alright? Does your head hurt?" "Yeah, I'm fine." What's going on? When I asked this, Zurara explained the situation to me. It seems that in the real world, we fell asleep as soon as the ritual started. So Zurara and the other helper slimes split up and brought us to the infirmary in Blazner. The king was very worried. "You'll have to talk to him later." "You mean King Octo?" "I understand." What time is it?" "About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I think." Everyone slept well. Apparently, less time has passed than I thought. While I was thinking about that, Zurara called out to me. Hey, Master San." "What's up?" "What were the contents of your sealed memories?" "Well, of course." He was curious, right? I decided to give a quick explanation to Zurara as well since it wasn't something I needed to hide. Sob. It was scary. Wasn't it, Master San? I was so surprised. When I explained my sealed memory, that is, the fact that I had already been taken in by Zorgral once, Zurara started to cry. What should I do? I picked him up and patted him on the head. "I'm okay." "Well, it's all in the past." "You're very strong, Master San." Zurara wiped his eyes with a handkerchief that he had taken out of nowhere. "If it were me, I'd be so shocked I'd be in bed for 3 days. The world is on the brink of extinction right now, so maybe that's why I'm not too surprised." Just after I replied like that, I heard a yawn behind me. I turned around to see Iris just waking up. "Phew, good morning, Ku." "Looks like we're back in the real world. Everyone else seems to be still sleeping," I replied with a wry smile. Not long after that, Lily, Letitia, and Millie also woke up. "Good morning, Ku-san." "Phew, I feel like I've been sleeping well." "This bed is very comfortable." "Can we install it in the Adventurers Guild's quarters?" "I'll have to think about that." "If the beds can be individually created with creation, I would be willing to deliver them depending on the price." While I was thinking about this, King Octo arrived, accompanied by the helper slimes on board. "Oh, Kudono, you finally woke up. We were worried about you." "I and everyone else are safe. Rest assured. For the time being, we have clue as to how to defeat Zorgral." "That's good to hear." By the way, Kudono, I'm sorry to say this just after the ritual, but can you go outside? Something terrible is happening. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 5 Part 1. Sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Patreon tier and new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Chapter 5. I tried to collect items filled with memories. Part 1. I quickly got up from the bed and left the infirmary with King Octo. I couldn't sit still if he told me that something terrible was happening, couldn't I? We went out on the deck of the Blazner and looked up at the sky. There was a strange sight. "What is that?" Iris gulped. Everyone else was also surprised, because the sky was tinged with a poisonous purple. "Why is this happening?" Analysis in progress. Analysis completed. The voice of Full Assist echoed in my mind. It seems that Zorgral is trying to forcefully break the barriers of the greedy dragon. It is presumed that the sky has turned purple due to the aftermath. Are the barriers safe? We certainly cannot let our guard down. The time until the barriers collapse is estimated to be about 45 hours. That means the morning of the day after tomorrow is the time limit. Since it was originally supposed to be the night after tomorrow, that means the time limit has been shortened by about half a day. I'd better hurry. I told everyone who was present about the analysis of Full Assist. There is still some time left. I guess," Letitia muttered as she looked up at the sky. Her expression was grim, and it was clear that she was concerned for the safety of her brother, the greedy dragon. "The next step is to go to Relic Sama and get the pieces of emptiness, isn't it?" "Yeah, but it is enough for me to do it by myself." "You are all probably tired from the ritual, so take your time and get some rest." "Then, I think you are tired too, Kusan." It was Lily who said that. "I am not too tired, to begin with. I've had a good night's sleep, so I'm rather full of energy," Milia said with a gut pose. "I'd rather have something to do, but isn't there anything I can do to help?" "Well," as I was pondering this, I heard the voice of Full Assist again. "As I told you earlier, inside Zorgral, the instinct that wants to destroy everything and the will that wants to stop it exist separately. Currently, the instinct is overwhelmingly dominant, but if the power of the will surpasses it, it will be able to lead Zorgral to self-destruction. For this purpose, I would like to ask you to collect from the people the items that are filled with their heart's desires." Wait, that's taking a leap too far. What do items that are filled with the heart desires have anything to do with Zorgral's will? "I beg your pardon. The time limit has shortened, and you seem to be in a hurry." "It doesn't matter. I mean, you are just like a human being, rushing to a conclusion in a hurry. I have inhabited you as a Full Assist, and have seen the people who live in this world. That must have nurtured my emotions." Let me return to the story. Zorgral's will was originally generated by being touched by many thoughts. It is estimated that if we use an item filled with emotions as material for creation, we can create an item that amplifies Zorgral's will. Estimated? So you are saying that this is not reliable information? Originally, I was going to make a proposal after conducting a detailed analysis, but the situation is what it is. I see. There is a possibility that the time limit will suddenly shrink in the future, and the decision of Full Assist is a convincing one. However, this proposal is only based on a presumption. There is a possibility that the recipe will not appear even if you collect the items that you have put your heart and soul into. I leave the decision of whether or not to implement it to Kakazuka. Such is not the case. The answer has been decided from the beginning. Full Assist has been my partner who has been by my side ever since I came to this world. Thank you very much. If Full Assist had a physical body, I would have expressed my gratitude with my whole body. It would be interesting if I could create a body for Full Assist someday with creation. I called out to Iris and the others, thinking about that. Then, I told them that I wanted to collect items that were filled with feelings and the reason for that. "I understand." The first to respond was Milia. Her voice was as energetic as ever. "I'll go to the Adventurers Guild headquarters and ask for their cooperation. Then, I will call on the people in the royal capital," King Octo said in a reliable manner. "The people of the royal capital are well aware of your activities. I am sure they will bring you many things." "Shall we also make our appearance?" "Yes, that's right. I will do my best." I have confidence in my voice. "You can count on me." Iris, Lily, and Letitia are also lending a hand. I'm grateful for that. "By the way, where should we take the items we've collected?" "For the time being, I think we'll just go to Blazner." I answered Iris's question and called out to Zurara, who was standing by my feet. "Zurara, can I leave it to you to pick it up?" "Yes, leave it to me. I'll take it exactly as you say." "Yeah, I'm counting on you." "All right." Now we know what we're going to do. All we have to do now is to get moving. So, from here on out, I'm going to separate from everyone else and act alone. I put on my Fenrir coat and activated Divine Speed Blessing X. I don't have a second to spare right now. While I searched for Relic's location with auto-mapping, I ran through the streets of the royal capital at ultra-high speed. It seems that Relic is on the 3rd floor of the Royal Academy. I have already received permission for passage from King Octo. It seems that he is willing to tolerate a certain amount of activity because of the state of emergency. I drank a flying potion and flew into the sky. The window of Relic's laboratory was left open, so I went in through there, deactivated the Divine Speed Blessing X, and returned the Fenrir coat to my item box. Relic had his back turned to me and was working on deciphering an old document as if he was hunched over a desk. I see. It is possible that some of the people who came to this world had future sight. Is that so? Hi. When I called out from behind him, Relic was so startled that he fell off his chair. "Kuku-san, isn't that you?" "Kusan, don't scare me." "I'm sorry." I heard something about future sight. By the way, I was actually working on deciphering ancient documents, and it seems that people who were involved in the establishment of ancient civilizations may have had future sight. Oh, future sight is a skill to know future events, and it is said to be theoretically possible for it to exist. Think of it as an upward compatibility with Lily Sands, foresight. You mean the people in ancient civilizations had it? Technically, people from other worlds who came to this world during the time of ancient civilization. It's all a bit complicated. I agree. Relic gave a small shrug and continued to speak further. I'll come back to the main topic, but actually, there is an interesting description in this ancient document. When the sky turns purple, the time of battle is near. You must entrust an item that is filled with your feelings to the one who has the power of creation. That is the only way to avoid destruction. What? I was surprised by Relic's words. The description when the sky turns purple is exactly what the situation is now, and entrust the item containing your feelings is similar to the proposal of the full assist mentioned earlier. If this description was to be believed, then it was correct for us to try and collect items that were filled with feelings. While I was being convinced by myself, Relic approached me. By the way, Kusan, what are you doing here all of a sudden? Is there something you wanted to see me about? Yeah. Can you give me the pieces of emptiness? King Octo has given his permission for this. I need it to defeat Zorgral. I understand. You are going to use it to save the world, aren't you? Please wait a moment. I'll bring it all. Relic stood up after saying that and went to the next room. Rustling, rustling, thud, thud, thud. I heard some kind of violent noise, but I wondered if he was okay. Soon, Relic returned with an unsteady gait. He was carrying a large wooden box in both hands. Kusan, I brought it for you. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. No, I don't mind. That was a loud noise. Are you alright? Oh, yes, no. I've always been bad at cleaning up. I know where everything is, but it takes me forever to get it out. With a laugh, Relic put the wooden box on the floor and opened its lid. The wooden box was filled with pieces of emptiness. So many? Perhaps the people with future sight had prepared them for this occasion. If so, I would be very grateful. I said that and stored the entire wooden box in their item box. Then a recipe for material alchemy popped into my brain. Piece of emptiness x200, crystal of emptiness x1. Okay, just as I expected. I immediately activate material alchemy. Crystal of emptiness, a crystal that contains the emptiness that is part of Zorgral. Inside lies the power to control time and space. Then, the recipe for creation also comes to mind. Fenrir Coat X1 plus Crystal of Emptiness X1. Fenrir Coat Void X1. This one is also executed immediately. Fenrir Coat Void, a Fenrir coat that has evolved dramatically by incorporating the Crystal of Emptiness, gives the wearer the ability to control space-time. Granted effects: Physical Defense Strengthening S+, Magic Defense Strengthening S+, Divine Speed Blessing X, and Time-Space Control X. Physical and magical defenses were originally S but have been increased to S+. The Divine Speed Blessing X remained unchanged, and the Time-Space Control X was added. This effect seems to give the equipped person the ability to control time and space. I took out the Fenrir Coat Void from my item box. The overall form had not changed, but the inner part was dyed purple. It is the same color as Zorgral's body. As I slipped the sleeves on the coat, I felt something tremble deep inside my body. The voice of full assist echoed in my head. The link with Fenrir Coat Void has been established. The space-time domination ability has been made into a skill called space-time domination. From now on, it can be used just by thinking about it. I see. What exactly can it do? The contents are diverse, so we will perform a high-speed installation. Is that okay? Yes, no problem. Do it right away. I nod, and the information immediately starts pouring into my head. I see. I've heard that space-time domination is super compatible with spatial manipulation, and that's certainly true. The range of effect is a radius of 500 meters centered on me, and within this range, I can warp freely and recognize everything that exists within the range. It can also do a wide range of other things. For example, it can give Divine Speed Blessing X to my friends within its range, and conversely, it can stop the time of my enemies. It is truly an ability to control time and space. While I was pondering this, Relic, who was standing next to me, approached me. Kusan. Did creation go well? Oh, I'm sorry. It worked. Thanks to you. It seems like I will be able to compete with Zorgral. I'm glad to hear that. I'm going to continue deciphering the archives. Is there anything else I can do to help? Actually, there's something I'd like you to give me. I'm going to explain that I'm collecting items that are filled with feelings. Okay, then. Please wait a moment. Relic answered in a cheerful voice and brought notebook from his desk. This is a record notebook I used to write in when I was in the underground city of Arn. There were so many things to write down that I used up the whole notebook. I think it's filled with a lot of memories because I wrote down everything that was moving to me at the time. Can I look at it? Of course. Of course. Then, I'll take a look. I opened the notebook. The book contains a lot of information about the underground city in detailed writing. There are sketches of the helper slime and sketches of the houses in various places. But isn't this valuable research material? Yes, well, but I've already made a backup. Relic took out 2 notebooks from a drawer. These are notebooks I made using a prototype photocopying device. This one is the spare. And this one is the spare of the spare. You even made a spare for the backup. Kusan always says that. You never know what will happen in this world. So I decided to have an extra spare. So you can take that notebook with you. Okay, thank you. No problem. I'm sorry. This is all I can do for you. This is enough. I really appreciate it. Kusan. Please be safe. Leave it to me. When I return, I want to hear the rest of your decipherment of the archives. Yes, I am sure it will contain great things, and you should look forward to it. Yes, I'll be looking forward to it. I said that, put Relic's notebook in my item box, and decided to leave the laboratory. Since the flying potion still had some time left, I jumped out of the window. I headed straight for the central square of the royal capital at full speed and found that a large crowd had already gathered there. Perhaps they had already begun to gather the memorable items. As I stepped onto the deck of the Blazner with this thought in mind, people around the ship looked at me and said, "It's Dragonslayer-san. The king told us to bring you all sorts of things. You need them to defeat the monster in the sky, right? Feel free to use them." Such voices could be heard from everywhere. "Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it," I answered as loudly as I could and bowed deeply. Immediately after that, there was an uproar of cheers from the surrounding people. "It's okay, Dragonslayer-san. You have saved us so many times. Thank you for protecting the royal capital 3 times. All I can do is watch, but let me help you at least this much." Warm words came from all over the place. Just listening to these words, my heart starts to heat up. I felt strongly that I was not the only one fighting the war. I strongly felt so. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 5 Part 2. Here's the chapter, Enjoy, Ed, Blast. Part 2. As I entered the ship Blazner, Zurara came over and said to me, "Master-san, I'm collecting the items we received from the people of the royal capital in the ritual hall." "All right. Shall we go take a look?" "Yes, follow me." So, together with the bouncing Zurara, we walked down the corridor and headed for the ritual hall. There were many items there, and the number of items was increasing. "Good job. Good job. I'll carry it carefully." Slime transport. "We'll leave the items there." The helper slimes came one after another and left behind items that had been given up by the people of the royal capital. It could be an old stuffed animal or a rusty sword, all of which seemed to have some meaning to them. Normally, people would have been reluctant to part with such items, but they were also generous. "Everyone expects so much from you, Master-san." "That's very kind of them." "If that's the case, I'd like to respond to that feeling." "Now, how much more material do I need?" Thinking about this, I picked up an old stuffed animal and heard, Full Assist's voice. "Trial calculation in progress. If you are thinking of more perfection, the more items you have in mind, the more ideal it is. If possible, it might be best to reach out to the cities we have visited so far." "Okay, I get it." "Then, let's go there now." And while I'm at it, I could try out space-time domination as well. While I was thinking about that, Iris came to the ritual site. "Ku, you're back already. How did you do with the pieces of emptiness?" "I got it safely. I just upgraded my coat with it." I spread the hem of my Fenrir coat void. I see that the color at the lining has changed a bit." "Yeah. I'm going to go around a bit now and talk to some of the cities I've been to so far." "And yes, Iris, you can come with me." "Of course." "Well, let's go talk to Lily and Letitia for a bit. Are they both back? Yes. They're taking a break in the ship's cafe. Well, let's go talk to them together, shall we? I'd like to share some information with them. You can come with me, too. Yes, I'll listen to what you have to say. So, I headed to the ship's cafe with Iris and Zurara. There I found Letitia and Lily. Kusama, what a coincidence. Thanks for your hard work. Did it go well? Yes, at any rate, I think we're on the same playing field as Zorgral. I answer and give a brief explanation of space-time domination. That's a tremendous power. Iris was the first to say so. You can fly and stop time. You're like a god. It's amazing. Lily's sparkling gaze turned to me. No, even so, Lily has inherited the power of the god of war, and if you want to talk about godlike, she's probably better than me. Well, putting that aside, I told them that I was going to go around to other cities and ask people to bring me items that were filled with their feelings. I'm going to call on them today and go around and collect them tomorrow. I may not be able to gather much in one day, but I need as much material as I can get. I doubt it. I am sure we will have a larger turnout than expected. Kusama, you are well liked, Letitia said with a giggle. Anyway, I am glad that we are on track to fight Zorgral. That being said, I should also thank all three of you for your support to the people of the royal capital. Thanks to you, we've collected a lot of memorable items. No, number. I'm sure the person who has done the most is Milia, who isn't here. I think so, too. Lily nodded and said she is now mobilizing all the adventurers and calling out to everyone in the city. I'll have to thank her later. Yeah, you should. I nodded to Iris. By the way, what are Letitia and Lily going to do now? Do you want to go to another city together? Well, what shall we do? Letitia looked at Iris and me alternately for some reason and said, what do you think, Lily-sama? I think I'll stay here and rest. Plus, we have to deal with the people who are going to bring us their memorable items. I see. Now, we will remain in the royal capital, so please enjoy your short trip with Iris-sama. Well, it's not that simple, though. The world's survival is at stake. After all, even if we need some relaxation, this is no time to play around. Anyway, now the schedule is set. Then, Iris, shall we go? Yes. Then, please take care of the rest. Okay. Have a good trip. See you later. Good luck, Master-san and Iris-Nain. So, I took Iris and headed up to the deck for a while. Where are we going first? Fort Port, I guess. Then we're going to fly. I've got some flying potions in my pouch. No. That's not going to be enough, eh? You see, space-time domination, can be used on people other than myself. I answered, and then I reminded myself to activate the space-time domination. Immediately after, I had a strange sensation, as if my whole body was expanding. The voice of, full assist, echoed in my mind. I confirmed the activation of space-time domination. Optimization of the perception by Kakazuka is performed. Soon after, an image appeared in my mind that was just like looking down on myself from a bird's eye view. If I were to use a metaphor, it would be the third-person perspective of an open-world game. At the same time, my own vision is also present, which is a bit confusing. Well, I guess I'll have to get used to it. Anyway, now I can grasp the surrounding scenery without moving my head. What's wrong? Iris, perhaps worried that I had fallen silent, called out to me. I'm sorry. I'm just taking a little time to get used to my skills. For now, let's try spatial manipulation, flight. I've set the feeling of flight to the same one as the flying potion. Iris note Fafner can also fly freely as long as it is within a radius of 100 meters centered on Kakazuka. As expected of, full assist. You're very clever. Immediately after, our bodies floated gently in the air. It's amazing that I can fly even though I didn't drink the flying potion, Iris said in amazement. Shall we go to Fort Port then? Yeah, but it would take a lot of time to get there normally. I'll use the Divine Speed Blessing X for Iris and me. Can you use it on me too? As long as it's within the range of space-time domination, it's fine. I think it might be better if we back off at first. Well, maybe I should ask you to escort me, Iris said and offered her right hand to me. I grabbed her hand with my left hand and activated Divine Speed Blessing X, targeting myself and Iris. Let's go. Yes. We soared and headed for the sky above the royal capital. Zorgral caught my attention at the edge of my vision. The barriers still seem to be in place. I activated auto mapping, to check the direction of the fort port and headed in that direction while holding hands with Iris. Because I activate Divine Speed Blessing X, we move away from the royal capital in an instant. I looked down and saw that we had already left the land and were now at sea. It's amazing how fast we are going, Iris shouted excitedly. So, this is what Ku always felt, huh? Well, I don't usually move at this speed, I replied, turning my attention to my own magic power level. Although I was activating Divine Speed Blessing X, targeting not only myself but also Iris, the magic power consumed per second was less than 1/10 of the previous amount, probably thanks to space-time domination. With this, it seems possible to keep it activated for an entire hour. Hey, do you mind if I try flying by myself? Yes, I'll assist you if it's dangerous, so you can do whatever you want. I said that and slowly removed my hand from Iris. Kaya. Iris lost her posture for a moment and grabbed onto my coat. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I guess you were too hasty. What do you want to do now? Wait a minute. I'll try a little at a time. Iris then recovered her posture and removed her fingers from my coat. Oh. So it feels the same as when you fly normally? Yeah, it's just a little bit faster. I don't think it's just a little bit. Iris giggled and began to wiggle and meander. Foo-foo, it's pretty funny. Just be careful not to get too far away from me, or you'll lose the effect. I'll be fine. Iris begins to make a spinning, whirling motion. She's getting pretty excited. I think this might be the first time I've seen her act in such an innocent way. I let out a smile without realizing it. It seems the production skill acquired in Another World is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 5 Part 3, sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Patreon tier and new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Part 3. Soon after, Fort Port came into view. Incidentally, the sky was purple here, too. From the looks of it, the whole world's sky might be tinted purple. As I was thinking about that, Iris said, "Where are we going to get off?" "In front of the Adventurers Guild would be fine. I'll deactivate the Divine Speed Blessing X there." "I understand." Iris nodded in agreement. We then landed on the ground in front of the Adventurers Guild in Fort Port. The people around us seemed to have stopped moving altogether while we were flying. In fact, it's the opposite. We're just decelerating. When I deactivate the Divine Speed Blessing X, the people around us begin to move normally. Some of them were surprised by our sudden appearance, but we didn't care, and we entered the Adventurers Guild building. It was now late afternoon, the time when adventurers would normally be out on their quests. Despite this, many adventurers were gathered in the lobby. When they looked at me, they tilted their heads and opened their mouths. That was the Dragon Slayer, wasn't it? Didn't he go to the royal capital? Maybe he came back after seeing that sky? What do you think? Should we go ask him? Such conversations were overheard. I don't mind explaining to everyone, but first, I should talk to the person in charge here, the guild branch manager. The Fort Port branch manager was Jess-san, wasn't he? He was a man with silver-rimmed glasses and the air of a go-getter man. I walked through the middle of the lobby and headed for the reception desk in the back. The receptionist was the woman I had rescued from the pirate Zed before. "Oh, Kusan. It's been a while. How can I help you?" "I need to talk to the branch manager, Jess." "I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you call him for me?" I said and then pointed straight up. "I need to talk to him about the sky. Do you know why the sky is purple?" "Yes, I just don't know how much to explain to everyone. And I need some help in solving the problem." "I understand." "Kusan is a great benefactor who has saved Fort Port twice. I will definitely intercede even if the branch manager just doesn't like it. Please wait for me." The female staff member stood up vigorously from her seat after saying that and left the counter, and ran upstairs. "She's very motivated," Iris says with a wry smile. "I wonder if it's because of Ku's popularity." "I don't think so. But it's nice to hear that." "Nevertheless," he continued, "if it's so easy to come to Fort Port, it's probably a good idea to go to the casino with everyone else." Certainly, Lily was very interested in the casino. "And there's a bar with a view of the ocean. We went there before, weren't we?" "That bar had a nice, quiet atmosphere. I'd like to go there again." "Yeah, we should go there again." "Sure." I am not a fussy person by nature, and Iris is also a quiet person. We both like to drink in the relaxed atmosphere of a bar. In that sense, we are very similar. While I was thinking about that, The female staff member came running down the stairs. I got the okay from branch manager Jess. I'll take you to the branch manager's office. That was pretty fast. Still, it's not a bad reception, and I'll take her word for it. Iris and I nodded to each other and headed for the branch manager's office with the female staff member. By the way, Kusan and Iris-san, I see that both of you have returned to Fort Port. Are the other members of your group with you? No, it was just me and Iris. We are going to go to Syria and to after this. Won't that take quite a while? Well, I got a lot of new skills, so it didn't take us more than an hour to get here from the royal capital. That's amazing. As expected of Kusan. The female staff sighed in admiration. Eventually, we arrived at the branch manager's office. When I entered, I found branch manager Jess there, and we sat down on the sofa to talk with each other for the time being. It has been a while, Kusan, and Iris-san. I would like to rejoice to see you again if I could. But the town of Fort Port is currently in a state of considerable turmoil. Adventurers and guild officials with calm are doing their best to contain the panic, but there is a limit to that. May I ask you to tell me what is going on? Yeah, we're here for that, I say, and give a brief description of Zorgral. Emptiness that sucks in the world itself. Huh? It's hard to believe, isn't it? I suppose it is. But it is information from none other than Kusan himself. And since the sky turning purple is such an unusual phenomenon, it is probably a situation where common sense like mine is no longer applicable. Jess nodded in agreement. He seemed to be convinced. The only thing is, explaining everything to the people of Fort Port may cause them to become more anxious than ever. I will explain only that a powerful monster has appeared in the royal capital and that the sky is tinted purple in the aftermath of the monster. Yeah, that would be good. King Octo did the same thing, and the best official announcement at present would be to refer to Zorgral as a powerful monster without going into details about it. However, people may be crushed by anxiety if they just wait for the monster to be exterminated. I was told that there is something you want us to help you with, and we would be happy to cooperate with you, branch manager Jess said emphatically. That's very encouraging. Thank you. Then, please listen to me. I told him that I was collecting items that were filled with feelings. Jess's reply was quite amorous. Understood. I will do everything in my power to help you, Kusan. By the way, how long do you need me to collect that memorable item? The barrier is not going to last very long. I need them by tomorrow at noon. That's quite sudden, isn't it? Jess shook his shoulders with a wry smile. Let's see if we can do it. The world is on the brink of extinction, after all. Thanks for your help. We'll go to Syria then. As for the carriage arrangements, you don't need one, do you, Kusan? Yes, we will be fine. Thank you for your concern. I left the branch manager's office with Iris. I went down the stairs to the lobby and was greeted by a crowd of adventurers. I heard a little about what you said in the branch manager's office. There's a monster in the royal capital, isn't there? I heard there's something we can do to help. We owe you a debt of gratitude for saving our city, so we'll do our best to lend a hand. Do your best, Dragon Slayer. And you too, Dragon Fokanichan. We walked out of the building, overwhelmed by the energy of the adventurers. That was a lot of excitement. Iris shrugged her shoulders. It looked like they were about to start throwing a big party. It sure was. Well, let's move on. I then activated space-time domination again. Then, I activated Divine Speed Blessing X and flew with Iris to Syria. Come to think of it, I'm not acquainted with the branch manager of Syria. I wonder if the Lord, Count Maillard, is still in town. First, I went down near the mansion and deactivated Divine Speed Blessing X. Then I went to the gate and asked the knight standing guard if Count Maillard was present, to which I received this answer. Yes, the Count is still staying at the mansion. He will be very happy to hear that the Dragon Slayer is here. Please wait a moment. I will inform him. The knight said that and headed toward the mansion. It's a similar story to the one before, isn't it? Iris said with a chuckle. But I'm glad to hear things are moving so quickly. Yeah, it's a gratifying thing to hear, isn't it? Speaking of Syria, the hot springs? I'd love to go back to the hot springs and take my time. Yeah. Also, what was the specialty here? I remember we played bingo. The specialty is hotep. It's a soup dish, and I'm sure it's flavored differently in different restaurants. Oh, that's it. I haven't tried them all yet, and I'd love to go on a food tour. Also, I'd like to go to Cal's parents' cake shop. Cal is a D-rank adventurer woman, and I remember her as always being cheerful. Where is she now? While I was thinking about that, the knight returned. The Count is coming to see you. Please come in. Count Maillard, who had been exhausted by the curse before, had recovered his energy. His demeanor had become more imposing, giving him the air of a dependable lord. Oh, Kudono. It's been a long time. It has been a long time, Count. After we were pleased to see each other again, I explained about the Zorgral and asked him to collect some of the people's most cherished possessions. Fortunately, Count Maillard immediately agreed. I understand. When it comes to the crisis of the world, I have no choice but to lend a helping hand. Even in Syria, Kudono's name is well known. I am sure the people will be happy to offer their treasured possessions to you. Thank you very much. We then left the Count's place and continued towards Tu. On the way, we saw the Newzard Bridge. That bridge was rebuilt by Ku, wasn't it? Oh, it brings back memories. You really do a lot of things everywhere you go, don't you? You also defeated the Devil Treant into. That's when we met Lily, wasn't it? Yeah. Compared to that time, Lily-chan seems to have brightened up. Yeah, it's a good sign, isn't it? While talking about this, we arrive at Tu. As soon as the guild branch manager, Popolo-san, saw us, he shed tears and was happy to see us again and to know that we were safe. Yes, I understand. One day is enough. We'll collect all the treasured possessions from all over town. Good. Well then, the next stop is on. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 5 Part 4. Here's the chapter, Enjoy, Ed, Blast, Part 4. And so it was. Shortly after Iris and I arrived in the sky above On, several flashes of lightning flashed across the purple sky. What happened? I involuntarily stopped in place and turned my gaze toward the royal capital. Of course, I couldn't see anything from here because it was quite a distance away. That lightning is kind of ominous, Iris said as she came up to me. Shouldn't you go back to the royal capital? I'll talk to the Adventurers Guild in On. Can I ask you to do that? I have to admit that I have a strange feeling in my heart. Yes, I'll be fine. I'll see you later. Yeah, see you later. After confirming that Iris had landed in front of the Adventurers Guild in On, I deactivated the Divine Speed Blessing X for her. Then, I started to move at full speed toward the royal capital. Breaking wind and breaking through the sound barrier, I moved forward, forward, forward. Eventually, after crossing the sea, the royal capital came into view in the distance. In the sky was the figure of Zorgral. Since my magic power had decreased considerably, I drank a flying potion and then cancelled space-time domination. While maintaining my flying state due to the effect of the flying potion, I approached Zorgral. The golden-colored barrier encircling its entire body was still intact, but there was a crack in one spot. This is an emergency. The greedy dragon's barrier is being broken. It seems that Zorgral is attempting to break through the barrier by concentrating its power in one place. That's not good. What should we do? Search for ways to suppress Zorgral. Search complete. Kakazuka has gained the ability to control space-time, and a new recipe has been unlocked. For the glove that Letitia Demetia wears on her fist and the bristlebow held by Lily Luna Lunaria, you can create a weapon that suppresses the power of Zorgral with creation, with the designated recipe for each. However, both of them will have to plunge inside Zorgral and then exercise the power of the weapon to make it effective. Pardon me? I was surprised at the unexpected response. Kusan. I heard Letitia and Lily's voices. Letitia was flying with the power of the flying potion, and Lily was flying with the power of the god of war, and both were quickly gaining altitude and coming to me. https://nikestranslationhome.files.wordpress.com/2023/00022.jpg. I had a bad feeling when I saw the lightning earlier. Was there something wrong? Yeah. Look at that, I said and pointed to a crack in the barrier. The barrier may be broken earlier than expected. That's not good. Can't we hold Zorgral back? It's not impossible. I was hesitant to answer. The reason is that the two of them need to be inside that barrier, or in other words, inside of Zorgral. I was reluctant to let Letitia and Lily jump into a dangerous place alone. As I was having a hard time, Letitia reached out her hands toward me and held my face between hers from both sides. Kusama, you seem to have something you want to say but can't quite say it, don't you? Letitia laughed foo-foo, and said, we are friends, aren't we? Please don't hesitate to tell us. Or do we seem so unreliable to you? Tell us, Kusan. Lily turned her gaze straight at me. Yes, that's right. Even the two of them are friends who have followed the fight to this point with admirable success. I should trust them more. I decided to explain what, Full Assist, had told me. I see, I understand. I don't mind. I guess that means it's our turn. Are you sure, both of you? It's dangerous. I've been prepared for that ever since we decided to fight Zorgral, and Kusan will be coming later, right? Yeah. I nodded at Lily's words. I'll come running as soon as I finish collecting the items needed to defeat Zorgral. That won't be a problem then. I believe you will come before we run out of power. Letitia and Lily looked straight at me and nodded. Both of them seemed to be determined. This is the part where I have to make up my mind. To Letitia and Lily, I've received your determination. Let's do everything we can. I received the glove from Letitia and the Yggdrasil bow from Lily and put each of them in my item box. Immediately after, a recipe popped into my mind. Letitia's glove X1 plus Demon God Dragon Core X1 plus Demon God Dragon Scale X1 Yarn Grapple X1 Yggdrasil Bow X1 plus God of War Treasure Ball X1 Creation Bow Yggdrasil X1. The Dragon God's Dragon Core was obtained by dismantling the carcass of the Dragon God. Dismantling was a skill that dismantled the carcass of a monster in their item box, which probably needs no explanation at this point. When I immediately activated it, the carcass of the demon god dragon was split into marrow, skin, and the dragon's core. I store the glove and the bow in my item box, respectively. First, I targeted Letitia's glove and activated Creation Yarn Grapple. Letitia Demetria's glove is given the power of a demon god dragon, and in addition, it has a pseudo-space-time domination ability. The glove itself has a strong will to resist Zorgral. Granted effects: Mjolnir X, Fake Mastery of Space-Time A+, Counterattack S+, and Resist Emptiness X. Mjolnir X is a special move that strengthens Letitia's power as an arrogant dragon and allows her to release a pseudo-breath from her hands. The image is similar to my Gleaming Dragon's Breath. The Fake Mastery of Space-Time A+ gives the wearer pseudo-space-time mastery, while the Counterattack S+ is a reflection of the Demon God Dragon's causal counterattack, absorbing attacks received and adding them to the power of Mjolnir X. The Resist Emptiness X seems to have the effect of suppressing the power of Zorgral. When I took the yarn grapple out of the item box, I found a glove covered with the black scales of the Demon God Dragon. The design looks very strong. It's quite cool, isn't it? Letitia nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for keeping your promise. Come to think of it, you said you wanted me to make you a weapon, didn't you? Yes. I'm going to use this to take down Zorgral. Don't push yourself too hard. I handed the yarn grapple to Letitia. The next is Lily's weapon. I activate Creation, targeting Yggdrasil's bow. Creation Bow Yggdrasil. The bow of Yggdrasil is strengthened, and in addition, it has a pseudo-space-time domination ability. The bow itself has a strong will to resist Zorgral. Granted effects: Extreme Archery of the God of War S+, Blessing of the God of War S+, Resists Emptiness X, and Fake Mastery of Space-Time A+. The Extreme Archery of the God of War S+ converts Lily's magical power into arrows and shoots them, and the principle seems to be the same as that of the magic sword Gram's God of War /S+. The Blessing of the God of War S+ further boosts Lily's magical power and resists Emptiness X, and Fake Mastery of Time and Space A+ seem to have the same effect as Yarn Grapple. When I took out the Creation Bow from their item box, the shape was almost the same as Yggdrasil's bow, but the color had changed to pure white, and it was covered with a divine radiance. It is beautiful. Lily sighed in admiration as she looked at the bow. Thank you, Kusan. No, I'm sorry for making you work so hard. Full Assist says that the two of you can delay Zorgral from breaking through the barrier. As soon as I said that, the voice of Full Assist echoed in my mind. The specific procedure will now be installed in both of their brains. May I ask you to put your hands on their heads? All right. Hold on a second. When I told them what I had heard from Full Assist, they nodded their heads readily. So you mean you are going to pat us on the head as a parting gift to us, right? No, it's different. Well, that's a joke. Letitia chuckled. It would be helpful if you could explain to us how things work from here. Well, go ahead. It's fine with me, too. Letitia and Lily leaned forward a little and turned their heads toward me. Let's do it. Then I put my left hand on Lily's head and my right hand on Letitia's head. Now, Let's do a fast installation. Completed. You're as fast as ever. When I was surprised, Letitia and Lily shouted, "Hi-ah, Kai-ah." It seems that both of them were surprised at the amount of information in the high-speed installation. It's a strange feeling, isn't it? My head was filled with text and images. Is everything all right? No problem. It's rather refreshing to have a clear idea of what I need to do from here. Yes. And then I'll be on my way. All right. Take care. Of course. Then please be sure to pick us up. We believe in you, Kusan. The two of them then headed toward the barrier and quickly entered through the cracks in it. Soon after, the lightning that had been leaking from the barrier stopped, and the cracks were closed. The two are probably fighting against Zorgral with the greedy dragon right now. I'm sorry, and thank you. I estimate that the barrier will last until tomorrow night. The time limit is approximately 30 hours. Understood. However, the more time that passes, the more burden Letitia and Lily will have to bear. So we will rush over there even if we have to move up our schedule once the item to defeat Zorgral is completed. I agree. I, too, feel distressed that I am forcing the girls to do too much. It seems the production skill acquired in Another World is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 5 Part 5. Sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Patreon tier and new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Part 5. After that, the barrier did not seem to crack again. I prayed one more time in my heart for Letitia and Lily's safety and left the place. I activated auto-mapping, and searched for Iris's location. It seemed that she had already left Dun and was heading for the royal capital. I activated Divine Speed Blessing X and accelerated at once. As I flew across the ocean, I saw Iris in the distance. I deactivated Divine Speed Blessing X for the time being and waved my hand toward Iris. She came this way immediately. How did it go? Actually, I told her that there was a crack in the barrier and that Letitia and Lily had gone inside of Zorgral. Okay, I understand. Somehow, I'm sorry, Iris muttered with her eyes downcast. Since we're putting the burden on the two of them, we should do our best, too. Yeah, that's right. For now, let's go back to the royal capital. Yes, you're right. We nodded to each other and took a course toward the royal capital. Then, when I was about to activate Divine Speed Blessing X, a telepathic message arrived from the Lazy Dragon. He wants you to stop by Mahara's Island. The voice of, Full Assist, echoed in my mind. It seems that the Lazy Dragon Tidal has contacted me. I mean, he could use telepathy or something. Huh? It seems that a line of thought was constructed between Kakauzuku and the Lazy Dragon by the previous summons. I see. But still, what is he doing there? Iris, can we stop by for a bit? Yes, of course. Iris nodded and continued speaking further. Since it's it's not just a side trip but something necessary, right? Yeah. I'll explain the situation on the way. And then I activated Divine Speed Blessing X and was about to go to, when it suddenly occurred to me, what's wrong? There, space-time domination, also has the ability to warp. Can I use it for a while? Yes. You are going to test the function for tomorrow, right? That's right. So once again, I activate space-time domination. A bird's eye view of myself from above floated in my head. I specified a point 100 meters away from here, and I thought of myself and Iris at warp speed. Immediately afterward, the surrounding scenery changed with a floating sensation. It seemed that the warp had succeeded. It's a strange sensation, isn't it? Iris said as she looked around. I don't really feel like I've moved. Me neither. The movement stops for a few tenths of a second before and after the warp, and we are distracted by the destination. I wonder if I can get used to this and cover it. For the time being, let's try to move to Mahara's Island by repeating the warp. After repeating the warp several times, we reached the sky above Mahara's Island. As expected, I was getting used to warping, and the back and forth time loss was disappearing. I looked down and saw Tidal. This time he was in human form, waving at us with a friendly smile on his face. We slowly lowered altitude and landed. Oh, Kudono, Iris Dono. Thank you for coming. Thank you for lending a hand yesterday. By the way, Tidal was fighting with us, wasn't he? I borrowed Kudono's magic power and took on my dragon form. Well, Tidal coughed and looked at me. My unique ability is 1,000 miles sleep. I can grasp anything that happens while I'm sleeping. I never thought that Zorgral had a will and wanted to destroy itself. Yeah, I was surprised too. It may be Zorgral's will that Miss Letitia and I were born into this world not as a great calamity but as a human being imbued with the power of a great calamity. It is possible. In fact, we are working to overthrow Zorgral in this way. I'm sure it's all for the best. Tidal nodded and continued. I learned from Thousand Miles Sleep that Kudono seems to be collecting items that are filled with emotion. Let me help you with that. Tidal then offered a pendant in the shape of a reindeer. It was a memento of my late wife. I want you to use it as well. Are you sure? It's better if it's filled with emotion. If the world is destroyed, there will be no memento of her. Besides, Tidal continued, the city of Fortport itself is a memento of my wife. I am content with what remains of the city. Tidal is originally a human being, and Fortport's branch manager, Jess, is a descendant of him. That is why he wants to protect the city, and this will come in handy, too. Tidal pulled out a piece of animal fur. What's this? It's a sleeping sheep belt. The battle is coming. You may be too nervous to sleep. There is a legend that if you wear this around your neck, you will sleep better. I see. It is true that I slept well yesterday because I was tired, but I am not sure what will happen today. I can't go into the battle without a good night's sleep. I understand. I'll accept it gratefully. I answered, received the fur, and put it in my item box. I'm sorry for troubling you. It's all right. Well, if it's not too much to ask, will you stay here for a while and listen to my story? I don't mind. How about Iris? I'm fine. Too. All we have to do now is wait for the memorabilia to come together. All right. We'll talk as we walk, Tidal said and started walking. We followed him. By the way, you've grown up a lot, Kudono. What are you talking about? You sent Miss Lily and Miss Letitia ahead to confront Zorgral. The old Kudono would have been absolutely against it. That's true, isn't it? Iris nodded next to me. He had a habit of concentrating the burden on himself. I won't deny that. I think that by traveling together, you have developed a sense of trust in your companions. Kudono, there are many others who are willing to help you in this battle. I, of course, want to help, too. Do not forget that. After that, we left Tidal and returned to the royal capital. Once again, we landed on the deck of the Blazner. When I entered the ship and looked at the clock on the wall, I saw that it was around 7 p.m. It took us quite a while to finish, didn't it? Yeah. Let's have dinner for now. While we were talking, Milia and Zurara came from across the corridor inside the ship. Oh, Kusan, Iris-san. Just in time. The message from all the helpers Limes. Dinner's ready. Huh. Where's Letitia Nain and Lilian? Oh, that's. I told them that the greedy dragon's barrier was breaking and that Lily and Letitia had gone inside Zorgral first to suppress it. I didn't know that was happening. I see. Zurara mumbled a little sadly, then smiled and said, then we'll have to eat a lot of food and welcome them back as soon as possible. I guess so. I kneeled down on the spot and patted Zurara on the head. Anyway, let's go eat. Where should we go? The ship's restaurant. There are plenty of treats. Master-san, Iris and Nain, Milia and Nain, welcome. Enjoy your dinner. Make sure you have plenty of energy for tomorrow. When we stepped into the ship's restaurant, we were greeted by a large number of helper slimes. The menu was a truly sumptuous buffet of meat, fish, vegetables, fruit, and everything in between. We took our picks and sat down at our table. Delicious. I wish Lily and Letitia could have eaten with us. That's after the battle is over, isn't it? We will make sure they are well fed. After we defeat Zorgral, we'll have a party. I'll prepare a more sumptuous meal. I'm looking forward to it. Iris said this with a smile, but there was a somewhat dark shadow on her face. Since Lily and Letitia were both not here, it's not surprising. However, being depressed at this point would not guarantee the safety of the two. I should put my feelings to rest and make sure I'm well nourished. After lunch, I went out of Blazner to see Milia off. What are you going to do after this? I'm going back to the Adventurers Guild headquarters. I still have a little business to attend to. Do you want me to give you a ride over? No, that's okay. The knights are supposed to pick me up. While we are talking like that, several knights come this way. Are you Milia-sama? We have come to pick you up by the order of King Octo. It is wonderful that knights come to pick you up. It is the consideration of the king, isn't it? Yes. One of the knights nodded at Milia's words. If something happens to Milia-sama, Kusama's heart will not be at peace. If that is the case, it will affect the battle with Zorgral. So we have been asked to take Milia-sama to and from. I see. As I was convinced, Millie looked up at the sky at Zorgrowl wrapped in barriers. Lily-san and Letitia-san are doing their best, you know. Since I can't fight, I'm going to do my best here. Kusan and Iris-san, please take a good rest today. Yeah, I'll do that. Yes, of course. It doesn't look like you two are going to get much rest. Well, that's for sure. No matter how much I try to change my mind, the thought of whether or not it's okay to continue like this keeps coming back to haunt me. It's all right. The one who raised a cheerful voice was Zurara. We slimes will take good care of Master-san and Iris-san so that they can get a proper rest. Fufu, that's a relief, isn't it? Milia smiled and patted Zurara's head. Then, I'll take my leave. Good night, both of you. Good night. See you later, Milia. After I said that to Milia, she left Blazner with the knights. We watched them go and returned inside. Oh, we're free to go from here. Yes, let's do that. We can take the same room as before. Right. Well, I'll see you later. Yeah, see you later. I'll go help clean up the restaurant. And so, Iris, Zurara, and I split up. I headed for my private room on board the Blazner. This is the room I used to use when going from Fort Port to the royal capital. Well, there is talk of returning to the guest house, but in case of an emergency, it is easier to deal with the situation if I stay on board the Blazner. Besides, I have a delicate feeling about going back to the guest house now because of the grand send-off I received. After entering the private room, I took a shower and sat down on the sofa in the room. I looked at my watch and saw that it was around 10 o'clock in the evening. Tomorrow, around noon, I am supposed to go around the city and collect the memorabilia. What I can do until then is right. Let's take a bit of time to look at creation. For the first time in a while, it seems the production skill acquired in Another World is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 5 Part 6. Here's the chapter, Enjoy, Ed. Blast. Part 6. I've been running around so much recently that I haven't had time to take my time and consider what to take with me. As I laid on my bed and turned my attention to the item box, I saw a few recipes floating around. There were some new ones. Apparently, there are some recipes that were unlocked after I obtained their space-time domination. First of all, 3 Emperor Dragon Bracelet, the 10th one, plus Yellow Dragon of Quake Carcass X1 for Emperor Dragon Bracelet, the 10th one. This was the first recipe. The Yellow Dragon seemed to be of Earth attribute, so this should give me the 4 attributes of Fire, Ice, Wind, and Earth. Let's give it a try. 4 Emperor Dragon's Bracelet, a bracelet that seals the power of the Fire, Ice, Wind, and Earth dragons. The wearer is given the highest aptitude for fire, ice, wind, and earth magic. If the wearer possesses creation, they can activate Magic Creation X and Elemental Decomposition X. Granted effects: successor to the 4 Emperors X, Special Equipment S+, Magic Creation X, Elemental Decomposition X. The ability to use earth magic was to be expected, and the Magic Creation X now incorporated an earth element, but what was more noteworthy was the Elemental Decomposition X. By consuming magic power, it was said to be able to break down anything it touched into elements and made them disappear. This was truly a special move. I had the sense that powerful equipment was being prepared for the final battle. Here's the next recipe. Punch Rabbit Pajamas, for men, X1 plus Sleep Sheep Fur X1 equals Good Sleep Pajamas X1. For men. I made pajamas from the Punch Rabbit's fur before, but it seemed that by adding the Sleep Sheep's fur that title gave me, I could make an item that would give me better quality sleep. It's going to take me a while to get to sleep today, so let's make it. Good Sleep Pajamas, for men, pajamas made with a generous amount of Punch Rabbit and Sleep Sheep fur. It lulls the wearer into a deep sleep. Granted effects: Texture S+, Sleep Induction S, Restful Sleep S+, Fatigue Recovery S+. Wow, there were quite a lot of effects granted. Punch Rabbit's pajamas were A+ in texture, so this is a further improvement over that. In addition, it was increased with Sleep Inducing S and Fatigue Recovery S+. Incidentally, although these are for men, it seems that the Punch Rabbit pajamas, for women, that I gave to Iris earlier can also be converted into Good Sleep Pajamas, for women, by creation, with the Sleep Sheep fur. But it would be kind of strange to visit Iris's room now and ask her to let me create her pajamas with creation. As I was thinking about this, the voice of Full Assist echoed in my mind. I have a suggestion for Iris. Note Fafnir's item. It is possible to create a new weapon from the materials of the Lust Dragon and the Holy Dragon Spear Fimbule. Is that so? If so, I could visit to discuss weapons aside from pajamas. I jumped out of bed and went to open the door of my room. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Ku, are you awake?" "Yeah." I just had something to tell Iris. "I'll open the door now." To me, it's about an item. I said that and opened the door. There stood Iris, apparently after a bath. Her skin slightly upturned. She is beautiful. I honestly feel that way. "Ku, what's wrong?" "Oops." I couldn't help but be fascinated by it. I came back to myself and told her about the strengthening of the Holy Dragon Spear. "I understand. I'm certainly not comfortable fighting Zorgral as it is now, and I'd like to ask you to strengthen it." "Oh, I mean, what's the point of standing around talking? Come on in." "Yeah, sure." So I invited Iris into my room. We sat down side by side on a long sofa in the room. "Can I borrow your fimbule for the time being?" "Yes." Iris said so and took out the fimbule from her pouch. I took it and put it in my item box. After that, I put the carcass of the Lust Dragon through there, dismantle, process and obtain the scales and dragon core, just as I did with the Demon God Dragon. Then, a recipe popped into my mind. Holy Dragon Spear Fimbule X1 plus Lust Dragon's Core X1 Infinite Spear Fimbule Mimmer X1. Infinite Spear sounds like a great name. Anyway, let's use creation. Infinite Spear Fimbule Mimmer, a new spear created by Kakazuka. It incorporates the unique ability of the Lust Dragon, multiplication, and as long as its magical power lasts, it can create other spears of the same kind and use them as weapons. Also known as the Infinite Spear Gungnir. Granted effects: Duplication Creation X, Flying X, Absolute Freeze X, Collapse of Phenomena X, Extreme Dragon God's Barrier X, True Dragon God's Blessing X, Fake Mastery of Space-Time A+. There are so many X's. The Duplicate Creation X consumes magic power to create Gungnir, which is automatically directed toward the enemy by the Flying X. In doing so, the Absolute Freeze X stops the enemy's movement, so the attack seems to hit absolutely. In Norse mythology, Gungnir is said to always hit the enemy if thrown, but in this world, Gungnir is said to secure its accuracy by freezing the enemy. In addition, the Collapse of Phenomena X, which causes the spear and the frozen enemy to disappear together by causing the freezing power to go out of control, has also been added. The barrier seems to be stronger than before. Also, like Letitia's and Lily's weapons, it has been given the fake mastery of space-time A+. At any rate, there is no doubt that a reassuring weapon has been created before the final battle. I took out the Fimbule Mimmer from my item box. The form is a little more sharply angled than the Fimbule was. It looks like it's been enhanced. I explained the effect to Iris and handed her the spear. "Thank you." With this, I think I can stand up to Zorgral. "Yeah, I'm sure of it." With fake mastery of space and time A+, it should be able to fight Zorgral in a close dimension. "Oh, and I have one more recipe for you," I said and told her about the women's version of the good sleep pajamas. Iris then said, "Just what I needed. I was actually having trouble falling asleep. I wonder if you could make it for me." With that, Iris pulled out of her pouch a pair of Punch Rabbit pajamas, for women. Then, as she was about to hand them to me, she said, "Oh, I've washed them properly, so you don't have to worry." "Oh, is that important?" "In the first place, they're cleaned when I put them in my item box." Anyway, I put the pajamas in my item box, and activated creation. Good sleep pajamas, for women, pajamas made with a generous amount of Punch Rabbit and Sleep Sheep fur. It lulls the wearer into a deep sleep. Granted effects: Texture S+, Sleep Induction S, Restful Sleep S+, Fatigue Recovery S+. Okay, it's done. The description and the effects were the same as the men's version I have. I took out a pair of pajamas from my item box, and handed them to Iris. "You should be able to sleep well if you wear these." "Thank you." "Then, let's see." Iris is looking around the room for some reason. "Can I stay here for a little while longer? I mean, if you're already sleepy, I don't want to force you to stay." "No, I'm fine." "What's wrong?" "Number. I just thought maybe we could talk." "You're more than welcome." "Well, we can't move until noon tomorrow anyway." "That's true. We've come a long way, haven't we? Distance-wise and otherwise." "Yeah." I nodded to Iris. "When I left I didn't think I'd be involved in something this big. It's a real surprise, isn't it? I knew Ku was a peculiar man, but this is more than I expected. I'm surprised too. I can't let Zorgral beat me to avenge myself. That's right. By the way, Ku, what's up? When the preparations for defeating Zorgral are ready, you will leave for the battle, right? Yeah, maybe tomorrow evening. I'm worried about Lily and Letitia if things drag on too long. So that means we're less than a day away from the final battle. I'm afraid so. Aren't you scared? I don't really feel that way. I've done what I had to do, and I'm just going to give it my all. Ku is strong. Iris said this and leaned a little toward me. The scent of the shampoo is wafting through the air. Hey, Ku. Iris was about to say something. Knock knock, knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Are you awake, Master-san? It's me. All the helper slimes are here too. Was this voice Zurara? What's going on? Iris and I looked at each other. Anyway, I'll check it out. Iris, what were you going to say? Iris looks flustered for some reason and shuts her mouth. And nothing. Really? Well, let me know later if you need anything. I got up from the sofa and opened the door. There was Zurara and a group of other slimes. Master-san, we've come to bring you a good night's sleep, Zurara announced with a big smile on his face. Following him, the other slimes said, the soft, sticky helper slime futon, warm, soft, and refreshing. Now you'll sleep well until morning. Sleep well? I don't know what it means, but I guess it means sleeping together. It must have been a proposal made out of concern for Iris and me. I'm grateful for the offer. I understand. Iris is in the room too. Shall we all sleep together? Zurara shouted in surprise. Are we interrupting something? No, of course not. I invited Zurara and the others into the room. When I told Iris what had happened, she replied, well, then, let's all go to bed. Iris went back to her room to change into her pajamas. I designated the pajamas as clothing in my item box, and changed them in an instant. Now I'm ready for bed. When I turned around with that thought, something unexpected happened behind me. This bed is too small for all of us. I'm going to swallow it. One of the slimes swallowed the double-sized bed in the room. I'll give you a bigger bed instead. Another slime spits out a king-size bed from its mouth. Come to think of it, the inside of a slime's body is a pseudo-item box. But still, it's always an amazing sight to see. I was stunned when Iris, in her pajamas, came back. Sorry to keep you waiting, Code.you. What do you think? That's pretty cute. In fact, it was just as I said. Iris usually has a dignified appearance, but her fluffy and fancy pajamas also suited her well. Foo-foo, thank you. That makes me so happy, Iris said a little shyly. Then, Master-san, let's all lie down together. So, as I lay down, Zurara and the helper slimes came to surround me. Seeing this scene, Iris giggled. They're kind of cute, aren't they? You think so? Yes. Well, I'll leave it at that. Iris said so, too, and lay down on the bed. I will turn off the light then. Good night. Yeah, good night. Good night. However, the room is not only occupied by Iris but also by Zurara and many other helper slimes. If it's this lively, it's going to take me a while to fall asleep. Phew. By the way, helper slime is soft and warm. I'm getting sleepy. After saying that, Iris went back to her room. When I think about it, we slept together in the same room. Well, Zurara and the others were with us too. With a subtle sense of embarrassment, I left my room. I went out on the deck and took a breath of fresh air. Phew. I looked up at the sky and saw that Zorgral was still there. There was nothing wrong with the barrier. Lily, Letitia, wait for me. I'll be right there. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 6 Part 1. Sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Patreon tier and new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Chapter 6. Final Battle. Part 1. After breakfast, I left the royal capital with Iris. We went to Fort Port, Syria, and to intern and received the items that were filled with emotion. The means of transportation was, of course, flight using space-time domination. Adventurers and townspeople greeted us everywhere we went, offering us warm words of encouragement. I don't know the details, but I hear there's a monster out there. So, do your best. We can only do this much for you, but good luck, Dragon Slayer-san. Come visit us again when the battle is over, okay? I'm a very lucky man to have someone like that say that to me. When the battle is over, I'll come back to report our victory. The last place we will go to is the city of An. I'm a little sorry about that because I didn't show up yesterday. As I headed toward the city, I saw many carts at the south gate, and many people were gathered there. Dragon Slayer-san, long time no see. I heard you were active in other cities as well. I've heard rumors. Here's a little token of gratitude for slaying the Black Dragon. Feel free to take it. Such voices could be heard from everywhere. As I land on the ground, a blonde female adventurer comes running in the opposite direction. Yahoo! Couchy, Irene. Long time no see. She's as energetic as ever. I heard about it. I heard it's really bad. Oh, I baked cookies. You two should eat them. They're so good. Girl hands me a small package saying so. Thanks. I'll eat them later. I answered and put the package in my item box. Even so, you two still have the same air about you, don't you? A sense of security, a mature couple. It's just like that. We're not married, though, Iris muttered with a wry smile. As the two continued to exchange updates, Ziton, the head of the Adventurers Guild's An branch, arrived from the opposite direction. It's been a long time. Kukun, long time no see. I'm sorry I didn't show up yesterday. Don't worry about it. I know how busy you are. Ziton then turned to the carts lined up in front of him and said, this is everything we can get out of the city of An. Will it be enough? Yes, it's enough. I thank you all. I answered, storing the carts one by one in my item box. After I was done, I announced to everyone present, thank you all for lending a hand on such short notice. I really appreciate it. Let me come back and thank you again when the battle is over. Don't say such watery things. Dragon Slayer, your home is here. Come back anytime. We'll welcome you home. The people in the surrounding area were excited. With warm cheers at our backs, Iris and I left the city of An. Everyone was cheering for Ku. It's a great thing to hear, isn't it? With that conversation going on, we headed back to the capital. When we landed on the deck of the Blazner, Zurara was just the Master-san. I've collected the items from the people in the royal capital at the ritual hall inside the ship. All right, I'll go get them. Thank you. You're welcome. Will you be leaving as soon as you're done collecting them? Yes. I think for a moment and then tell Zurara. What time is it? It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Well then, we should leave at 3 p.m. All right. I'll go tell the king and Amelia and Aine. Zurara said and went to the edge of the deck and jumped straight down to the square. Rolling along, he headed out of the square. What a cute way to move. Iris and I looked at each other and chuckled, then headed for the ritual hall inside the ship. There were many helper slimes waiting for me. Welcome, Master-san. We've collected all the items brought to us by the people of the royal capital right here. I bet you'll make something great. Maybe. I looked at the memorabilia gathered in the ritual hall. The number of items will be in the tens of thousands. Let's just put them away for now. When I thought of storing them, a magic circle appeared all over the ritual hall. And in an instant, all of them were stored. It's as out of the ordinary as ever. Iris giggles. The slimes seemed to be surprised too, and they rolled their eyes and exclaimed. Well, soon after, the voice of Full Assist echoed in my mind. A recipe is being prepared. Based on Gram origin, it is possible to create armament for Antes or Graal by using the items we have collected so far as materials with creation. I understand. Please take care of it. I nodded and activated creation. Sacred Sword Gram. A sacred sword that contains the will of the people to resist destruction. It contains infinite and inexhaustible energy. It cannot be controlled by ordinary means. Granted effect, power to resist destruction. The reason why no rank is attached to the granted effect seems to be that it is unmeasurable, I think. In effect, it is higher than X. When I took it out of the item box, a large sword with a golden glow appeared. Is this the key to defeating Zorgral? I nodded in response to Ara's question. Oh. It has tremendous power. Although I was only holding it in my right hand, a tremendous amount of energy was being transmitted throughout my body. I feel reassured and put the sacred sword Gram back in their item box. Well, now the preparations are complete. I told the helper slimes gathered at the ritual hall. We're headed off to defeat Zorgral from now on. I understand, Master-san. Please come back safe and sound. When it's over, we'll all celebrate together. I'll get ready to see you off now. The helper slimes replied cheerfully and left the ritual hall in unison. Hey, Ku, Iris called out to me. How do we get inside the barrier? We use the warp of space-time domination to transfer inside the barrier. After that, We had a short discussion about the battle, and then we left the ritual hall. I went straight to the deck and found Zurara there. Master-san, be careful. Yeah, I got it. I kneeled down and patted Zurara on the head. I looked around and saw that a crowd had gathered there. Dragon Slayer-san, good luck. Make sure you come back safe and sound. Please be careful. Many cheers came from all over the place. Kusan, please come back before dinner. Oh, it's Milia. She was waving her hands in our direction. Iris and I both waved back. Next to Milia was the king, who folded his arms and nodded his head. Well, we were about to leave, but the people of the royal capital had provided us with memorabilia, so it would be a good idea to show them what I had made with them. It's called fulfilling a duty. I took out the sacred sword gram from my item box. May I make a little performance for the surrounding people? Suddenly, I heard the voice of, full assist, in my mind. I'm not sure, but I'll leave it to you. I nodded, and immediately after, a dazzling golden glow emitted from Gram's blade. The surrounding people exclaimed, "Ugh!" Then please call out to the people. Oh, really? What in the world am I supposed to say? But it would be awkward to leave the deck without saying a word, so I should at least say hello. I took a deep breath and raised my voice. Listen up, everyone. Thanks for providing me with the memorabilia so that I could build a weapon to defeat that monster in the sky. I really appreciate it. We will definitely defeat the monster and return home, so get ready to celebrate and wait for us. Then, finally, I raised Gram high in the air. Immediately after, the blade of the sword glowed even more dazzlingly. When the glow subsided, King Octo raised his voice. Go, Kakazuka, the Dragon Slayer. I will give you whatever you desire upon your victory. His voice was very solemn, and it was accompanied by a trembling sound. Perhaps he was activating Charisma A+. A few moments later, the people around us all let out a simultaneous exclamation. Now, let's get going. I responded to the waving people with a smile and then turned my gaze towards Zorgral. The golden barrier that surrounded it is still in place. This meant that Lily, Letitia, and the greedy dragon were still safe. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. First, I thought of activating Limit Break. Immediately after, a golden glow overflowed from my entire body. At the same time, the magic power exploded. 1 trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion. Next, I thought of activating space-time domination. With the sensation of consciousness diffusing, a bird's eye view of the world comes to my mind. I gave myself and Iris the ability to fly, and we floated up into the sky. Zorgral was getting closer and closer. When we approached the barrier, I activated the warp. The two of us moved inside the barrier together. Then, I perform another one of my space-time domination abilities. Space-time interruption. This is a power that is upward compatible with spatial interception, and should be able to prevent the absorption of Zorgral. Soon after, just as my side's dominant area was about to collide with the surface of the Zorgral, Zorgral cracked. As if like a flower blooming, it snapped open and tried to envelop us from all sides. What are you going to do? If it was going to welcome us this way, it's a good thing. We'll keep going. I understand. I cast Divine Speed Blessing X on myself and Iris. Then both of us plunged into the interior of Zorgral at the same time. The description of the appraisal said that the interior was connected to another dimension, and that's exactly what it was. The interior of Zorgral was infinitely wide, and infinite darkness spread out. We plunged through the darkness. How far are we going? As far as we can go. Fortunately, thanks to their Limit Break, my magic power was exploding. Now, I can use Divine Speed Blessing X almost unlimitedly. I'm going so fast that I can circle the Earth several times in an instant. Soon, I heard a voice in my mind. I will explain our future course of action. If we continue to go straight ahead, we will eventually reach the center of Zorgral. At that point, release the power of the sacred sword Gram. Understood. By the way, where are Lily and the others who entered earlier? We are searching for their location in parallel, but it is difficult to find them due to the severe distortion of space-time. We detected a strong space-time interference. It was right after that. Suddenly, the Divine Speed Blessing X was deactivated. In addition, the area of space-time domination was quickly being erased. What is this oppressive feeling? Iris shouted next to me. It seems that something is happening that even she can feel. I myself was feeling a chill that seemed to be eating away at my entire body. Space-time domination, was adjusted from expanding the area under my control, and instead, devoted its efforts to maintaining it. By compressing it down to a size that just barely surrounds Iris and me, I was somehow able to settle on a place where I could compete with it. What's going on? Just as I thought that, the space ahead distorted, and something appeared. The sound of Kian echoed from the sacred sword Gram. What appeared from the distortion of space was a monster that looked like a Nautilus, the gluttonous dragon. After I defeated it, it fled to the outside of the world. It must have returned to Zorgral, after all. That high-pitched, sing-song roar was the same as it was then, but the hostility was stronger than before. Analysis complete. The interference with the space-time domination is presumed to have been caused by the gluttonous dragon. In other words, if we don't defeat this thing, we won't be able to reach the main body of Zorgral. Currently, the sacred sword Gram is singularly focused on the function of anti-Zorgral. Since it is not suitable for combat, its use is not recommended. In other words, you want me to fight with Gram? Imitate. I open my item box and swap weapons. Iris also took her Fimbul Mimmer out of her pouch and readied it. I think it's better to act separately, Iris said as she drank a flying potion, and moved away from me. Iris's Fimbul Mimmer had fake mastery of space and time X. However, the space-time interference of the gluttonous dragon was more powerful than that. Is there enough power to resist it? As long as it is within the area surrounding Iris. Note Fafnir itself. There is no problem. Then it's fine. I readjusted my Gram. Imitate. Let's go. Iris was the first one to make a move. As soon as she raised her spear, the tip shone. Countless Fimbuls appeared from the void. The total number of them exceeded 1,000. Yeah. The spears all emitted a blue flash from their tips. It was the absolute freeze X. In response, the gluttonous dragon intercepted it by releasing heat rays from each of its tentacles. Countless flashes collide head-on, creating a spark. The one who won the clash was Iris. About half of the gluttonous dragon's body is frozen. Now, go. Iris pointed her Fimbul Mimmer at the gluttonous dragon. Immediately after, countless spears rushed toward the carnivorous dragon, causing it to explode. It was the effect of collapse of Phenomena X. In the countless spears of light, the gluttonous dragon became smaller and smaller until it disappeared from sight. It was a piece of cake. Thanks to Ku's weapon, Iris breathed a sigh of relief. It was then that Iris heard the sound of the dragon's voice. Iris, be careful. Suddenly, something unusual happened. The gluttonous dragon, which was supposed to have disappeared, regenerated in an instant and released a breath from its large mouth. Iris. I used the warp to get right next to her, and I grabbed her in my arms and left the scene. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. What in the world happened? The gluttonous dragon is currently receiving its power supply from Zorgral. As long as it remains in existence, there is a possibility of revival. So it's practically invincible. With unlimited remaining power. That's too nasty. I agree. However, if the existence of the gluttonous dragon itself were to disappear completely, it would be impossible to revive it. I see. I nodded inwardly and turned my attention to the 4 Emperor Dragon's bracelets. If I use Elemental Decomposition X, I may be able to eliminate the gluttonous dragon. It was worth a try. However, I have to touch the target to activate Elemental Decomposition X, so that's a bit of a hassle. I told Iris the information I got from Full Assist, and asked her to lend me a hand to try Elemental Decomposition X. Alright. Leave it to me. Yeah. Please. We nodded to each other and approached in a straight line toward the gluttonous dragon. Iris and I had been through many deadly battles together. We no longer needed to speak to each other in detail. Our hearts and minds were connected. That's what it felt like. Iris went ahead and deployed the Extreme Dragon God Barrier X. The gluttonous dragon continuously shot heat rays at us, but they were unable to break the barrier. I reached the dragon unscathed, and I touched its throat to activate Elemental Decomposition X. Eat it. Immediately afterward, the body of the gluttonous dragon began to disintegrate around the spot where I touched it. Did I do it? I made a quick decision to retreat. Immediately after, the roar of the gluttonous dragon resounded. At the same time, its body stopped disintegrating, and it quickly regenerated. Then, as if in a counterattack, it leaned back with countless tentacles like a sickle, releasing countless heat rays from its tips. I won't let you. Iris deployed her Extreme Dragon God Barrier X. However, The heat rays seemed to be stronger than before, and cracks appeared here and there in the barrier. This was not good. That was when I thought so. First, silver shooting stars poured down. It annihilated the tentacles of the gluttonous dragon one after another. Next, a huge meteorite covered with lightning poured down and shaved off the left half of the dragon's body. Finally, a golden flash was released, obliterating the right half of the gluttonous dragon's body. We took advantage of this opportunity to distance ourselves from the dragon. When I looked behind me, I saw Lily, Letitia, and the golden dragon, the greedy dragon. Kusan. We meet at last. Gah. I don't know what the greedy dragon was saying, but I'm sure he was happy to see us again. I hope everyone is alright. Yes, we were in danger, though. If we hadn't been able to meet up with Kusan, we would have been absorbed by Zorgral. The space-time domination ability was given to Lily and Letitia's weapons, but it was only at the pseudo level. Eventually, they would have been pushed aside by Zorgral's power, and I'm so glad we were able to join up with them before that happened. And yet, we're in trouble, Iris said. Neither collapse of Phenomena S plus nor elemental decomposition X would work, so there's really nothing we can do. Maybe we should change our fundamental approach. Right after I muttered that, I heard the voice of, full assist, in my mind. Analysis completed. It is impossible to annihilate the gluttonous dragon with an external attack. The only way to break out of this situation is presumed to be to incorporate the gluttonous dragon into the inside of Kakazuka by means of creation. Is such a thing possible? I don't have to ask. I had the greedy dragon inside me to begin with, so it would not be impossible for me to incorporate the gluttonous dragon into my body. That is correct. If you aim for the moment right after the dragon regenerates, your success rate will be even higher. Alright, let's do it. Let's not waste time wondering about it. I nodded to myself and explained to everyone how we were going to proceed. In other words, we should all attack at once to weaken the gluttonous dragon, right? I understand. Fufu. This is a great new weapon for us. I've wanted to use it some more. Iris, Lily, Letitia, and the greedy dragon. They all seem to be fully prepared for battle. I'll approach right up to the gluttonous dragon. Don't worry about me, just attack. I told them so and approached the gluttonous dragon at once. At the same time, everyone began to attack at once. Iris's Fimbul Mimic Collapse of Phenomena S+, Lily's Yggdrasil God of War's Extreme Shot X, Letitia's Yarn Grapple Mjolnir X. The greedy dragon's breath was probably the gleaming dragon's breath. The gluttonous dragon was quickly weakened by the attack, but just one more step was missing. I approach the dragon just as I did before and activate Elemental Decomposition X. How's that? Just as before, the body of the gluttonous dragon disintegrates and it immediately begins to regenerate. Now, yes, now is the time. Begin the sequence of taking in the gluttonous dragon. Please activate creation. Touching the body of the regenerating gluttonous dragon, I activate creation. Immediately after, I felt something enter my body. The dragon was startled. No wonder. More and more was absorbed into my body. I felt intense pain throughout my body. It seemed that the dragon was rampaging inside of me. If you add Gram Imitate to the material of creation, it may be possible to suppress the gluttonous dragon with the blessing of the God of War. Do you want to do it? The answer, of course, is yes. Immediately after, the Gram Imitate in my left hand was sucked into my body. I'm becoming more and more inhuman. While I was thinking about this as if it was someone else's problem, the entire huge body of the gluttonous dragon was swallowed into mine. The capture sequence has been completed. Are you feeling any different? Oh, I'm fine. Surprisingly, I feel fine. I'm glad to hear that. Now let's head for the center of Zorgral. I nodded and cast Divine Speed Blessing X on everyone present. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Chapter 6 Part 2. Here's the chapter, Enjoy, Ed, Blast. Part 2. Eventually, we arrived at the center of Zorgral. It was a swirling space of black, ominous haze. It's ominous. There's an eerie feeling in the air. I feel a sense of danger. Everyone else seemed to be sensing something unusual as well. I took out the sacred sword Gram from my item box. The power against destruction is activated. This amplifies Zorgral's will to desire his own annihilation and leads him to self-destruction. With Calamity Summoning, summon the black dragon, the white dragon, the yellow dragon, the green dragon, and the lazy dragon. I understand. I hold up my left hand and activate Calamity Summoning. 5 magic circles were created around me, and a dragon appeared from each of them. They immediately became particles and were sucked into Gran. The greedy dragons also became particles and were sucked in. It would literally be an attack that smashed everything. I raised the sacred sword Gran. Please add the power of Fimbulmimma, the bow of creation Drisel, and Yarn grappled to it. Alright. I nodded and asked Tyrus and the others for help. Understood. I will help you. I'm relieved to have my turn at the end. All 3 of them then raised their weapons. Light flooded into the sacred sword Gran. A golden light rose up. We will launch the final attack. Please name the attack. Is that what I'm supposed to do? It seems that most of the terms related to Norse mythology have been used. Yes, that's right. How about Baldur? He's the god of light who comes out after Ragnarok and is said to rise from the land of the dead. It would be perfect for the situation we are in now, wouldn't it? Let's go with that. Final attack Baldur. The countdown to activation. 10, 9, 8, 7. So this is the end of the battle. It seemed like a long time, but it was short. 6, 5, 4, 3. The black mist stopped moving. Then, it started moving toward us. 2, 1, 0. I swung Gran down. A blinding light went into the mist. Immediately after that, https://nikestranslation-home.files.wordpress.com/2023/03/00015.jpg. I confirmed the connection from Zorgral. A massive influx of information was confirmed. As soon as I hear the voice of Full Assist, something enters my head with a whoosh. It was a record, or rather, a memory, from the outbreak of Zorgral to the present. The sheer volume of information almost made my head explode. I could not distinguish between myself and Zorgral. Then, Kusan, Kusama, Iris, Lily, and Letitia. Their voices reached my ears. I came to my senses. This was the beginning of my attempt to separate myself from Zorgral. As I was sorting through the information that flowed into my head, I heard Full Assist's words. I am now having difficulty performing normal functions. If applied to humans, this might be the feeling of confusion. The tone of that voice clearly showed the agitation. It seemed that the information that came in from Zorgral was something that even Full Assist did not understand. I am a being created by Zorgral. We have shared our memories to a certain extent, but there are some parts that are missing. So, that missing part is the information this time. As for the content, it is certainly natural for Full Assist to be puzzled. It seems that Zorgral was originally a necessary phenomenon for all the world. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions. There are too many to count, but no matter what kind of world it is, it will eventually come to an end. The phenomenon of the Zorgral was the creation of new worlds from such dead worlds, or, in other words, the grand recycling of worlds. However, when one of the worlds with advanced magical technology studied Zorgral and attempted to convert it into a weapon, tragedy struck. The Zorgral went out of control and transformed itself into a being that devoured everything in its path. For a start, it swallowed 100 or so worlds and then turned its fangs on others. As a result of devouring countless worlds and taking in the wills of many people, Zorgral came to have a will of its own. But there are 2 wills. One is the one that Full Assist taught me before. A will that hates itself as the incarnation of destruction and wishes for its own extinction. If I have to give it a name, I would call it the will of self-destruction. However, there was another will that existed within Zorgral. I don't want to disappear. I don't want to die. I want to live. This is the fundamental desire for life that all living beings have. Or should I call it the will to survive? I amplified the will of self-destruction by shooting the final attack, Baldur. Originally, Zorgral should have destroyed itself. However, it seems that the final attack, Baldur, also amplified Zorgral's other will. Their will to survive. Although the 2 wills are in competition, their will to survive seems to be gradually gaining the upper hand. At this rate, it will be impossible for Zorgral to destroy itself. It will eventually resume its activities as the incarnation of destruction and swallow us up. Shall we perform the final attack, Baldur, once more? This will amplify the will of self-destruction that Zorgral possesses. But it could also amplify the will to survive, right? It is too high a risk as an option. In the first place, it is too uncool to have to do a second attack, even though it is called the final attack. Well, it's a common story in a company. It's a familiar sight to see a file with a contradictory name like Final, Revised, Ver. 2.1. All joking aside, if you're looking for a solution, I've got one thing in mind. May I ask you to tell us about it? Of course. Zorgral's will of self-destruction wants to annihilate himself as the incarnation of destruction. On the other hand, their will to survive wants to continue living anyway. Then, why not incorporate the opinions of both? For example, by using creation to reincarnate Zorgral into a completely different being. I know it sounds like a crazy idea, but if I can even absorb the gluttonous dragon now, it might be possible. I wonder. It would be extremely difficult, but it is worth a try. However, may I make a suggestion? Sure, let me know. May I pass on to Zorgral the solution that Kukauzuka has come up with? If both the will to self-destruction and the will to survival are satisfied, things may go smoothly. Is such a thing possible? Currently, Kukauzuka's consciousness is linked to Zorgral. Communication through human language is impossible. But since I was originally born from Zorgral, I can directly exchange information with it. Okay, please, leave it to me. Then I will begin negotiations. Please wait a moment. With a whoosh, I felt something slip out of my body. It was probably Full Assist, starting negotiations with Zorgral. What's going on? Iris came right up to me and asked me. It doesn't look like you've defeated Zorgral, but... Yeah, that's right. It's a little unexpected. Lily and Letitia, too, listen up. I answered, explaining briefly about Zorgral's will to self-destruction and will to survive. It's just like humans to have conflicting emotions within themselves, isn't it? Letitia muttered to herself as soon as she heard the story. Anyway, I agree with the idea of transforming Zorgral into another being. Our goal is to prevent the destruction of the world. I understand what Kusan said, but... Lily is silent, with a look of wanting to say something. What is going on? I was about to ask her, but Iris called out to her before I could. Lily-chan, if you have something on your mind, why don't you tell us? That's right. Don't hesitate to let me know. It's just my personal experience, but if you neglect a situation like this, you'll usually get in trouble later on. When I was in modern Japan, I used to take on all the cleanup of flaming cases at my company. After the case was over, we would look back to determine the cause, and in many cases, the people involved would say, I had a bad feeling about this from the very beginning. If the supervisor had picked up on that hunch, the fire could have been prevented. And in many cases, that's why I wanted to eliminate Lily's concerns. If it seems difficult to say, perhaps Lily-sama can tell me about it, and I can pass it on to Kusama. Thank you very much. But it's fine. Lily shook her head at Letitia's offer. Kusan, is it possible to restore the world that Zorgral has absorbed so far? I don't know. The things and people that have been taken in by Zorgral do not disappear. Since they are only integrated internally, it may be possible to separate them by applying creation. Maybe. As I pondered this, Lily raised her eyebrows apologetically. I'm sorry. I said something strange. That's not true. Certainly, it would be best if the captured worlds could be restored. If we were to use a game analogy, just protecting this world would be the normal ending, and restoring all the worlds absorbed by the Zorgral would be the grand ending. However, I wonder if I am capable of restoring all of them. It's too big, or too grandiose, to even imagine. I can't even imagine how difficult it would be, even with the assistance of Full Assist. Are you calling for me? Oops. It seems that Full Assist has returned. Did the negotiations go well? In conclusion, it was a success. However, there was one request from the will of self-destruction. He wants you to restore the worlds that he has absorbed so far, if possible. That is exactly the same thing as Lily said. Thinking about it, when we first met, Lily had accepted her own death as a matter of course as a God of War's Shrine Maiden, and she and the will of self-destruction may be close in spirit. Putting aside speculation, is it actually possible to restore the world? It is difficult in the current situation. In order to execute it, Kukauzuka needs to absorb Zorgral and evolve into a higher dimensional being. Higher dimensional being? In other words, something like God? That image is correct. Both as Zorgral's will of self-destruction and will of survival agree to unite with Kukauzuka. If both of them unite, they will be able to break free from their incarnation of destruction, and, at the same time, avoid their own extinction. We can satisfy both demands and at the same time, we can restore the world that has been captured. It's not two birds with one stone, but three birds with one stone. However, There is one point that is worrisome. What will happen to me when I merge with Zorgral? I don't know. But at least it seems that both the will to self-destruction and the will to survival intend to leave the initiative to Kakazuka and me after the fusion. Is it the same with Full Assist? Of course. I am always with Kakazuka. Then, it won't end badly. I know I can rely on Full Assist from my past journeys. Okay. Let's do it. You are very quick to make a decision. It seems like there's no other solution than to merge with Zorgral. Then, it's a waste of time to hesitate. I see. Kakazuka, you were that kind of person, weren't you? You know exactly who I am. I couldn't help but chuckle at Full Assist's reply. What's wrong all of a sudden? Iris, who was standing beside me, asked curiously. No, it's nothing important. More importantly, listen to me. The negotiations with Zorgral were successful. It looks like we'll be able to restore the worlds that have been absorbed so far. That's good to hear. Hearing my words, Lily breathed a sigh of relief. But the number of worlds that the Zorgral has taken in is tremendous, isn't it? Isn't it quite a big job to restore all of them, even for you, Kusama? Well, yes, I suppose it is. As expected of Letitia, she makes a sharp point. However, if I were to be honest about my fusion with Zorgral, I might worry everyone. So I decided to blur out the details. It seems that not only Full Assist, but also Will of Self-Destruction and Will of Survival will lend a helping hand. It may take some time, but we'll figure it out. Really? Iris asked with concern for my well-being. I have a bad feeling about this. I feel like Ku might go somewhere far away. It's okay, I tell Iris, interrupting her. Even if it takes a long time, I'll come back to you all. And I have a promise to Iris. When this battle is over, we'll go shopping for clothes together. That reminds me. Hearing my words, Iris smiled. Ku has never broken a promise, has he? I believe you. And Lily? Do you remember about us going to the casino in Fort Port? Of course. I nodded in response. When all is said and done, we'll all have a good time. I haven't made any promises of that sort. Have I? Suddenly, Letitia muttered. Since we're here, let me draw you a portrait when Kusama returns. I understand. Please make sure it's done in good style. Of course. Leave it to me, Letitia answered, and then she stretched out her chest with an air of dependability. Now, I'm sorry to leave, but I can't keep talking forever. Well then, everyone, just wait here for a moment. I have one last task to finish. I told the three of them and called out to the Full Assist. In my mind, the preparations on my side are complete. Let's start the fusion with Zorgral. Understood. Then, please activate creation. Understood. I nodded and focused my consciousness. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Epilogue 1 Part 1. Sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Patreon tier and new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Ed. Blast. Epilogue. Before I realized it, I was standing in a different world. Part 1. When I was a child, my dream was to become a firefighter. The trigger was simple. I saw a documentary on TV that featured firefighters. I thought it was cool to see them rescuing people from buildings that were on fire. However, that it was just a childhood dream. As I grew older, I learned about reality, and after considering my abilities and aptitude, I chose to become an office worker. The IT company where I worked had a firefighting unit specializing in extinguishing fires, and I was assigned to this unit and spent my busy days without getting any decent time off. But the change came suddenly. I fell asleep on the train on my way home from work, and when I woke up, I was lying on my back in the forest. What the heck is going on here? I woke up and looked around. There were many trees lined up around me, and the sun was shining warmly through the trees. In the distance, I heard birdsong. Where am I? I asked, but I was the only one here. Naturally, there was no way I could get an answer. Normally, someone would have told me right away. Is it my imagination? I was forgetting something important, but I didn't know what I was forgetting. I had that feeling. Or rather, this forest looks kind of familiar. Was it a place I had been to before? Why was I lying in the forest in the first place? On my way home from work, I dozed off on the train and had no memory of what happened next. I was dressed in my usual suit. However, my commuter bag, wallet, and smartphone that I had in my pocket had disappeared somewhere. In other words, I can't call for help. Oh, man, I muttered to myself, but in reality, I wasn't too upset. I could handle this. I'd been in many close calls in my life. Compared to that, the disappearance of my belongings was nothing to worry about. I've been through many desperate crises in my life. Huh? I don't understand what it means, even though I said so myself. Why am I, who was supposed to be living in modern Japan until yesterday, thinking like a soldier returning from the battlefield? Am I suffering from Chunibyo? I thought I'd graduated from that kind of thing when I was a student. As I shrugged my shoulders, I heard two voices behind me. Kakazuka, you are already awake. Good morning. You seem to be alright. https://nikestranslation-home.files.wordpress.com/2023/00003.jpg. I looked toward the voices and saw two children walking toward me. They looked to be elementary school students or older, perhaps around 10 years old. One looked serious, and the other relaxed. They both had blue hair and green eyes that shone clear and bright. They are obviously not Japanese. Both of them have well-developed faces, and both of them look as glamorous as foreign child actors on TV. I would not think that a salaryman like me would have any connection with either of them. But considering the fact that they called my name earlier, it seems that they know who I am. What on earth was going on? While I was confused, the two of them came close to me. They looked up at me in a friendly manner and asked, "How are you feeling? Are you feeling any pain in your body? Your clothes are dirty. Shall I clean them for you?" Which should I answer first? After a moment of hesitation, I said, "It's okay. Everything is fine." Then I took off my suit jacket and brushed the dust off with my hands. Slap, slap, slap. Well, that's enough for the time being. After putting on my jacket again, I asked them, "Sorry, have we met somewhere before?" It would be inaccurate to say that we have met, but we have exchanged a few words. It was the serious-looking boy who answered first. "It seems you have some confusion in your memory. You can call me Fulua. I'm Zorgra, and I am supposed to be Fulua's younger brother." It's a somewhat strange thing to say, but Fulua and Zorgra look a lot like each other. The only difference is that Fulua's hair is a bit longer. There seems to be no doubt that they are siblings. Oh, I see. They could be twins. If that is the case, Zorgra's words, "I am supposed to be a younger brother," make sense. They may have been born on the same day, but for family registration reasons, it was necessary to decide who would be the first and second child, and Zorgra may have been treated as the younger brother. As I was thinking about this, Zorgra suddenly asked me this question. "I wonder how much of your memory is left, Benefactor-san." I was dozing off on the way home from work and somehow collapsed in the woods. That's my understanding, as far as I can remember. I remember sitting on the train seat. When I told Zorgra that, he looked a little disappointed. "I see. You must have forgotten something very important, Benefactor-san." "I've been wondering since a while ago, is this Benefactor-san referring to me?" "Yes, that's right. It is because of you that I am still alive today. I am very grateful to you." I have no idea what he is talking about. When I was at a loss for a response, Fulua approached me this time. "I understand the situation. Kakazuka has lost all memory of his arrival in this world, hasn't he?" "This world? This is not Japan?" "Yes. It would be quicker for you to experience it firsthand than for me to explain it to you. Please touch a nearby tree and think to yourself to store it." "What is this?" I'd like to say, "What are you talking about?" All of a sudden, I don't understand. But it seems to me that the same thing has happened before. For now, let's just follow the directions. I took about 5 steps forward, touched a stumpy tree, and muttered storage in my mind. Immediately after, a circle of light with a radius of about 1 meter appeared at my feet. Inside the circle was a figure that looked like a combination of circles and triangles. It looked like a magic circle from an anime or video game. While I was thinking about this, the magic circle emitted a golden glow. The next moment, the tree I was touching was enveloped in light and disappeared as if absorbed into the magic circle. What happened? The tree you were touching has been stored in Kakazuka's item box. Please check the list. What he meant by list. And before I could ask, a window popped up in my mind. Item list. Hikino Tree X1. The display looks like a game item screen. It felt strange to have the list floating around in my mind, but for some reason, I didn't feel any different. Next, let's use the skill. With the current Kakazuka, you can ship, dismantle, and go right to creation. Make an axe out of Hikino wood. Hey, Wait, an axe is not something you can easily create. I would say, but I had something like a recipe floating around in my mind. Hikino Tree X1 Hikino Tree Axe X50. Can I make 50 of them? It's only natural since a whole tree is used as a material. Thinking about this, I did what I always do. Creation. Huh? What did I just do? While I was puzzled, Hikino Tree X1 disappeared from the item list in my mind, and Hikino Tree Axe X50 was added in its place. When you are done using creation, please take the axe out of the item box. Alright. I nodded at Fulua's words. I had a vague but good understanding of what to do. My body remembers. I reached out my right hand into the void, and a golden magic circle appeared around my fingertip. From there, I pulled out a wooden axe. https://nikestranslationhome.files.wordpress.com/2003/00008.jpg. The blade was about 15 centimeters long. It is made of wood, but it is surprisingly heavy. It looks easy to throw. Somehow, I thought so. An axe is not meant to be thrown. It is generally used for chopping wood. But, in my mind's eye, I had an image of myself throwing a wooden axe and beheading a bear. I wonder if this is part of my lost memory. Anyway, there are a few things I have learned. This is a place where the norms of modern Japan do not apply, and I seem to have a mysterious power. To put it like in anime and manga, I was transported to another world and obtained cheat skills, and with the bonus of amnesia. It's like being the hero of a story. I thought it was too much for an ordinary salaryman like me, but I still felt a sense of excitement. What kind of place is this world? What kind of power do I have? Just thinking about it is exciting. I can feel my gamer's blood welling up, which had been dormant since I started working. You seem to be having a lot of fun, Benefactor-san. Even though you've lost your memory, that part of you hasn't changed. Zorgra and Fulua said and smiled. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Epilogue 1 Part 2. Here's the chapter, Enjoy, Ed, Blast. Part 2. According to Fulua, if I go west from here for a while, I will find a town named Un. He said there was a time when I was based there before I lost my memory. If you see the town, you may be able to recover your memory of Kakazuka. Would you like to go there? Yeah. Sure. May I ask you to show me the way? Leave it to me. Navigation is my specialty. Fulua answered in a dependable manner and began to walk with steps that had no hesitation. Immediately after, Zorgra tilted his head and said, Huh? Isn't that east? Fulua? Excuse me, I'm still new to the human body. Fulua stopped dead in his tracks and turned around on the spot. He coughed to hide his embarrassment and started walking again. Although he seems to be serious, he has a surprisingly cute side to him. I chuckled unintentionally as I walked alongside Fulua. It's a bit lonely to remain silent, so I asked them about their backgrounds. Maybe it will help me remember things. Fulua and Zorgra are siblings, aren't they? So Zorgra is the younger brother, and Fulua is the older brother? No, she's my sister. Oh. Number. It was so rude of me to make a gender mistake. I had done it out of the blue. I was inwardly holding my head in my hands when Fulua suddenly smiled kindly at me. Don't worry about it. Kakazuka guessed that Zorgra and I were twins, and based on the fact that Zorgra is my younger brother, you determined my gender to be male, didn't you? That's a good guess. You've got it all figured out. I'm confident I know you better than anyone else in the world. Fulua sniffed and proudly puffed out her chest. That gesture was so childishly cute that I couldn't help but giggle. Kakazuka, what's wrong? It's no big deal. More importantly, was I close to you before I lost my memory? Yes. We traveled together for about 3 months. Those days are precious memories for me. Fulua looked up at me with a very mature expression as she muttered this. Nevertheless, I am sure that the days to come will be even better. After all, we will be able to spend time together as humans. I've been wondering, are you, by any chance, not a human being? It is impossible if I think about it from a common-sense point of view, but this is a different world. For example, there may even be angels and demons. In response to my question, Fulua pondered for a moment and then replied, both as Zorgra and I have gained human bodies and exist in this world now. However, we used to be completely different beings. It is difficult to explain, so I will tell you when Kakazuka's memory comes back a little more. Is that alright with you? Yes, I understand. That's fine. I think I can tell you something a little more in depth. Zorgra, who seemed to have heard what Fulyu and I were talking about, walked to the left of me and said something like that. For example, "It's Benefactor-san who made our bodies." "What did you say?" I was surprised at the unexpected words. "Then, I'm like a parent to both of you." "I guess you could call it a parent or maybe a god." Benefactor-san used creation to reincarnate Fulyu and I as human beings. Kakazuka gave me a physical body as well as Zogura. For that, I am truly grateful. I must have done something amazing. It is no longer an act of God to reincarnate a non-human being into a human being, is it? It is beyond the level of a cheat skill. How did I get such power? I'm getting a little scared of getting my memory back. That's what I was thinking as I was walking along. "Yuwa!" A man's scream echoed from a distance, and the birds perched in the surrounding trees all fluttered away at once. It sounded like it was coming from over there. Zogura pointed to the front left. "I have a feeling there might be trouble." "Kakazuka, what are you going to do?" "I'll go check it out." "You two wait here." I told Fulyu and Zogura that, and with my right hand, I took out a Hikina tree axe from their item box. Gripping the handle tightly, I proceeded onward at a trot. Eventually, the forest broke off, and the field of vision opened up. It was a meadow. There was a road about 20 meters away, and a wagon was being attacked by a bear. But it was no ordinary bear. Both of its arms were unusually thick and about the same size as its torso. If hit by a bear with arms that big, a human being would have been crushed to a pulp with a single blow. "Don't come here." "Don't come." A small, fat man was holding a sword with a cart at his back. He may be the owner of the wagon. Fortunately, the bear is distracted by the man and does not notice me at all. If I think about it realistically, I should stay away from the bear. I should run away while I still can. But I would never abandon him. If someone were in danger, I would reach out to them without hesitation. I wanted to be that kind of person. I realized that my body was moving on its own. With all the strength in my right arm, I lifted the wooden axe and threw it at him with a side throw. I think I have done something similar before. The axe spun at high speed like a boomerang and flew off, cutting off the neck of the bear that was just about to jump on the man from the side. The bear's head fell to the ground. Blood gushed out from the severed surface of the neck like a fountain, and after a couple of steps, the bear collapsed to the ground. Phew, I've done something quite reckless. What would have happened if I had not been able to defeat it with a single blow? I wiped the cold sweat pouring from my forehead with my right arm. I looked at the man who had been attacked and saw that he was sitting there, slumped over. I guessed that he had lost his strength after being freed from his fear. I walked up to him and extended my right hand. "Are you all right?" "Why yes." "Kokusama, you have saved me again." "Eh? Do you know who I am?" "Yes, of course." As I had heard, you still have no memory. The man grabs my right hand as he says this and stands up. "My name is Chrome Scarlet. I am a merchant in the city of Arn. It is a great pleasure to meet you again after a year, Kusama." Chrome-san told me that he had been attacked by a bear on the road before and that I had come to his rescue. The only difference is that the bear that came out was an armed bear, not an armored bear. Apparently, monsters exist in this world, just like in fantasy games and anime. According to Chrome-san's story, an armored bear is a bear-shaped monster that wears an armor-like shell over its entire body, and its subspecies is an armed bear. Both are extremely ferocious and require a number of skilled adventurers to defeat them. Even though you have lost your memory, it is as expected of Kusama that you could defeat an armed bear with a single blow. I was just lucky. I am surprised at myself. It was not modesty but my honest feeling. Fortunately, Chrome-san was not injured, and the case was now closed. As I was breathing a sigh of relief, I heard a voice behind me. "It seems you've already finished defeating them." "Well done, Kakazuka." As expected of Benefactor-san, I turned around and saw Fulyu and Zogura there. They must have followed me here. "Oh, isn't that Fulyu-sama and Zogura-sama?" Chrome-san shouted right next to me. "Ha ha ha, I see. You have come to pick up Kusama, I presume." "Yes." 3 hours ago, I detected signs of Kakazuka's return. I wanted to tell Chrome-san about it, but you were out of town. From the conversation, I guessed that the three of them knew each other. As I thought about this and looked around for some reason, I noticed one strange thing. The corpse of the armed bear had disappeared. Not a trace of the blood that had spurted from its neck remained. I wondered what was going on. As I furrowed my brow in wonder, Fulyu pulled on my left sleeve. "Are you looking for the corpse of the armed bear?" "Yeah." "Where in the world did it go?" "It's been collected automatically in Kakazuka's Item box. Please check the item list. Let's see. I chanted item list in my mind, and a window popped up in my brain. Item list. Hikino tree axe X50. Armed bear's corpse X1. As Fulua said, the corpse of the armed bear was stored in there. Item box. Oi Hikino tree axes aren't decreasing. I took one out and threw it, so there should really be 49 pieces left. If it were a game, I would have suspected a bug, but when I asked Fulua, she said that the wooden axes I threw were also automatically retrieved. What a useful feature. With a little ingenuity, it could be used in some interesting ways. It makes my gamer's blood boil. I would like to verify the specifications of the item box right now if possible, but if I stay here, I may run into a second or third monster. We should probably head for the city of Un first. So we decided to leave the place. Incidentally, the horse that was pulling Chrome-san's wagon ran away, so I decided to put it in their item box and carry it away. Then, Chrome-san rolled his eyes and said, Kusama in the past also carried the wagon to the town in exactly the same way. Whether you remember it or not, Kusama is still Kusama, isn't he? Human nature does not change that easily. On the way to On, I asked Chrome-san to tell me about my former self. However, what he told me was not something I could immediately believe. Kusama is the savior of the city of On. You wiped out tens of thousands of monsters created by the flood and even defeated the calamity that destroyed the ancient civilization 4,000 years ago. The Black Dragon of Extreme Destruction. Sorry, Chrome-san. Did you make up the story just because I have amnesia? No, that's not true. I am telling you the truth. Chrome Scarlet's words are not a lie. I would also like to add that Kakauzaka discovered and became the owner of an underground city that is said to exist near On. I used to accomplish too much, didn't I? I'm worried about dying of exhaustion. Maybe I work more than I did when I was in Japan. Benefactor Sound was also active in other cities. You defeated Devil Treant and rebuilt the bridge that collapsed during the earthquake with Creation. That's the Newsard Bridge, isn't it? I crossed the bridge last month on a business trip and found it to be a magnificent bridge. Even with your skill, it is truly amazing that you could build such a big bridge all by yourself. How big was it? When I asked him, he thought about it for a moment and then answered, it would take about 15 minutes to cross the bridge by horse-drawn carriage. It would have taken 3 years to build the bridge by normal means. But at that time, Kusama was able to do it in an instant. Really, I was amazed at all the out-of-the-ordinary stories that came out one after the other, and I was gripped by a strange sensation. It was as if I was rereading a book I had read a long time ago. Perhaps listening to stories about my past self stimulated my lost memories. According to what Chrome-san told me, I went to the royal capital in the north while solving cases in various places, and ultimately saved the world. That's amazing. I feel as if it's someone else's problem, but since I have amnesia, I hope you'll forgive me. But as I listened to what he had to say about me in the past, the tingling sensation in the back of my head became stronger and stronger. Maybe it's a sign that my memory is coming back. I wonder if more stimulation would help me remember everything. While I was thinking about this, I saw a city surrounded by walls. Chrome-san, is that the city of On? That's right. Do you recognize it? I have a strange feeling about it. I put my right hand on my chest. There was a strange sensation. Although this is supposed to be my first time in this city, I feel nostalgic as if I were back in my hometown. As I stopped in my tracks and gazed at the city of On, Zorgra came up next to me and tugged on my left sleeve. Come on, Benefactor-san, let's get going. It's going to be dark if we just sit around. That's true. I nodded and started walking with Chrome-san, Fulua, and Zorgra. At the city gate, there was a young man who appeared to be a guard. He had long golden hair that looked as if it had been bathed in sunlight, tied back in a single strand. When he saw me, he gave me a friendly smile. Hey, Ku, long time no see. Apparently, he knew me. I wondered how I should respond to him. After thinking for a while, I opened my mouth. I'm sorry. Actually, I have amnesia due to a number of reasons. Yeah, I'm aware of what's going on. I have heard about it from Fulua and Zorgra. I'm glad you're back in this world. I'm sure you'll get your memory back soon. I hope so. I shrug my shoulders as I answer the man's words. I am quite frank with people I have never met before. It may be due to his cheerful atmosphere, but that's not the only reason. I think we are on the same wavelength. Although it had been only a few minutes since we met, I had a feeling that we would get along well. I was sure that I had been close to this man before. With this conviction in my heart, I continued speaking. By the way, may I ask your name? I'd feel bad if I forgot the name of someone I knew. Sure. The man grinned and opened his mouth. I used to be known as the Gleaming Greedy Dragon. You reincarnated Fulyu and Zogra as human beings. But you also reincarnated me. I now call myself Windometeor. You can call me Win. Whoa, 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 wait a minute. Dragon, reincarnation, and other unexpected words. While I was puzzled, Fulyu came over to me and said, there is no lie in Windometeor's words. He was once the Gleaming Greedy Dragon, a being who was one with Kakauzuka. With me? I mean, what do you mean by becoming one with me? I was puzzled, and Win opened his mouth with a chuckle. Well, you'll understand the details when you get your memory back. As for me, I owe you a great debt of gratitude for giving me a human life. Just remember that. Win lives in the city of Un and is an adventurer by profession. Today, he says, he has taken on the job of a guard as a quest and is guarding the city gates. I don't have any proof of identity. Can I get through? Don't worry, I can guarantee your identity. It was Chrome-san who offered this assurance. You used to belong to the Adventurers Guild. You can use your guild card as an identification card, so you can go and have it reissued later. If Benefactor-san shows his face, the Adventurers Guild is going to be in an uproar. I am sure everyone will be happy to welcome Kakauzuka. Following Zogra, Fulyu told me. Milia is still working as an assistant branch manager at the Adventurers Guild here in the city. It appears that she has turned down a transfer to the headquarters in the royal capital. She said something about protecting Ku's place of return. Isn't that a good story? Win said in a joking tone. Well, the formalities of entry are complete. Welcome to On, Ku. Let's go get dinner sometime. Okay. When the time comes, can you recommend a good place to eat? Of course. I know exactly what you like. I'll find you a good place. We exchanged light conversation as I passed through the gates of the city of On. Beyond the gates, the bustling streets of the city spread out before me. There stood girls as if welcoming me. You have finally returned. A lively and dignified-looking young lady with golden hair. Letitia Demetia. Kusan. Welcome back. Lily Lunaria, a petite girl with silver hair and a fragile atmosphere. This is a quiz. Who am I? My name starts with the letter M. A woman with chestnut-colored hair and a bright smile, always smiling. Ku. I'm glad you're alright. And a red-haired, crimson-eyed female adventurer of the dragon folk who has been with me since the day I first became an adventurer in this world. Iris. Note Fafnir. The moment I saw the four of them, I regained my memory. Like an embankment breaking, a flood of information rushed in. I remembered. I had fused with Zorgral and transformed into a being equal to God. Or rather, into something of a higher dimension that surpassed even God. Not only controlling time and space but also interfering in all worlds past, present, and future, and could rewrite the destiny of those who live there as I pleased. It was omniscient and omnipotent, possessing absolute and overwhelming power and standing at the top of all things. At that time, I had become the kind of being who could make everything I wanted as reality. If I had wanted to, I could have conveniently changed the past to say, Kakauzuka did not transfer to another world and was still an office worker in Japan, or Kakauzuka fulfilled his childhood dream and became a firefighter. But no matter how much power I gained, I was still me, it seems. Without losing my self-control, I did exactly what I had planned to do in the first place. First, I restored all the worlds that had been obliterated by Zorgral and revived the people living in them. The number of lives revived was not only hundreds of millions and trillions but also in the realm of countless numbers. But it was all done in an instant. At the time, I didn't feel anything, but now that I look back on it, I realized that I had incredible power. The next thing I did was to reincarnate Zorgral. This was a promise I had made in advance, and I could not go back on it. I gave Zorgral a human body and reborn him in this world. As for who it was, well, I don't have to explain. It was Zorgra, one of those who came for me when I had amnesia. I was the one who gave him the name at the time, but I guess I couldn't help my lack of sense in naming him even though he had become a being of a higher dimension. Sorry, Zorgra. But fortunately, he seems to like the name, so I guess the result is alright. Oh, yes. I should probably explain this as well. Zorgral was not the only one I turned into a human. Win at the castle gate was a reincarnation of the greedy dragon, and Zorgra's twin sister Fulyu was once a different being. Well, you can guess from her name. Her true identity is full assist. It is quite unrealistic to think that a skill could be turned into a human being, but I guess that meant I had the power to make such a thing possible at that time. After finishing what I had to do, I reincarnated myself as a human in order to return to everyone. However, it seems that my human brain could not process the memories of my higher dimensional existence, and I had temporary amnesia. It seems your memories have returned. Fulua, who was standing next to me, relaxed her mouth and looked relieved. Did you remember me as well? Yeah. How does it feel to be human? Every day is new. How about you, Zogra? I'm having a lot of fun. But I'm not only playing, I'm thinking a lot. I wonder what I can do. As mentioned earlier, Zogra is the reincarnation of Zorgral. To put it simply, their will of self-destruction and the will of survival are fused together as one substance. Just before the fusion, the two wills told me this. Even though all the world will be restored, we have done unforgivable things. We want to live among humans, learn from them, and figure out how to atone for what we have done. It seems that this feeling has been passed on to Zogra. Benefactor-san. Instead of talking about us, why don't you say hello to Iris-san and the others? Indeed. After nodding my head, I turned to Iris and the others. And then I said, Iris and everyone else. I'm back. I've been waiting for you too, Master-san. Whoosh! Suddenly, a round object flew out from behind Lily. I caught it in a hurry and found it to be a blue, round, magical creature. Zurara. Master-san, were you surprised? It's been a long time. Zurara. I held Zurara in my left hand and patted his head with my right hand. Yay! Master-san's hands are warm after all. Is that so? I put my right hand on my cheek. It is true that it might be a little warm. But putting that aside, Iris, Milia, Lily, Letitia. How are you all? Of course. It's been a peaceful year, hasn't it? There have been no reports of major flooding, and all the adventurers are taking it easy. The god of war has returned and is now at rest in the Holy Land. Thank you, Kusan. I heard that Kusama reincarnated Win as a human. I am so happy to see my brother again. Please allow me to offer my heartfelt thanks. Every word that everyone said made me nostalgic, and every time I heard them, I felt a sense that I had returned home. My place is here. I felt it strongly. It seems the production skill acquired in another world is the strongest. Volume 5 Epilogue 2. Hey everyone. It sure has been a long ride. Thank you to each and every one of you that stuck around with me until the end. And I just want to say thank you to the people who decided to support our endeavor in this. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart, and I hope to see you again. Sponsored chapter by Patreon. And you may also want to check our new Patreon tier and new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Ed Blast. Epilogue 2. Our future. Let me tell you a little bit about what happened after that. When I returned to Arn, the people of the city welcomed me warmly. Welcome back, Dragon Slayer-san. I knew you were alive. I believed in you. That's great news. Let's all celebrate the return of the Dragon Slayer. Come to think of it, the people of this world are very flirtatious, aren't they? Before I knew it, the whole city was in a festive mood. After 3 days of drinking and singing, people got tired on the 4th day. That's right. It would have been fine if it had been just 1 day, but after 3 days of festivities, anyone would have reached the end of their physical strength. Fortunately, thanks to my skills, I was in good health, so I decided to distribute heal potions and antidote potions that I had stocked in my item box to the people. Thank you, Dragon Slayer-san. I had a headache from drinking too much alcohol. Wow, this potion is amazing. Just 1 sip and the weight of my body is gone. It's so good. I could drink it every day. Both heal and antidote potions taste similar to grape juice, which is why the Arn people liked them so much. That was one of the reasons they were so popular among the people of Arn. By the next day, the residents had recovered their strength, and the town was back to its normal state of vitality. By the way, do you remember Quiet Moon Pavilion? It was the high-class inn where I used to stay when I was in Arn. Fortunately, a suite room was available, so I chose to stay there this time as well. While relaxing in my room that morning, I wrote letters to the people who had taken care of me in the past. The recipients included Relic, Count Maillard, and Jess, the branch manager of the Adventurers Guild Fortport branch, among others. The contents of the letters can be divided into 3 main categories. That I have returned safely to this world. That I am currently staying in Arn. That he intends to visit them sooner or later to greet them. With the use of spatial domination, it is easy to go anywhere in an instant. but the other party may have their own schedule. I think I should send them a letter first. I also wanted to rest and relax in An for a while longer. I took a break, and by the time I had finished writing all the letters, it was evening. I should get going. I went to the washroom, fixed my hair and clothes, and left the room. Iris and I were going out to dinner this evening. The meeting place was the Fountain Square in Cheers, the center of the city. When I arrived 10 minutes before the appointed time, I found Iris already there. She was not wearing her usual attire but a white, neat one-piece dress. "Ku, it's nice to meet you today." "Me too." "That dress is the one you were wearing before, isn't it? You remember it?" "Of course." I nodded to Iris's words. In the past, when the two of us went to the party after defeating the Black Dragon, she was wearing that white one-piece dress. "It looks good on you." "Thanks." "I'm glad to hear you say so." Iris smiled happily and started walking in a good mood. The destination was Silverbuck Restaurant, the same restaurant we used for the party after defeating the Black Dragon. It is a cozy restaurant located on a back street, but the taste is definitely first-rate. The signature dish, the beef stew, is as exquisite as ever. The beef is tender, and the more you chew, the more the flavor overflows onto your tongue. When the sweet beef stew is added to the beef, it creates a rich flavor that will leave you speechless for a while. The food here is delicious, after all. As my mouth was involuntarily agape, Iris, who was sitting across the table from me, called out to me, "You look very satisfied, don't you?" "Yeah, it was worth coming back to this world." "Foo-foo, isn't that a bit exaggerated?" "Maybe." After merging with Zorgral, I became more than a god and gained the power to interfere with the past, present, and future. But the reason I gave up that power and returned to being human was because of the existence of Iris and the others. I wanted to walk through the same time as them and live the same way. It was because of these feelings that I came back. After finishing our meal, we paid our bill and left the Silverbuck Restaurant. We walked side by side through the night streets. I was on the right, and Iris was on the left. Iris spoke to me as I was thinking about something similar that had happened to me before. "Hey, Ku, what's wrong?" "Thanks for coming back." "You don't have to thank me. It's okay. That's how I feel." Iris looked at me and smiled. The red on her cheeks is probably due to the wine she drank at the restaurant. "To be honest, I've been anxious all year. I was afraid that Ku might not come back." "That can't be true. I've made promises to everyone. I'm not going to break them." "Yes, of course I know that. But there are times when I feel weak. I don't know what I'll do if I never see you again." Iris said this and leaned in a little closer to me. The back of my left hand and the back of Iris's right hand touched. Our gazes crossed. In the past, we would just look at each other and giggle. But this time was different. After a few seconds of silence, Iris took my hand in hers. "Since we're here, how about we go have another drink somewhere?" "I agree," I replied, squeezing Iris's hand again. "Where should we go next?" "Can I leave it to Ku?" "Yeah." I nodded. Iris smiled shyly and squeezed my hand even tighter. https://nikestranslationhome.wordpress.com/2023/0000002.jpg https://nikestranslationhome.files.wordpress.com/2023/003/00012.jpg If you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon. The links are below. Once again, thank you More Clan. If you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon. The links are below. Once again, thank you More Clan.